when I got on his airplane to take the first trip with my foundation in, I think, 2002, whenever it was. But
and to be clear, do you have any reason to believe that you may have met Mr. Epstein prior to becoming president of the United States?
thank you.
1128.
Testimony, and I will point it out when I first remember meeting
Beginning to our country. I want to start from the beginning. When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, I will try
Beginning
in this
to our
testimony,
country.
and I will
I want to
point
start
it out when I'm aware
from
of
the
this,
beginning.
the picture or something.
When did you
that
first
predates
meet
this.
Jeffrey Epstein?
There's a picture that shows him shaking hands in the White House Historical Association reception. That was in 1993, but I will try
Beginning
in this member meeting
to our
testimony,
country.
and I will
I want to
point it
start
out when I'm aware
from
of
the
this,
beginning.
the picture or something.
When did you
that
first
predates
meet
this.
Jeffrey
I got on his
Epstein?
airplane to take the first trip with my foundation in, I think, 2002, whenever it was. But
2, 1, fight.
And to be clear, do you have any reason to believe that you may have met Mr. Epstein prior to becoming president of the United States?
before I became president, no.
And you mentioned that your first memory of interacting with Mr. Epstein was on your first trip. Which trip specifically?
I'm not sure which one it was. Which one was the first? I took all or parts of 4 or 5 trips to Asia and Africa and one to Northern Europe on Mr. Epstein's airplane. And once when I was in Florida, I was offered a ride back to New York, but I wasn't there having it. It was just coincidental that he was there, and I think that was fairly early in the process. But I don't remember exactly. I just know that I did. I took one flight back from Florida to New York, and all are part of several other, I think 4 or 5 trips to Africa, Asia. To set up a global network to provide life-saving AIDS medicine to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. And I should back up and say, when I left office, we had done all the preliminary work to set up the global fund on AIDS, TB, and malaria, but it was not yet funded. And there were other instruments and institutions who were later founded, including President Bush's PEPFAR program. It had not yet been funded. There were only 200,000 people in the entire developing world who had AIDS medicine, most of them in Brazil, which had a big drug operation on its own, and in Thailand, which also had its own drug population. In Africa, there were like 30,000 people or something, just next to no people. And they were dying like flies. And I thought we had found a way to drastically drive the price down. And that if we could drive the price down, we could, and empower people to administer the medicine right, we could save a lot of lives. And I was obsessed with it.
I'm getting bored.
And I was being helped by a man named Aaron Magaziner who had helped us in the White House and whom I had known since we lived as Rhodes Scholars together in the 1960s. So anyway, that's
My new scratching
that's why when Larry Summers said this, I thought, boy, this would be great. And so we followed up and took the trips.
Mr. President, when did your relationship with Mr. Epstein end?
When did it end? Well, I believe I took my last flight in 2003. Now, later I became aware of some involvement he had in the first Clinton Global Initiative, but it was much later.
Kitty, kitty.
Why did your relationship with Mr. Epstein end?
I will preserve the balance.
Well, after a year or two, we really picked up a head of steam with this AIDS program, and a lot of other people whom I knew better and who really cared about the work
Right off more than
came
you
forward and offered to help us provide transportation. And I thought Mr. Epstein was an interesting man, but I didn't think he was really interested in what I was doing. That is, he asked all these questions. He did ask about economics and politics, as he said he would.
Ow.
And he never asked me anything untoward. It's just that I thought I had done what I promised to do, and he had done what he promised to do. And I've always, over the years, with these donors, tried not to overstay my welcome. I thought that we'd done enough, and then it's time to start working with other people.
When did you first learn of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes?
I think in 2008 when he was prosecuted. There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
Let's talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. When did you first meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
I believe I first met her with him when she was working with him.
And what did you understand Miss Maxwell, and what did you understand her relationship to be with Mr. Epstein?
I thought she was sort of his chief of staff or administrator.
And you said that you first met Miss Maxwell with Mr. Epstein. Is that after you were president?
Yeah, I don't believe I met her when I was president. I could have. I met a lot of people, I don't remember, but I definitely remember meeting her on that first flight.
Can you briefly, for the record, describe the nature and extent of your relationship with Miss Maxwell?
Yes, it was. It lasted longer and was more
Forensic
extensive
toxicology report.
than my relationship
Leave it
with
to Ivy to stick with the classics. Thank you,
Mr. Epstein, because Ghislaine Maxwell started going with a man named Ted Waite, who had made a lot of money making the first sort of self-designed computers. And he was a big supporter of mine and the foundation. before he started seeing Glenn. We'd been friends, and he was interested in, particularly in
GCPD radio says that
reducing
Harvey Bullock
pollution
went
in
into
the
Ivan's
oceans.
greenhouse to try and shut this down. Since Robin
And
hasn't
so when
reported
she
back,
started
I'm betting we have a rash
going with
of
him, I
trouble
would
on
see
our
her
hands.
from time to time.
Don't let anything you see inside that greenhouse.
And when did your relationship with Miss Maxwell end?
I don't think I've seen her in a decade. I don't know. It's been a long
Don't let
time.
anything you
I
see
don't know exactly
inside that
when.
greenhouse stop.
Why
you.
did your relationship
No
with Miss
poison
Maxwell
ivy.
end?
She's kept Robin and Harvey alive as slaves.
Well,
Freedom from
first
Ivy's
she
influence,
moved
and they can help you take her down, so she can serve her time at all.
to Boston, I think. She had a relationship with a man there, and I think they may have married. And so she wasn't so much around, and she then when it became after 2019, when it became obvious that she was involved too, to an extent that I did not know. That was the end of it.
And I want to make sure the record is clear. You mentioned that your relationship with Miss Maxwell was more extensive than that of Mr. Epstein.
Well, it lasted longer, yeah.
Okay. When do you have any recollection of what year it would have ended?
No, but you know, when she was with Ted White, she was when we were kicking off CGI. She was very interested in that, and she participated. But I don't remember, I don't know, it's been 10, 12 years since I saw her. I don't remember when the last time was.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you some baseline questions regarding who you communicated with and about what. If you don't recall specifics but do recall you communicated with them, you should answer yes, but say you do not recall specifics.
Okay?
Counsel, can I just ask, if you're going down a list, your question is, did he communicate with the person, yes or no? And then you'll come back if he says yes to ask further.
Yes, and I will finish the prompt here too. So the question, Mr. President, have you ever communicated with any of the following people regarding Mr. Jeffrey Epstein or Miss Ghislaine Maxwell? And for now, you can say yes or no, and we will come back to discuss each one.
And this is to the best of his recollection.
Correct.
Okay.
First, Richard Kahn.
Richard who?
Kahn.
T-O-D-D?
Save the life.
K-A-H-N.
You just saved the life.
I don't know who that is.
Pretty good man.
Darren Indike.
Indike?
Correct.
I don't know who that is.
Sarah Helen.
Plant food if it weren't for you.
I don't know who that is.
Is there gonna be one that rings?
Uma Abedin.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. President, the question is, as I understand it, name the people you communicated to about Epstein and Maxwell.
Oh. Obviously, I know Huma very well.
My best friends.
I don't remember any specific conversations we ever had about Epstein and Maxwell.
Oh, I don't know how deep Clinton is into this because
Noam Chomsky.
No. Mr. Chomsky wasn't a big fan of mine. He thought I was too conservative.
Leslie Groff.
Leslie who?
Groff.
Just saved the life of a G.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
Nadia Marcinkova.
I don't know who that is.
Jean-Luc Brunel.
I don't know who that is. I don't believe.
Alan Dershowitz.
I know him. And I'm not aware that we ever talked about Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't believe we did.
Reed Hoffman.
I know Reed Hoffman, but he never talked to me about Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell.
Karina Shuliak.
I don't believe I know who that is. I don't think I've ever met that person.
Woody Allen.
I do know who he is, but I don't think I ever met him, and I never talked to him about Epstein and Maxwell.
Sandy Berger.
Sandy Berger was my national security advisor, and we were very close personally, but he's been dead for several years. And I don't think I ever talked to him about either one of those people.
That's good to hear.
Jess Staley.
Jess Staley?
Correct.
No.
Sam Burger. Wait, was it Sam?
Paul Morris.
I don't believe I know him.
LED Rothschild.
LED. His name is LED.
Who Rothschild?
Just assumed they just weren't very
LED Rothschild.
LED? Mm-hmm. I know Evelyn Rothschild. Is that who it is?
No, and I have other Rothschilds on this list as well.
I'm not sure who LED Rothschild is. I've met a bunch of them when I spoke at the funeral for Evelyn Rothschild. And I have met
Bleed for me.
some of the others, the one couple in France once 20 years ago, but I don't remember him.
Lynn Borser Rothschild.
Yes, I know her, but I don't remember ever discussing
For me.
Jeffrey Epstein or Glenn Maxwell with her.
like thinking back to that like
Glenn
scene in
Dubin.
the Batman show.
I don't believe I
Like
know him.
Robin specifically wants a jetpack. And
Eva Anderson.
That was crazy. So
I don't believe I know her.
why
Casey Wasserman.
I know him, and he was on a trip to Africa with me.
should be like either Tim or Dave.
But I don't recall ever discussing either Glenn Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein really.
As always, my plans to the rescue.
Also, it feels like doxing to say
my
their names like
lovely, and devour this intruder.
why am I
Ira Magaziner.
Sounds
Yes,
like they're
I
on
think
the
I mentioned him earlier.
list. The Wayne
He
list,
was-
sorry.
The person who basically
List.
helped me start the AIDS program, and he ran the Clinton Health Access Initiative for many years. He retired a couple of years ago, a few years ago.
Stop! Don't hurt my
But I don't
babies
remember
any
ever discussing
longer. Can't you hear their
either
pain?
Epstein or
What
Rothschild.
have you done to
I
this
mean,
planet?
Telling me to
What
say
have you
it.
done
Maxwell,
to
yeah.
me? Take me back to Arkham. I can't
Karen
endure
Ewing?
anymore.
No,
Stacy Plaskett.
Forensic
Stacy
toxicology
Plaskett
report.
is the
The petals of this
member of
flower
Congress
are
from the
teeming
Virgin
with
Islands,
potent
isn't she?
pheromones.
Correct.
I know her. But I don't
And I
recall
work in
ever
film
discussing
because I am
Epstein and Maxwell.
Working for Ivy?
Howard Lutnick.
Howard Lutnick is the Secretary of Commerce.
Secretary
Correct.
of Commerce. I pull off the red, green, yellow better than you, bro. Like, see, look, he's just
I
looking
know
around
him
like, oh, wait,
and from
guys.
9/11, and because Hillary worked with his company and helped him to
Like, see,
get
I'm the better
going
Robin,
again.
even though I'm Superman mentor.
But, and I know he's now
Can't be
President
affiliated
Trump's
with these guys.
Secretary of Commerce, but I
I have to
never,
talk to you, though.
I don't remember ever having any conversation with him about
I'll be sore
Chaotic
for a
world.
week.
Jeffrey Epstein
Guess
or
it serves
Glenn
me right for
Maxwell.
losing my nose breather. All right, I gotta get Ivy back.
Doug
to the asylum.
Band.
You get back on the streets.
And he worked for me for years. And I know that he arranged like airplane flights and things like that, and was doing work on the first Clinton Global Initiative in 2005. And I know that he knew both Epstein and Maxwell. I do not know to what extent he was in contact with them. And I've heard things in the last thing I didn't have any idea 24 years ago. So
Bro, nature has no
you'd
excuse
have
to
to
be
be
the
more
worst power
specific
anymore.
if you
Like,
want to know
look
if I
how
knew
much
something then.
options
I
you
can
have.
tell you as best I
Next to
can, but
invisibility and stealth, and like that you can have
He
like
worked for
7
me, and
different
I knew
loadouts.
some of what he was doing, and I didn't know some of what he was doing.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, and we will
4.
return to Mr. Band.
There's 5. and
Louis
2,
Free,
so
or
20.
Louis Free?
Actually, there's 6.
I do know
1, 2,
him.
3, 4, 5, 6.
To the best of my knowledge,
12 times 2.
I didn't have
4 times 5.
any conversations with him,
100.
with about anything practically, but I certainly didn't talk to him about this.
I hope that math.
Robert Rubin.
Bob Rubin was Larry Summers' predecessor as Treasury Secretary and the first director of the National Economic Council. But I don't even know if he knew Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. I had no conversation with him about it.
And for now, Mr. President, you can answer yes or no.
Okay.
And the yes or no is intended to convey whether or not you had a conversation about Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein.
Correct.
So the answer to Rubin is no.
Larry Summers.
Yes.
Pete Rathgeb.
Rathgab.
Read who?
Rathgeb.
Rathko. R-A-T-H-K-O?
R-A-T-H-G-E.
Oh, Rathko. I don't recall that name.
John Podesta.
That's ringing a bell.
I don't believe I ever had a talk with John about it. I did stay in touch with John Podesta after I left the White House. And I consider him a friend, but I don't believe we ever discussed Epstein or Maxwell.
Andrew Friendly.
See that guy?
No,
gotta
he
put the last name
was one of my, what you call body men at the White House. And we've stayed in touch over the years, but I don't remember discussing Epstein or Maxwell with him.
Catherine Rumler.
Kathy Rumler
Can't switch out of insectoid.
is a lawyer who has
Kinda
done
crazy.
some, on occasion, some help for the foundation. I don't believe I ever discussed Maxwell or Epstein with it, but I can't be sure, but I don't remember doing it.
Mr. President, they're only asking you what you can remember.
What?
They're only asking you what you can remember.
Mark Middleton.
I did not, and he sadly is dead now.
I did.
Bill
not.
Richardson.
No, he's dead too now, sadly, but I didn't know about his relationship with Epstein.
He's doing rather well.
George Mitchell.
You did well.
No,
Robin and I will get
Bill
Paul's back to
Gates.
Arkham.
Whoa.
You get
No.
back on the streets.
Leon Black.
We'll talk again
No.
soon.
Ayud Barak.
no,
Tony Blair.
no,
You're just lucky.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
Group of thugs cold cocked me. I think they're still in the area watching.
I
Help
knew
me take 'em out.
That he knew. At some point, I knew that he knew Ghislaine Maxwell,
Thanks for the
but I
backup.
did not know. I don't think that he knew Epstein.
So is that a yes that you had communications with him?
No, we never had any.
Is your question communications about Epstein and Maxwell?
Correct.
Just generally as a conversation, like you're together?
'cause, yeah, I
Can
know
you just
yes.
elaborate more so he
Other
can
guys
better
actually
answer your
would help
question?
you.
Mr. President, did you ever have any communications with Prince Andrew related to Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell?
Interviews.
The direct answer to your question is no, but I don't want to mislead you. I know that because of my friendship with Evelyn and Lynn Rothschild, and because the former prince was around them, and they knew Ghislaine Maxwell from Britain and through her father, her late father. There may have been some conversation there. I don't remember it, but I don't want to mislead you. I knew something
Code
that,
30. Officer needs assistance.
Thank you.
Your question, because it's so broad, means that any social engagement that you might have would be captured. So I
I
think
didn't-
what he's trying to
I don't
distinguish
look-
between is what you're trying to learn and just social engagement.
Anything like
Yes.
It's a
if I had a social
like
engagement
your
with
worst
Andrew,
nightmares are real. No.
Related
No,
to
stay
Mr.
away!
Epstein.
not related to him,
Maxwell.
no,
Thank you. Peter Mandelson,
no,
Mohammed bin Salman,
no,
Larry Page,
no,
Sergey Brin.
no.
So let's talk about Larry Summers. You mentioned that you had communications with him related to Maxwell and Epstein. What were the nature of those?
For the record, he said with Epstein, just to
Just
clarify.
Epstein.
Just Epstein. Thank you. You mentioned that you had
5,
communications with
3,
Larry Summers related to Mr. Epstein. Can you describe the nature of those communications?
Yes, as I said before, he called me on the phone. He knew what I was trying to do with this AIDS work and how important it was to me. And he said he had just talked to Jeffrey Epstein, who he described as a successful investment advisor who made a lot of money and had made a large commitment to Harvard to brain research. And he said he wants to talk to you about politics and economics, and he says if you will take an hour on the longer legs of these trips he knows you're going to make to Africa and Asia to talk to him about it, that he will fly you on his airplane and your staff and your Secret Service detail and any other people you want to take who
Like a
are
real hookup.
supporting your work.
And you mentioned these communications were related to the work of your foundation. Did you ever have any other communications with Larry Summers related to Mr. Epstein?
No,
So, for the record, you never discussed anything related to Mr. Epstein and young women or girls?
absolutely not.
Mr. President, for the record, have you ever been contacted by any law enforcement agency concerning Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
As far as I know, no. That is, as far as I remember. Back in 2008, I sort of thought somebody might ask me something. Because I was glad this had come out since it had happened. But I don't believe anybody ever did.
You mentioned that you thought someone would want to ask you something. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Just because he let me use this airplane.
And to be clear, have you ever provided any information to any law enforcement agency concerning Jeffrey Epstein or Miss Ghislaine Maxwell?
So you asked this question before, you're just asking him to reiterate the response to the question that he previously asked you, Mr. President.
I don't believe any law enforcement agency has ever asked me. And I didn't know enough to volunteer it.
Mr. President, are you aware of any efforts by anyone, including an attorney, process server, investigator, or any other person to contact you regarding any civil lawsuit, claim, or litigation involving Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
Not that I recall.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
No,
Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever inform or represent to you that she was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
no,
And during your relationship, did you ever suspect Epstein or Maxwell of being affiliated with any intelligence agency?
I did not.
Thank you. I want to talk
The
about your
original
time
Ferris wheel was
in the
designed
White
by
House. I
George
realize that
Washington
you
Gale
have
Ferris
testified,
Jr.,
your recollection is
opened to the public
limited.
in
But did
1893 in
Mr. Epstein
Chicago,
ever
Illinois,
visit the
during
White
the
House
world's-
while you were
the
president?
Funhouse.
Objection.
True
Asked and
funhouses
answered.
originated in the early 1900s
The records
on Coney
reflect
Island
that he
and offered
did.
a number of amusement devices and clever
According to
tricks.
FOIA requests
Carlo
to the
Giraldi
Clinton
opened the
Library,
amusement
Mr.
mile
Epstein
in
visited the
Gotham
White House
City
at least
the beginning of
17
the
times
20th
between
century.
1993
In a
and
town where
1995. Do you have
manufacturing-
any reason to dispute those numbers?
Nope, I don't.
Do you know what the nature of Mr. Epstein's visits to the White House were?
Are you asking what he knew in preparation for today? Can you clarify what you are seeking to learn?
First of all, at the time, I had no idea he was coming and going. Huge numbers of people come and go in the White House. A lot of them come well over once, especially if they're lobbyists, for example.
1998. I was wondering if that was he was the one who said that.
But I
That was
didn't
his
know he
clone.
was coming, so I certainly didn't know what he was
Dollar
coming
to heckle
about.
him, but Trump has been dodging this for the longest because nobody can get in contact with this freaking. Like,
Mr. President,
you know,
after
it's
you
kinda
left
hard to talk to
office, did you or your staff ever conduct a review of records, documents, or other materials related to Mr. Epstein's connections to your White House?
You're exempting counsel. You can respond to that, but don't say anything about what you talked to your lawyers about. You can respond to this question.
Do you need the question again?
Yeah, I don't even understand. You mean, did we look into what he did in the White House after I left office?
he's asking
Mr. President, one of the concerns of the committee is how Mr. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell attempted or potentially attempted to curry favor with influential figures. My question was, after you left office, did you or your staff ever conduct a review of records related to Mr. Epstein's connections to your White House?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
At this time, I would like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 11. And while it's being passed out, I will note for the record, this is a New York Times article entitled The Untold Story of How Jeffrey Epstein Got Rich, published on December 16th, 2025. And when you receive the article, I want to direct your attention to the last paragraph of page 31.
The last paragraph of which page?
31. And when you are ready, I will also read it into the record.
Experiment 81. Adverse reactions to specific stimuli can eventually be removed from the subject via carefully measured exposure.
This is Batman. I thought it was Batman.
When you need information, you need it now. Gotham Now. What's the Joker's latest scheme of terror? Tune into the Gotham Gazette's live broadcast with Vicky Vale for the news that affects Gotham.
Again, we are looking at page 31 in the last paragraph,
Yep.
and I will read it into the record and ask you a few questions.
Please give him a moment to read this.
That's basically what Brett said. They always have to word it differently, but the intent is felt.
Batman's taking Ivy to Arkham. No, he didn't even chew me out. Somehow that's worse. Anyway, thanks for your help.
No problem.
The amusement mile is a pale reflection of its former glory, unless you count being a hideout for the Joker or someone like that. I hope you enjoyed this exploration adventure.
I see this.
This is the
Hi,
paragraph.
I'm
Yes.
Booster Gold. You
Mr.
might
President,
know me from
the
other
article reads,
exploration
by
adventures,
1995,
such as the
Clinton and
amusement mile.
Epstein were sufficiently chummy that he wrote a get well soon note to Epstein's ailing mother, Hang in there, the president scrawled on a yellow post-it, which Epstein saved and we reviewed. Mr. President, did you write this note?
Are you asking if he recalls writing this note from 1995 on a Post-it?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Just clarify.
It looks
Okay,
like
that
my
was very
handwriting, but I
well
don't
worded.
recall, but I will tell you this. I have written get well notes to lots of people I did not know and had never met.
And you answered
Dragoon mask.
my next question. Did you ever meet Jeffrey Epstein's mother or any of his family members?
No, I'm not sure that I was asked to do this by Jeffrey Epstein.
Is he doing a lisp on purpose?
And I want to focus specifically on the article's characterization. It says that you were chummy with Mr. Epstein in 1995. Is that accurate?
Well, I'm going to object to that characterization. It's hearsay. The President may answer.
No. I was surprised by that.
Stop.
Let's talk about your relationship with Mr. Epstein after you left the White House.
Okay.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
Mr.
Well-
President, you have a question, please.
During the time I was,
Experiment
cordial.
910. To equate the
At any time would you characterize Mr. Epstein as a friend?
terror one must feel
we
when a
were friendly,
plane
but I didn't
crash
know him well
does
enough to be
disservice to
try to
us
be good
all.
friends.
How often did you communicate with Mr. Epstein?
Usually only on the trips. I did go to his house once, as you know.
And we will discuss that further later on today. And how did you typically communicate with Mr. Epstein? Did you talk to him on the phone?
Excuse me, he just said he talked to him on the trips, so that's in person.
Typically, my staff communicated with with him.
A
I think it
greenhouse is
was
a
mostly
building where plants are grown.
Mr.
I'm
Band, but
guessing you
somebody
probably know
talked to
that.
him.
Well, did you know that they heat
And
up
you
as
mentioned
solar radiation
that
from
you
the sun is
visited
absorbed
one of
by
his
the plants and
properties.
soil within the building? This
But
is why
outside
greenhouses
of
are made
the work on the
transparent
foundation and your
materials.
trips, how many
The
times did you
botanical
meet
gardens are
in person
nothing
with
short
Mr.
of
Epstein?
extraordinary. Multiple shades of green flow down the yards.
You're asking him to the best of his
Flowers in
recollection.
every color imaginable.
Outside
Exotic
of,
statues line
the trips.
lawn and lend a sense of artistry amidst the greenery.
I believe he came to
I don't see a
the
Mr. Gold
office
statue.
once in Harlem. I was still
Forensic
housed up there
toxicology
then.
report. One
And I
third
think
from
he
this
paid a
rose, and
brief
we need to call
visit to
the
the
coroner.
office. And I paid a brief visit to his house. But, and when I once thought he was there, but now that I think about it, I don't think he was. And that was it. I mean, I didn't, that's what I remember.
And you mentioned you visited Mr. Epstein's house. Are you referring to his New York townhouse?
Yes.
And your communications with Mr. Epstein, did you ever have any communications that were not related to the foundation?
I don't believe we ever talked about anything but the work we were doing. I mean, maybe small talk, I can't imagine, I don't remember the conversations.
This is fortunate.
And for the record, before we move on, did you ever have any communications with Mr. Epstein that related to young women or girls?
No.
Good job on that note.
Excuse me, do you have your, fantastic, thank you very much.
Am I good? Good morning, Mr. President. How are you? I want to first start out by asking you, have you ever been or traveled on, or has Huma Abedin ever traveled on Epstein's plane?
If you know.
I don't know. She might have taken one of the trips with us, but I don't know.
Okay, so have you flown on a plane with her?
Several times.
Several times?
When you say have you flown on a plane, any plane?
The Lolita Express.
What is that when you say that?
Have you flown on the Lolita Express
I don't know
with
what
Jeffrey?
that
Objection.
I don't know what that is.
Have you flown on Jeffrey Epstein's plane with Huma
Even
Abedin?
though many years have passed
Pretty sure
since
you
asked and
their
answered. You may
days,
answer
the Burnley
again.
freight
I don't-
yards have remained
I don't remember,
virtually
but it's-
unchanged since their inception.
But I have flown.
From a distance,
She's
one
been
can
sort of
see
a part of our
miles.
family for a very long time. So
Vicky Vale for Gotham
when
Now.
I went to
Crime.
the Middle East, which I don't think I ever took a
Make
plane
gang
ride
violence in
with
Gotham
Jeffrey
worse than
Epstein.
ever.
But she would
reports
typically
indicate
go
that
when I did.
Batman's ally,
So have you
the
traveled
Huntress,
with both of
is
them
meeting the
together?
mob head on. Gotham
Excuse me,
hospitals are
both of whom,
stocked with
Counsel,
crime
Congressman?
lords cursing
Of course.
her
Have you traveled with
Triumphs
Jeffrey
in
Epstein
these
and
streets?
Huma
Stay
Abedin
tuned.
together?
Gotham Now.
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. If the staff can please pass out E EFTA 0021628 and the rest of the documents I have them print regarding passports to the president and council.
To be Exhibit 12.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So
He was snuck that conversation.
Mr. President, if you look at the passport page, at the bottom of the document should show the E EFTA number. It's 00021628.
yeah,
There's a name on there. Would you be able to read that name to me?
Can you read the name?
Excuse me, Congressman,
Yes.
will you
You
ask
can
me
read
if
the
you've ever seen the document before?
Yes, well, this is evidence, and so I wanted to ask him specifically. So it's from the DOJ document release, right?
I understand, but he may not have seen it, or he
Okay.
may have seen it.
no, I've never seen it, but it looks like a passport.
Okay. Can you tell me the name that's listed on the passport?
Excuse me, he's never seen this document. Would you just read the
They
name?
technically
Yes,
don't
the name
have
is
to
Marius-
ask for
Marius
it, they just
Robert.
need to ask
Marius
his
Robert,
consciousness.
yeah.
So
Are you
therefore,
familiar with
he
that
didn't
name at
know
all?
anything
No.
prior to
Okay.
coming to the interview.
Would you be
You
able
wouldn't
to
really
identify
have
the
to answer
individual
most
in the
any
photo?
It looks like Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, the reason I ask you about this specifically is because I do believe that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence operative. And so this was a passport that was actually entered in and released by the Department of Justice, but this was an FBI
You're
file and it
using
was found
spy logic, but you're
in
not
his
thinking about it.
safe, if you will. So it's an alias. So the reason I ask you that is because given your nature and position, I'm wondering if you were essentially targeted by a honeypot operation and or by intelligence to gather information. So that's why I
This
asked
is a
you
very
that question.
important question.
Mr. President, there's not a question pending.
Is there a question?
No,
Cameras.
you can ask a question.
Well, I'll be getting to more, but that's the reason I asked that. Okay, my next question for you is, have you ever had contact with an individual by the name of Shantae Davies?
I believe Shantae that's a distinctive name, and so I think that was the name of one of his flight attendants.
Okay. She's been described on being on a 2002 Africa trip and providing massages.
Crazy.
Was
Kinda
she
knew
or
that.
any other
That was
young
a puzzle.
female on that trip underage at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever receive a massage or have physical contact from her or anyone else on that trip?
You've seen the pictures. There was one time when I was
It's
sitting
not
up and
looking
I
good,
got a
buddy.
back rub.
Reaction is not looking good.
Take heed of the great boss.
And I think Shantae did it, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever visit Epstein's Little St. James?
Rub. You've seen the pictures. There was one time when I was sitting up and I got a back rub, a neck rub.
Okay.
And I think
not as
Shantae
bad.
did it, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever visit Epstein's Little St. James Island?
No.
We have Virginia Guffrey, who has testified seeing you on the island with two young girls. Did this occur at all? Okay. Why do you think she would have made that claim?
Objection, speculation, he can't possibly.
Have
say what's in
you
her mind.
have you ever met her or any other Epstein associated underage girl?
Not to my knowledge.
In Epstein's 2016 deposition unsealed in the DOJ files, he refused to answer if you were accompanied by two young women who were approximately 18 years old on the island. Were any such women potentially underage with you? I know you've stated that you were not there, but did you have any interaction with the said
Objection to the
individuals.
foundation of the question. He's already stated he was not on the island. You're now asking about a claim of the Fifth Amendment by Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. Would the staff be able? Go ahead.
If the witness doesn't know, the witness is welcome to say he doesn't know.
No, but he actually answered the question.
Yeah, he
when
answered
she
the
asked
question,
that
but
it
I'm
wasn't
not-
on the island,
I'm
so
not
then she was
instructed.
asked.
That wasn't the direct question.
Do you know an individual by the name of Sarah Ransom?
I don't know what you're up
I
to,
don't
but
believe so.
Harley is feeling left out.
There have obviously
She's calling
been
me.
claims made about you, and I do not believe that these claims are credible. The reason I am asking you specifically about that name is because that individual stated that you were in sex tapes, okay? It was unfounded and it was discredited. But given the politicization of this entire investigation, do you believe that it would be appropriate of members of this committee to bring in witnesses, whether it is about you or another president, that have unfounded allegations regarding sexual claims of misconduct?
That's not a decision for me to make.
As a recommendation in regards to avoiding trafficking, etc., and bringing justice for the victims, would you make that recommendation to this committee?
Congressman, just so I understand the question, you're saying if the witness has unfounded claims?
Well, I don't believe that Sarah Ransom's claims about the president are founded. I don't believe that there's sex tapes with you, President Clinton.
No, I'm just asking about your question. Is it, you're not asking if somebody with plausible claims should be brought in. You're asking if somebody with implausible, unfounded claims.
Correct, because these claims were found to be unfounded by investigators.
So are you asking
who says
for
Yes, because we are trying to figure out, in regards to being able to further this investigation and whether or not we are going to be interviewing other individuals regarding sex trafficking, avoiding in the future. I know that you and your wife have both been big on this issue. So I'm asking you, would you think that it would be appropriate that this committee bring in someone like Sarah Ransom, who has unfounded claims that have been debunked in this investigation? It's
So he
a
answered
simple
the question about, he answered this question when you first asked it then, when he said that it wasn't for him to make those decisions.
Well, I'm asking for his recommendation to the committee and follow-up. It's not a gotcha question. This is obviously a very serious investigation.
Well, first of all, I recommend that you have on your staff a prosecutor who's had a lot of experience in this, dealing with these cases. Normally, it's not a good idea to bring in a witness that you know is lying.
Okay. Thank you for that. My last questions for you are you familiar with anyone by the name of Adriana Ross?
I don't think so.
How about Sarah Kellen?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would you recommend that this committee bring in individuals that were listed as trafficking minors? They were listed as co-conspirators and then given plea deals.
I don't know enough about it, but I think you should do whatever you think will strengthen
So
the ability
putting up a guy who doesn't know
of
much
the United
about it
States
to talk about it.
not to have this happen again.
Okay. Is it possible, and in your opinion, that you and or your wife were targeted as a means of an intelligence gathering operation
Object to the
by
form of the
Jeffrey Epstein
question.
and Bruce Maxwell?
Object to the form of the question. No objection to if he knows that they were targeted.
I believe that's what she asked.
No, she said it's impossible, so she's asking him to speculate instead of asking him, does
Do
he
you
know?
know? Do you know if you were targeted at any point?
I don't, but
Okay.
I don't. I'd sort of be surprised, but I'm not. I don't know.
Okay. All right, Chairman Comer, I think that feels my time. I just want to say thank you very much, President Clinton, for coming in. And I do understand that this has been politicized, but again, I will state on record and I will state this to the press that I don't believe that Sarah Kellen's claims against you were valid. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. President, before we left off, I asked you to characterize your relationship with Mr. Epstein. I asked you if you considered him to be a friend. You said you did not. Is that right?
I said we were friendly and we had a cordial relations, but I didn't know him well enough because we had almost no contact beyond what I described.
At this time, I'd like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 13. And this is Bates Mart House Oversight 000126. And while it's being passed out, this is a letter from a book of letters, which
Yeah,
was
it's his
compiled
50th birthday.
Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday.
Questions?
Yep.
You were not friendly
Mr.
with
President,
him.
do you
went to his
recognize this
birthday
letter?
party. Are you serious?
And for the record, does this appear to be your handwriting and
It
signature?
is.
And why did you write this letter?
Why did I?
Well, I just,
Because
you
I
know,
was
happy
requested
birthday.
to contribute a nice letter for his birthday book.
And
You
who
were not
asked you
targeted do
to
so. You were
write the
just-
letter?
You just decided to
I
do
have
so.
no, I don't remember.
Would Miss Maxwell have
I
asked
don't
you?
know. I think someone on my staff asked me.
Now, there's a word that our committee has not been able to identify, and in our defense, the Wall Street Journal has not been able to identify.
Imagine being on his staff.
Can you please
Oh,
read the
is
letter
pretty
for the record?
Yes. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and errors, and still to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. Not a bad letter.
And because we haven't been able to identify that word until now, what did you
Which
mean?
word was it that you could not?
Solace, you couldn't,
No, errors.
errors.
He's very confident right now. You can see that he's
What did I mean?
very,
Anybody
very,
who's lived
very
50 years
assuredly in the
and done
clear.
anything has made mistakes as well as progress and done things.
But for the record, you weren't referring to errors in judgment that Mr. Epstein had related to his inappropriate activities involving young
Absolutely
girls.
not. I knew nothing about that.
Did you ever see the birthday book compiled together?
I don't think so.
And you mentioned previously you were friendly with Mr. Epstein. Did you typically send birthday wishes to individuals that you didn't consider to be friends, though?
No, I send out literally hundreds and hundreds of birthday letters every year to people that have been my friends. And
500 days. of
but if somebody's doing a special, I've sent birthday letters of congratulations to people I've met 2 or 3 times for their 70th birthday, their 80th birthday, their 50th wedding anniversary. I do it, and I told you I thought Epstein was interesting and curious, so I wrote a letter that I thought reflected that.
Can you elaborate on what made him interesting and curious?
Don't
No
fish
more
for
than I've
that.
already said.
At
That
this
was
time,
rage
I'd like
bait.
to introduce will be Mark
Said
on what made him interesting and curious.
no more than I've already said.
No more than I've already said.
At this time, I'd like to
Big,
introduce will be
big,
marked
that's
as
so
Majority Exhibit
big.
14.
Oh my God, I gotta
And
write
while
that
it's
one
being
down.
handed
Think
out,
about it.
this is an article published by the New York
more
Times
than
on
I've
August
already
5th,
said.
2025,
That's like
entitled
that's a sentence ender.
A Look
but they're
Inside
still
Epstein's
going,
Manhattan
and I
Lair.
see exactly why.
And once you receive the article, I will just direct your attention to page 10.
Where is that?
No, they haven't brought it yet. Thank you very much.
And we're specifically looking at a framed photo on a wooden table alongside multiple other framed photos. And we're focusing on the photo in the middle, which appears to have a golden frame.
Time is money. I'm broke. Read your Lex Luthor.
Where
It
is that?
sucks. Like the Lex Luthor, Rob. Can't even buy any beer.
Right there.
What type of society do we live in?
Not the page with the Pope.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
We've got an emergency.
An emergency? Oh, goodness.
Mr. President, do you recognize yourself in this photo?
I do.
And it appears that the man on the right of the photo is Jeffrey Epstein, is that correct?
I think so.
Have you seen this photograph before today?
Only in this picture.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me, looks like he's talking to me.
This is one of the friendly interactions that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking him if he recalls the?
I do not. I have no idea.
One.
I see Richard Branson in the back, and
You'll never know how much they know because they'll never tell you.
but I don't remember anything about it.
And you appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo. Would you disagree with
So
that characterization?
You're creating a characterization. He's already responded to your question about the picture.
I'm comfortable with a lot of people. I'm comfortable here. I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable.
Still got it. Still got it.
And my conscience is clear. That helps.
I can go to Central City. What? I thought I was too low. But there's no missions for me.
What's that? Let me see. Okay.
Mr. President, we have about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask you some questions related to the crimes committed by Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein sexually abuse or assault young women or girls?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein receive massages from young women or girls?
Not that I recall.
Did Mr. Epstein ever discuss sexual acts of any kind with you?
No.
Did you ever
Need any
have
merchandise
any
to help
sexual
your
contact
everyday battle
with
for freedom,
young women or
truth, and
girls in the
justice?
presence of Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
Did you ever have sexual contact with any young woman or girl introduced to you by Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
Need any merchandise
Mr. President,
to
with
help with
the
your
benefit of
everyday battle for
hindsight,
freedom, truth,
were
and
there
justice?
things you witnessed that could have suggested that Epstein was trafficking and sexually abusing young women and girls?
I do not believe so.
We will go off the record.
They are off the record.
We can go back on the record.
They're on the record.
Mr. President, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is,
So they can.
and I'll be
do
doing
that. They can do
most
that
of the
now.
questioning for the minority today.
I see
First,
the
I want to thank you for your long and distinguished service to this country. I also want to thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. Before we get to questions, I'd like to take a few minutes and highlight some context that we think is relevant for today's conversation. President Trump had a long-standing personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That is not a secret, it is well documented, and I think the public and everyone in Congress understands that at this point. President Trump does not like talking about his long-standing personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I think we've all seen that as well. On November 12th of last year, Oversight Committee Democrats released emails that were obtained from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. In one email from 2011, Epstein said to Ghislaine Maxwell that President Trump was, quote, that dog that hasn't barked, and that an unnamed victim, quote, spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote that, quote, of course he, referring to President Trump, knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. I'd like to enter as Minority Exhibit A, Oversight Democrats press release from November 12, 2025, titled, House Oversight Committee releases Jeffrey Epstein email correspondence raising questions about White House cover-up of Epstein files. And that includes both the emails that I just mentioned. There was a fair amount of public attention on those emails, and 2 days later, President Trump asked the Department of Justice to investigate Epstein's relationships with yourself, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, and J.P. Morgan Chase. You are, of course, a former Democratic president of the United States. Notably, President Trump did not include any Republicans in his demands. Later that day, Attorney General Pam Bondi posted on social media that the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York would comply with President Trump's directive and take the lead on the investigation. I would like to enter as Minority Exhibit B Attorney General Bondi's post on X, which also includes President Trump's post on Truth Social. It is well understood that you had a personal relationship with Mr. Epstein, and we will talk about that today, but the events I just described color our perspective on the conversation. It appears as if you and other Democratic figures have been targeted by President Donald Trump in an attempt to distract the American people from his own long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And if that were true, it would not be the first time that President Trump has targeted his political enemies under the guise of law enforcement. This deposition is occurring in the context of unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. You may have a perspective on this of your own, so before we get started, I just want to give you the opportunity to share any thoughts you might have on that subject.
I think I'll let you ask me some questions, and then maybe at the end I'll say something.
That sounds fine. Thank you. I'd like to start our conversation with a few foundational questions so we can just set the record straight from the very beginning. With respect to your relationship with Mr. Epstein, did you ever, at any point during your interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, know about the sexual abuse that he was committing against minors and young women?
No.
Have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
With respect to your relationship with Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, did you ever, at any point during your interactions with Ghislaine Maxwell, know about the sexual abuse that she committed and facilitated against minors and young women?
No.
Have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Ghislaine Maxwell?
No.
Have you ever, at any point, visited Jeffrey Epstein's former estate on Little St. James Island in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
No.
In February of last year, Attorney General Pam Bondi said on Fox News that you traveled on Mr. Epstein's plane, quote, because it supposedly had a bed in there where Jeffrey Epstein had young girls. I will ask you, did you fly on Mr. Epstein's plane because it had a bed where Jeffrey Epstein had young girls?
No.
Are there any other accusations that have been made against you with respect to Mr. Epstein that you'd like to address before we get started with some chronological questions?
I think you pretty well covered it.
Need to be ready in case someone like Wonder Woman ever catches a cold.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask a series of chronological questions. I'd like to try to create one clear chronological record. Some of that might be repetitive from what you've already talked about. I will try to keep that to a minimum. All of these questions are from a long time ago. If you don't recall anything about what I'm asking, just let me know. Starting with events before and during your presidency, the earliest known link that we're aware of between yourself and Mr. Epstein is that he made a pair of campaign contributions to you in 1992. There was a $1,000 contribution to your presidential election committee in January 1992, and another $1,000 in June to the Clinton Gore General Election Compliance Fund. I imagine a lot of folks donated $1,000 to your campaign. Do you have any specific recollection or knowledge of those particular contributions?
No, I think this is the first time I've ever known that.
Thank you. That takes us into your time as president. You were elected in November of 1992 and inaugurated in January of 1993. Mr. Epstein visited the White House a number of times while you were in office. Our understanding is that Mr. Epstein visited the White House 17 times between 1993 and 1995, I am not going to walk you through each of those visits. I'm just going to break them into categories. I think first, with respect to the only Epstein visit where it is publicly known that you either met Mr. Epstein or had some interaction, was the White House Historical Association reception that you mentioned earlier. I know there's a photograph that you mentioned of yourself and Mr. Epstein meeting. Am I right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell at that event?
I don't.
With respect to the other 16 times that Mr. Epstein came and went, and that spanned 1993 to 1995, am I right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein any of those times?
No, I don't think I did, and I don't know who he saw.
If I could just figure this out. Almost got it.
It's been publicly reported that in March of 1995, there was a fundraiser in Palm Beach that you attended and that Mr. Epstein also attended. Other guests reportedly included Jimmy Buffett and investor Ron Perlman, who may have hosted the event at his home. Do you have any specific recollection of that event?
I remember going there in 1995. I have now seen the picture with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Buffett. I recognize Jimmy Buffett. He was a longtime friend of mine. He performed for me twice in my second term as president. And we were friends for the rest of his life.
5, 4, 3.
But that's it. I don't know if he knew Mr. Epstein. I had no idea what that picture was. I didn't remember it.
And so is it right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein?
No, I don't.
At that fundraiser, just for the transcript?
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce as Minority Exhibit C an article from the Daily Beast titled Jeffrey Epstein Visited Clinton White House Multiple Times in Early 90s. That article is dated July 24th, 2019. Once you receive it, I'll just direct you to page 8 of the article that you're about to receive.
Okay.
I'll give you a moment to look that note over, and then I'll read the relevant portion into the record. Page 8.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So you can see here that on April 27th, 1995, Lynn Forrester, now Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, sounds like served on a few committees or boards under your administration, wrote you a note. I'll just read part of that note out loud. Dear Mr. President, it was a pleasure to see you recently at Senator Kennedy's house. There was too much to discuss and too little time. Using my 15 seconds of access to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and currency stabilization, I neglected to talk to you about a topic near and dear to my heart, namely affirmative action and the future. And that's the end of the relevant portion. I just wanted to ask whether you have any specific recollection of this note or of your conversation with Ms. Forrester.
I don't.
As far as you can remember, at this point in the middle of 1995, how would you have characterized your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
It would be virtually non-existent.
Do you recall any other interactions that occurred between yourself and Mr. Epstein during your time in office that have not already been mentioned today?
No.
Will you
I
aid the
think
Corps?
I told you everything I know.
In October of 1999, toward the end of your time in office, we know that Epstein contributed $20,000 to the First Lady's joint fundraising account. Would you have any memory or knowledge of that particular contribution?
No, was that for a White House related thing?
No, joint fundraising, he means the Senate.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Okay, I am going to move to the years after your presidency. We'll do this in chronological order as well. Your second term ended in January of 2001. In December of 2001, the New York Post reported that you and Miss Maxwell had dinner at a New York City restaurant called Nello's. Do you have any specific recollection of that dinner?
No. How did I know? I didn't. Nor do I remember the article.
So moving into 2002, you touched on this in the previous round. It sounds like there were two meetings. We don't have exact dates for them, but one of them was at your office in Harlem with Mr. Epstein. The other was at Mr. Epstein's home in New York City. Could you just repeat for us, what do you recall about each meeting, maybe starting with your office in Harlem?
I just remember that sometime in 2002, I think, he paid a visit, and he had become, I think it was either after or just before we started the flights. But he obviously was going to be a serious supporter of the foundation, and I think he paid a visit. I was flattered he wanted to see my office. I liked it.
And then the meeting at his home in New York City, did I hear you say in the previous hour that Mr. Epstein was not actually there?
I said that when I wrote my book and talked about it, and when I've talked about it in the past, I realized I talk as if he were there, and of course he was there. And I started trying to picture the nice man on the staff that showed me around, and now I'm just being honest, I don't remember whether he was there or not. He could have been there, but I don't remember.
As far as you can recall, would the purpose of that meeting also have been related to Mr. Epstein's support of your work through his plane, for example?
Yeah, the reason we went by, regardless of who was there, was that my staff we finished an event in New York City that at a place, and Lord knows how many I've done since then, I don't remember what it was for, but it was in New York City. And my staff aide said, we're only a couple of blocks from Epstein's house. It's a converted elementary school. He's very proud of it. And I think, it'd be a nice thing to do. Since it's early, you could just go by and take a look at it. So that's what we did.
Do you recall seeing anything or anyone in his home that was suspicious or reflected abnormally young women or girls?
No, the only people I saw there that night were staff. And him, if he was there, I just don't remember.
Do you recall seeing any images of young girls or women at Epstein's home?
1. Fight.
So, moving to some of the travel on Mr. Epstein's plane, and we have specific dates for a lot of that. I'd like to move through that chronology of known trips just one at a time in order. To begin, flight logs indicate that on February 9th of 2002, and we'll give you logs, you flew on Mr. Epstein's plane from Miami to Westchester County, New York, with Epstein, Maxwell, and some others. And you mentioned this flight in the previous round as well. I will introduce that flight log as Minority Exhibit D. And we'll give you a moment to receive that and take a look at it.
Is this one page?
It is one page, exactly.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
And the flight in question, the leftmost column has the number 9 on it, and you can see your name at the beginning in one of the middle columns.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
at the top, it says 15.
I'm glad to see you've joined the fight
Are you
against
talking about a
Sinestro.
date? Could you just?
Yeah, the one on February 9th.
Thank you.
Whoever's
Sure.
disrupting their power rings is here in Metropolis. Until they find it, it's up to us to take out Sinestro's vanguard and help the core. Their rings
Yeah,
draw
it-
on pure willpower.
I do see it.
See if you can
Great.
end some
I'll just ask some specific questions. As an initial question, and we can see it here, you had a Secret Service detail that traveled with you after you left office, presumably still does. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
And did that detail accompany you on all trips that you took with Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
For this trip from Miami to Westchester, first, just do you recall the circumstances of the trip?
No, I was down there and I was coming home. I don't remember why I was down there.
In terms of who was present on the flight, and we'll do this exercise with the other trips as well, are you able to make out from the initials here maybe who is who? In other words, I can see your name, and I can see 4 Secret Service, and then from there we have 2 males, 1 female, I think Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, and then SK and AP. Do you have any recollection of who any of those folks may have been?
No. I just don't remember, I'm sorry, I don't. And the initials, they don't mean anything to me.
This isn't a record from yours, this is their record.
Yeah.
In February in 2002, so the same month as this flight, it was reported that you and Miss Maxwell were seated together at some type of charity gala in New York. I don't know what the charity was or where exactly the event occurred. Do you have any recollection of what I'm referring to?
Could you state the date again?
In the same month, February 2002, and I don't have an exact date.
What was the report in?
Simply that you and Ms. Maxwell were seated together at a charity gala in New York.
Wow. I have no recollection of it, but it could have happened.
Heading into March of 2002, so the following month, we have a series of international travel, and the first of those trips indicates that on March 19th and 21st of 2002, you flew on Mr. Epstein's plane from JFK to London and back with Mr. Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and some others. We will introduce those flight logs at Minority Exhibit E and go through the same exercise.
Thank you.
And that's the 19th and the 21st.
The 19th and the 21st?
Yes. Down toward the bottom of the page.
Was this a flight to London?
Yes.
Yeah, this says we had 10 Secret Service agents.
There's only 3.
So I guess just to start with, do you recall the circumstances or the reason for this trip?
And this was when?
This was March of 2002.
I don't, but keep in mind, there was a lot of stuff going on.
Like, is bro even supposed to be in this area?
India, in the late January, 4 days after I left office, had a horrible earthquake. And lots of people died. And I called the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Vajpayee, who belongs to the current leader's party, but was much less uber nationalist. And I asked him if I could help. And he said yes. He said, I have the money and organization to fix the big cities, but not the smaller towns And we need schools, we need hospitals, we need all the stuff rebuilt. Will you help? So that's the first thing I undertook to do, even before the AIDS thing, after I left the White House.
Draw on the power of fear, much like the
So I was
rings draw on
there.
willpower.
So by March of 2002, the next year,
Looks like they're all zeroing in
we
on
were
City
still
Hall.
working on that.
Updating your map.
And then the South Asian
Any attempt to
tsunami
discuss the
hit
situation with Sinestro has failed.
in December.
Against all the
So I was
evidence,
doing
we've
all
convinced
this
the
stuff
Lex Luthor speaking.
and
Don't
also
waste my
trying to
time,
get
Mr. Mayor.
set up at home too.
LexCorp employs
So
the vast majority of Metropolis's citizens.
that's why
In fact, I own most of the
it
island. I'd hate
sounds
to have to
unusual
withdraw
for you to
my
have
support
cancer
in
in
order
service
to clear
stations, but I
up
must
this
have been going to service
little
stops.
misunderstanding about the metahuman
And
wing
is it
at
the same
Metropolis
for you when you look at some of these names?
And
I can
no,
make out the name
Lex Luthor
Naomi
doesn't threaten.
Campbell. Do you have any
He
recollection of
acts.
Naomi Campbell being on this flight?
Naomi, when we went to Europe once, I think she went on one. She was a friend of Doug, and
This is Vicky Vale with
that's what I
JLA
remember. Let me
Watch.
see.
Green Lantern John Stewart. Not just a member of the Justice
Yep.
League, but a leader of an
And Jeffrey
This is Lois
Delane.
Lane with Daily Planet Live.
I don't know who
The
the
fear
other
obsessed
people
intergalactic criminal
Looks like
Sinestro
Doug
is at
Band
large
is
in
listed there,
Metropolis
and
Yeah,
that.
he's there, but
Despite
SK,
the Green
I don't
Lantern
know who that
Corps'
is.
campaign
Okay,
to bring
great.
it down.
Thank you.
Any attempt to discuss the situation with Sinestro
Moving to May 2002, just 2 months after the one we just looked at, flight logs show a series of flights around Asia. Got 5 flights, including Hong Kong, China, Singapore, and Thailand. I'll introduce the flight logs for that trip. Just take a look at it together as Minority Exhibit F.
We do need it. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. You said
So
what?
those are from the 22nd to the 25th.
Let me just have 20 seconds. And you're saying each one till the 25th?
Yeah, so the first one lists the former president, and then 4 in a row after that lists same as above. So it's the same group of folks for about 5 flights.
Yep.
So, same question, this trip to Asia, do you have a recollection of the circumstances, how the trip came about?
Yeah, that was 2002, right?
Yes.
So we, and when was the tsunami? Was it at the end of 2002 or the end of 2001?
That I'm not sure of.
Just to the best of your memory, you have to share what you remember.
Anyway, to the best of my memory, this was a trip to raise funds to organize our health network in Asia, which was basically designed to deal with AIDS, but also I was heavily involved in the reconstruction of India after the earthquake there. And it was asked to do it by the Prime Minister and later by the UN, so I was involved with that.
Do you have any recollection of who these individuals on the flight were? For example, there are a few female names. I think one is Janice, one is Jessica. When you look at the log, do you have any recollection of
You're joining my
who's
group
who?
whether you like it or not.
No.
We're gonna fight our killer.
She may have been a flight attendant, I don't know.
Do you have any recollection of the flights themselves?
Of this
Not the
particular
flights
flight?
themselves.
This group of flights.
I remember we made several stops and you mentioned them. We were going there, but that's all I remember.
To the best of your recollection, whether with respect to the flights or the trip itself, did you ever witness or become aware of sexual abuse of any kind?
No.
We then have logs showing 2 flights in July of 2002, and I will introduce those as Minority Exhibit
Watching the
G.
ring's energy signatures, it looks like
Give you a
something's
moment to
blocking
receive
the usual
those.
power source, like it's trying to rewrite all of them somehow.
What was the prior one?
Sinestro and Green Lantern Corps.
Prior one would have been F.
Oh god.
And that was the May 2002 flight.
No, I put F on that, but I thought sorry, so you.
No, no problem. It should be May 2002. I have as F as in Frank.
His core is capturing Green Lantern rings and holding them in yellow
Okay,
prison
I'm not sure what this one was. Okay, got it. I'm gonna get the labels later.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Oh,
I
not at all.
apologize.
So this one will be G, and it's July of 2002, specifically on July 13th.
Oh, sorry. Next one, Mr. President. I'll get that one for David.
I'll give you a moment.
Does this say where we're going?
Yeah, it's on the 13th, and these flights are from Morocco to Portugal, and then Portugal to JFK. And our understanding, just from public reporting, is that this may have been part of a trip to Morocco to attend the King of Morocco's wedding.
And you're asking him about the legs that he's on.
Correct, exactly.
This was July of
Is that when his
2022.
wedding was?
Sorry?
Is that when he got married?
It may have been. I think that's my
July.
question for you, is whether you recall that this trip.
I recall going to his wedding.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when that wedding would have been?
No, but it was a long time ago. I don't know if this is it. But I did go to Morocco more than once.
Do you recall attending the King of Morocco's wedding?
Absolutely, I did.
Do you recall whether Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell also attended that wedding?
I don't. I remember, I think Chelsea went with me. And I remember because my late mother-in-law loved Morocco, and Chelsea was there with her once and she wanted to go. So we went, and it was really nice. I was very close to the king's father, and I marched in his funeral when he died. And so they had this wedding, and we were invited, and I very much wanted to go. Hillary was working and didn't go. Chelsea did, and I think Homer was with us too. I think
There's been some reporting that you may have invited Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell to the King's wedding. It sounds like, but please you tell me, do you have any specific recollection of that?
I don't.
Tracking a huge yellow light
I
construct
don't
in City
remember.
Hall. It looks like
Do you have any specific recollection of these 2 flights, which may or may not have been part of the King's wedding? They're from Morocco to Portugal and Portugal to JFK. Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell were on the flights, as well as yourself.
Will meet you inside to help
When I was coming home.
Maybe then Sinestro will listen to reason.
He's just asking you about these 2 legs, and he's asking you, do you have any recollection of these 2 legs of the flight?
But I doubt it.
No, I remember the wedding very well and all the stuff that happened, but that's all. I don't remember the coming or the going.
Thank you.
No coming, no going.
In September of that year, we have the trip that I think a lot of folks are aware of. This is a trip to Africa in September of 2002. The trip started at JFK, ended in London, stopped in Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Mozambique, and South Africa. Some high-profile figures were on board, including actor Kevin Spacey and comedian Chris Tucker, as well as Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell. I will introduce those flight logs as Minority Exhibit H. I'll give you a moment to receive that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So this is a two-sided document, and the flights are at the bottom half of the first page and one flight at the top of the second page.
Starting at the 21st?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just ask you generally, before we look at the log specifically, what is your recollection of how this trip to Africa came about?
Well, this is where most of our work was going to be done. And what month is this?
This is, I believe, September 2002.
So, and the countries we were going to represent places where we had operations. Like Mozambique, for example, had a big AIDS problem, and we were trying to help. And so that's what I know. But we, in South Africa, we spent quite a bit of time because I wanted to go see Mandela. He was still good shape then. And we did things together. And then Charlene Hunter-Galt, who was one of the black women that integrated the University of Georgia and became then a very well-known international television commentator for PBS. And her husband Ron had moved down to South Africa. And they were longtime friends of mine. We had celebrated the 150th birthday of Arkansas together.
You're crazy if you think the ring malfunctions have anything to do with us,
And so
Sinestro.
we went to
But
visit
then,
them.
reason was
And
never
she
your
threw a
strong
big
point.
cookout for us.
You want to fight, you got
And it was a funny time. Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey imitated me.
So a lot of these names on the logs are hard to make out. Do you have any specific recollection of who was on board those flights?
He's not asking you to review and try and see if you can read their names. He's asking you what your
No.
recollection is.
It says Shante Davis was, and she worked for Jeffrey.
And I think it was discussed in the previous round, but that well-known photograph of yourself and Miss Davies. What is your recollection of the extent of your interactions with Miss Davies on that trip?
Where were we?
In Africa.
No, where was the photograph?
I think it was at the airport
Oh,
on the way to.
that's it. I mean, we had a good relationship, but it was entirely proper. I never had any personal contact with her, if that's what you imply.
And am I right that while on that trip, whether the trip or the flights, did you ever witness or become aware of sexual abuse of any kind?
Fear isn't up to a real fight. If you are so
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. We have a series of questions from some of the members in the minority, and so I'll be calling them up as we go through. And thank you. Just want to again thank you for being here and answering all the questions. We appreciate that and for your service. Just two clarifying questions. One that was asked during the Republican hour, and I just want to have you reiterate it for the record. Either during or after your presidency, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any kind of relationship, directly or indirectly, with a foreign intelligence agency or service? And I ask because we've received a lot of interest and communication about that topic, and so I want to give you a chance to answer that again if there's any.
No, I wasn't, and I understood why when you showed me the passport, but I wasn't. I didn't know anything about that.
Thank you. And then second, of course, this deposition also sets a pretty new precedent, I think, which is something that we've been discussing and folks across the country are discussing as well. We're thankful that you're here. We believe in the minority that President Trump should also answer this committee's questions. He's someone that is mentioned almost more than any other person beside Ghislaine Maxwell in the Epstein documents. And so to get more information for this investigation, was wondering if you also agree that President Trump should answer questions of this committee.
Yeah.
That's for you to decide, but he did know him well, and I once had a brief discussion with him about it.
Thank you. Thanks for the answer. With that, I'm going to go to Mr. Walkinshaw, and we'll go down a series of questions.
I hate this, but because I don't believe I should inject anything. But I do not want to leave the impression, but since there was no follow-up question, he never, the president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just didn't. He just said we were friends, and then we had a falling out over a land deal, property deal. That's all.
Thank you. Could I ask very briefly, Mr. President, if you recall, what were the circumstances of that conversation, or at least let's start with when did the conversation occur?
We were, it was on his golf course. And there were a couple of years there when Joe Torre, who had been the manager of the Yankees, and was a friend, and had a tournament, a charity golf tournament, called appropriately for this investigation, the Safe at Home Foundation. And it was designed to combat domestic violence, of which Joe Torre had been a victim as a child. And so I wanted to support it. And so Donald Trump gave him the golf course in New York to have a tournament on, and I played in it a couple of times, and the day I was there, he would typically, Donald Trump would come out and play a few holes with us. And he somehow knew I had flown in Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft, and he said, you know, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out.
On the benefit of the
all
doubt,
because
this
of
is
a
just
real
numerous
estate
pieces
deal.
of blackmail. Clinton and
And
Trump
he said, I'm
genuinely
sorry
didn't
it
do
happened.
shit.
That's all.
If that is the.
Do you recall whether President Trump was the first one to affirmatively bring up the subject of Jeffrey Epstein?
No, but I'd be shocked if I did. I just don't do that.
Do you recall whether President Trump elaborated at all on the great times that he had with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, and I took, at the time, I didn't put any, sexual spin on it.
And as far as you recall, President Trump characterized the nature of the ending of their friendship as being solely due to the real estate.
How he's a big distraction, but still, it's like why did
But
they
I
kind
didn't
of say
think much
great
about it at the time.
escapades
And,
and
it was
crazy lore?
it
It's a
was
legend.
2
They
minutes
talk
and
about
we
it
were gone.
like.
As far as you recall, have you had any other conversations with President Trump related to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
No.
And your best recollection, if you have one, of the year that this conversation occurred?
One of the
2002 or
oldest and most regal
2001.
buildings in all of
Thank you.
Metropolis, City Hall, is where all the important decisions
Thank you, Mr.
of the
President.
city
Good
are made.
afternoon.
Or it was,
I
before
just
Brady
want to
invaded
focus
and the
again
building
on
was buried in
Ghislaine
bones.
Maxwell.
Unfortunately,
First, I'll ask you just to reiterate, did you ever at any point during your interactions with Ms. Maxwell know about the sexual abuse she committed and facilitated against minors and women?
No.
When did you learn that she had engaged in crimes against women?
When the first evidence came out, when was it, in 2019?
Okay. And have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Ghislaine Maxwell? You're aware that she was convicted of crimes as we discussed, and you're aware that she's currently incarcerated as a result of her federal conviction.
it's an art style dam.
Maxwell received a 20-year sentence for her crimes. Are you aware that she has repeatedly called on President Trump to grant her clemency, and that she has said that you and President Trump are not guilty of any wrongdoing with respect to Epstein?
I know that now, yes.
In your opinion, does she deserve or should she be granted clemency by President
This
Trump?
modern hydroelectric
I
power
don't think I
station
should comment
generates
on that.
enough electricity to keep the entire city running
I
year
don't
round.
know anything
The
about
energy station is funded by LexCorp. Though if
President
the
Trump
station
other
ever
than what I've
fails,
already told
I
you.
think that I, Booster
And
Gold, can power the city for at least an hour.
I
Well,
thought-
maybe 10 minutes. Okay, 19 seconds.
That was a mistake to pardon everybody in the January 6th case. And I think that this thing was really hard for me when it came out because we had been
Joker's
friendly with
clowns are
Dan.
attacking civilians in Burnley.
I
Nightwing was the
could
last
say
one in, but he's held
but
up at
it
the
had-
East End station with the
It
GCPD.
was terrible what she
Batman
did.
wants you to check in
When
with
she
him.
has to
He'll
do
contact you
tennis,
on site.
somebody besides me should make a decision on what it is. So she got 20 years, and there it is.
Okay. Mr. President, on July 24th, 2025, the Deputy Attorney General and President Trump's former personal attorney, Todd Blanche, conducted a closed-door interview of Ms. Maxwell at her then low-security prison. On August 1st, 2025, just a few days after that interview, she was transferred to a lower security prison where she's afforded a list of amenities, personalized meals, playtime with puppies, a transfer that I think most Americans agree is inconsistent with a very serious crime she was convicted of. Do you have any opinion on her transfer to that
Guys,
lower
you just need
security prison and the
rehabilitation.
amenities she's been granted? It seems strange to you when you learned of that.
That's illogical.
I think you're in a better position to find out what happened than I am.
Okay. When you were President of the United States, was it common for your Deputy Attorney General to directly conduct interviews of witnesses and/or federal
I'm
inmates?
Vicky Vale, and this is JLA Watch. On Hawkman and Hawkgirl, two birds of a feather
You have to
fighting
testify
together.
what you know.
just
He's
as
asking-
Society
he's
and the
asking
Justice
to
League.
never send the
Hawkman
Deputy
and
Attorney
Hawkgirl
General.
will not
To the
confirm.
best of my
Rumor
knowledge,
has
I
it
did
that
not
even
do
death
that.
cannot separate them
Thank you,
for
Mr.
long.
President.
Instead, they are endlessly reincarnated to find each other again. Look for them flying high above Metropolis.
May I ask a question? Representative Foster, are you still the youngest person in Congress?
Yes, I am, Mr. President.
Lucky you.
Hopefully that changes soon. If you're the youngest for too long, it's not good.
There'll come a time, believe me. I was, for most of my life, the youngest person doing whatever I was doing. And one day I woke up, I was the oldest man in every room, and I couldn't tell you for the life of me how I got from one place to the other. Time will take care of it. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you, thank you. It's a blessing to be the oldest person in the room as well. Mr. President, I just wanted to circle back to the conversation around the conversation you had with Jeffrey Epstein on the golf, or with Donald Trump on the golf course in New York. You know, President Trump has said publicly multiple times that his falling out with Jeffrey Epstein was the result of him hiring away workers from Mar-a-Lago and his crimes. He said that's why he kicked them out of Mar-a-Lago. You brought up two questions about this. Did President Trump specifically characterize the result of this land dispute they had as a falling out specifically, to the best?
Yeah, he said they both wanted the same piece of land. He didn't say what it was, and that's all I remember.
And he said it was a falling out as a result of that?
Yeah, said it strained their relationship.
Do you know when this conversation happened?
When the conversation I had with him happened, well, it had to be in 2002 or 2003, I think.
2002, 2003. All right, thank you. During any of your interactions with Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, did either of them ever mention or discuss their relationships or connections with Howard Lutnick?
3,
No.
2.
What about their relationship or connection with Alex Acosta?
No.
Prior to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in 2019, did anyone ever speak with you about Epstein's relationship with Howard Lutnick? And what about Alex Acosta? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
I'm Melanie Stansbury. I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, and it's an honor to have you and your council here. And this is a very important investigation, and we obviously have a lot of questions. And for me personally, this case is all about justice for the victims. And I really appreciated in your opening statements, your statement about nobody being above the law, including a president. And I think it's important that we are setting the precedent for Congress establishing oversight and subpoena power over a president. And I believe Donald Trump should and will ultimately be in front of this body. And I also appreciate what you said about women and girls who were abused by Jeffrey Epstein deserving justice and healing, and that's where I'd like to focus my questions. And in particular, I want to focus on 3 survivors who have shared stories that involve you. So I want to begin with Maria Farmer. Do you know who Maria Farmer is?
That involved.
Maria Farmer was employed by Jeffrey Epstein and abused by him for a number of years. And she first reported her abuse to the New York PD and FBI in 1996. And she states that she has personal knowledge that you visited Jeffrey Epstein's house 3 to 4 times while you were the sitting president between 1995 and 1996. And she says she knows this based on photographs that Ghislaine Maxwell showed to her, as well as discussions with this staff. So let me ask you, Mr. President, did you visit Jeffrey Epstein's house while you were president?
I do not remember doing that. I do not believe I did.
How do you explain this discrepancy?
Objection calls for him to speculate.
I can't speculate. But all I can tell you is I don't remember being there.
Okay. Moving on to Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Are you familiar with her? As has already been established, she has stated in numerous sworn statements, including a sworn deposition in the Maxwell trial, that she saw you on the island with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, this morning, her family shared her diary with me. And in it is a quote wherein she writes, quote, Bill Clinton met 2 times island with 2 girls, CTGM and JE. What is your reaction to that?
It's not true.
Hi, I'm Booster Gold, and welcome.
Do you have any dates associated with that? Were there dates on the diary? With
I don't have that information, but we'll be happy to share it with you.
Yeah, terrific, because I think her also, I think she would reflect where else she would have been, so thanks.
Did she say that in her book?
This is from her personal diary that her family shared with us.
But the book came out more recently. Did she say that in the book?
I'm just reading you the entry from her diary that her family shared with me.
Taking the fight to the villains of the world,
I think she ultimately reached a different conclusion, although I had no contact with her.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that it's on the record that is Virginia Giuffre's statement. Did you ever fly in a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ever, anywhere? I have no idea.
Okay. Well, at least one of the survivors claims that you flew in a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell to the island.
Did you ever?
Then I did not do that. I've never been to that island.
Okay. The third person I want to talk about briefly is Shantae Davies. I know we've already mentioned her here today. I know you've already mentioned that she was listed as a flight attendant on the trip to South Africa in 2002 that you took with Jeffrey Epstein. Are you aware that Shantae Davies is a survivor who claims she was abused for 3 years, including during that time period?
I am now.
And are you aware that Jeffrey Epstein recruited his victims through calling them masseuses?
No.
You're not aware that Jeffrey...
But it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I didn't know that, no.
Knowing that Jeffrey Epstein recruited hundreds of minors as masseuses to massage him, and knowing that this victim, who was a survivor 3 years of his sexual abuse as a masseuse, was on the plane, does that make you think about the massage you received from her differently?
Can I just interrupt? You're saying knowing, you know that. He was saying that he was unaware that that's how Mr. Epstein was recruiting his individuals.
I'm asking if today, hearing this...
Have you seen the picture?
I have a copy of it right here, yes.
Well, I'm sitting up and...
I'm just asking if now that you know that Jeffrey Epstein recruited girls as masseuses, does that reframe that photograph, and knowing that there were girls on the plane that were being abused?
Objection. It states facts not in the record. You can ask this witness what he thinks or remembers about anything that happened But I don't think it's right to ask him to
This
speculate.
witness.
She wants to know if I feel
President
bad
and
about it,
witness.
yes.
He's president witness now.
I'm not, I think
Don't
what,
you?
what I'm trying to get at is that there is a culture that surrounded Jeffrey Epstein in which rich and powerful people saw young women that were survivors who were being abused and
kinda
didn't
acting
say
like he
anything
didn't
and didn't do anything.
So is your
part
question-
of what I'm, hold on, part of what I'm trying to do is to ask you, we know there was a survivor that was on the plane. You've stated that you didn't know she was a survivor. I understand that, but I'm asking now that you are aware that Epstein was recruiting survivors as masseuses, does this make you rethink what you saw as you were traveling and interacting with him?
So he has already spoken to.
I'd
No,
like-
wait a minute. I want to make sure that you are clearly answering her question. He's already stated what he saw and what he knew. And so what you're now asking him is, given what you've now shared with him, does he think any differently about what he saw and what he thinks?
Yes.
I wish Shantae had told me. I liked her.
Musical entertainment and the magnificent
But I didn't think it was anything unusual. I can't tell you how many airplanes I've been on
statues and the peaceful
where
atmosphere.
rich people asked me to go and they had someone offering a massage.
The centerpiece of
And
Robinson
all these boats that you go on, all that, they're all good.
So frequently.
And usually I
it's
don't
extortion and
do
high.
that. I'm
I
not
understand
into
if he's got a little free privilege.
Well, that certainly raises some other questions about people offering free massages on boats, etc. But I do want to enter a couple of exhibits into the record, and I know council is prepared to pass them out. And while that is occurring, we're going to introduce this exhibit.
Come in and try our new Kentucky Spice.
Exhibit I, it'll be Minority Exhibit I, which is a FBI PowerPoint that was included in the files that were released as part of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And then I would like to introduce this exhibit, which is Exhibit J, which is internal correspondence, emails between the FBI. And though I'm short on time, what I'll describe in both these exhibits is that your name appears in FBI tip sheets as having attended parties in Jeffrey Epstein's presence in which sexual activities were occurring. Did you ever attend a party of any kind or an event with Jeffrey Epstein in which sexual activities were
No.
occurring? Okay, and then finally, there will be many millions of people that watch this deposition. What would you like to say to the survivors directly?
That I hope this will produce a sense of finality. And I don't think that'll happen till the government starts holding on to all the records.
Real.
I
That
think
was
that,
real. That was
You know,
real.
the records should be released. And then I think that
He
we
set
need
the
to come
date
up with
of the whole
strategies
thinking.
to help people who can't get over this, get better. And the most important thing we do, I think, besides treat the victims right, is increase the guardrails that will set off alarm systems and stop other people from doing the same thing Epstein did.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well said.
We had an additional member join us in the interim. Could that member just identify themselves?
Absolutely. Hello, Mr. President. My name is Nick Lankerty. I represent New York's 23rd Congressional District, Buffalo suburbs, rural southern tier. Thank you for being here today.
Can you just, for the record, the time check?
We've got about 5 minutes left in this round.
Thank you so much.
I think it's fine.
So they just
Congressman
call them
Howard.
rounds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for being here and for your time today. Thank you for your service. We have, as you know, in the files that were released, there were several photos, included you, and we have an exhibit here. That's just one of the photos. And Exhibit K, Minority Exhibit K. And we'll have that passed around. And what we're trying to get at is some context for the public on whether you remember this photo and any details you may be able to provide us about it. So do you recall the details of this photo, or recall the photo being taken?
No, I don't think I ever knew the photo was taken.
Okay, and for those who can't see it, it's a photo of you in a hot tub. There's a person next to you here.
This is
Do you remember
Vale
where it was
JLA
taken?
Watch.
Was it-
On the
where was it
superhero
taken?
team, the
I'm
Titans.
almost sure
More
that
than a
this
group,
taken, I think
their
there's
bond
an
is like
adjacent
family.
photograph
The
which you
technical
probably
powers of
have.
Cyborg and the
That if
street
people
smarts
saw
of
it, they would
Nightwing
feel that
form
someone
a
was trying to
perfect
kindly show them
complement
this
to
picture.
Reagan's magic,
But anyway,
Starfire's
this
alien skills,
picture
and
was
Beast Boy's
taken
shape-shifting prowess. Need to know more?
in
Their
Brunei.
rallying cry says it all. Titans together.
And we flew one night
Joker's clowns are attacking civilians in Burnley.
on the
Nightwing was
trip
the
to
last
Asia,
one in,
the
but he's held
last
up at
very
the East End
long
station with the
leg.
GCPD.
He said we, is it, who is that
Check in
including?
with
Well,
him.
my
He'll
whole
contact you
team
on
that was
site.
working
Thank you.
on the AIDS issue, and Mr. Epstein was there, and
Okay.
Miss Maxwell. But anyway, we got to the end of the flight was Brunei. It's a tiny place, but a very wealthy one, and the Sultan of Brunei was a man that I had gotten to know well in my 8 years as president. And his first involvement with international matters was basically to join the Asian Pacific Economic Leaders Conference, which I started and which he attended. And then he was very proud of that, and he hosted. His time came to host it. You know, you do these things in rotation. And it came at either at the very end of my term or maybe the next year. Anyway, he wanted, when he knew I was coming, and he said he wanted to help me with my AIDS initiative, and he invited me to stay there. And he said, I want you to stay at this hotel, and I hope you'll use the pool.
Please use the amenities.
So I did.
Prepare it.
And then I got out and went to bed, exhausted.
Just for the record, there's another picture that also shows this as part of the larger pool area. Do you all have that so that he can refresh his recollection with respect to that?
You should have it. It's quite enlightening. If you watch this,
Yes, it's noted.
it'll
Yes.
give you a different feel.
Thank you.
Okay.
We don't have it with us right now.
Okay,
We do.
thanks. I just
have
wanted
it
to
as
make
well.
sure he knew the
And so
context.
were there other people in that pool or hot tub with you as well?
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I hadn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big, but it was about.
Well,
He's asking in the pool
It appears
area.
this photo, there's a girl over here, or there's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking in the pool area were there other
Yes,
individuals?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you don't know?
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
So do you remember, were they under 18? Would you
No.
know? No.
Were they part of your traveling party, he's asking you?
Yes, they were, I think. I think everybody there was part of our party. It was late at night and a late-ish. And I also believe that there was a Secret Service agent there at the other end of the pool.
Okay, and was this in public?
No, it was a hotel room, and the Sultan wanted us to stay there, and the water of this big pool was on the same floor that there were several suites, so we went out, I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, I did whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
And then I have to ask this, did you engage in any sexual activity
No.
with this person? Okay, thank you.
And that ends this round, and we can go off the record.
All right, we'll go back on the record.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Ready to go?
Yep, we'll start with it.
Wonderful. Hello, Mr. President. How are you? Good. Thank you so much for being here with us. Oh, you're fine, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to make my questions as quick and as painless as possible so we can move on with the day and hopefully not keep you here for too long. First question I have for you, Mr. President. Have you ever lied in a deposition?
Riddler's back in action?
Have you ever lied while under
Last I
oath?
heard, he'd retired from a life of crime and started
Thank
his
you.
own detective agency.
Were you personally aware that Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times during your presidency?
Because he's crazy.
At the time it happened?
Yes.
No, at the time it happened, I was not.
Do you know, so Jeffrey Epstein never asked to meet with you personally in the White House while you were president during those 17 visits?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you know who he was meeting with?
No.
Okay,
I
while
didn't
he,
know he was coming.
is that standard protocol for the president to not know of someone who is attending, visiting the White House 17 times?
So wait, excuse me, just to be clear.
While you were president.
The White House office, which has 1,600 employees, you're speaking of the White House office?
Yes.
No, I think that most presidents don't have a clue who's coming in every day unless it's somebody of personal interest to the president.
I guess you think that
Yes,
they would tell
and
them
you
that.
did have a familiar relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, correct?
No. I wasn't aware I'd ever met him when I was president.
While you were president. We are trying to establish if Jeffrey Epstein was a foreign or potentially even a domestic asset of some kind. Do you have any reason to believe that he was trying to seek access to classified materials, intelligence reports, or sensitive government information?
No, I knew nothing about this story until it came up. I was glad to see that picture of
Yes, and
felony
Mr. President,
passport.
sorry to interrupt you. Mr. President, since knowing Jeffrey Epstein and knowing that he had visited the White House, were there any conversations from your associates, any White House staff, or anyone familiar with the meetings that said he was seeking detailed information about government relationships?
Does that question relate to back in the day or now? What's the time of the question?
I'm asking, since you have been aware, any time since after you were aware that Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times, has there been any conversations with anyone that you are aware of that Jeffrey Epstein was seeking sensitive government information?
That's to the best of your recollection.
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And moving on, at any time while you were traveling on any aircraft owned, leased, or otherwise affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, did you engage in sexual relations or sexual activities with anyone other than your wife?
Sounds like the Riddler is saying someone is
During any such flight, did you witness or have knowledge of any other individual engaging in sexual activities with any female passengers?
No.
In 2002, you participated in a 10-day multi-country trip to Africa while traveling on a Boeing 727 owned by Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. This trip was organized by Ghislaine Maxwell. Do you recall this trip, Mr. President?
I recall the trip, but I don't know that it was organized by Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes,
I
sir.
believe we were going places that I needed to go for my work in Africa.
Yes, sir. Internal FBI records describe the aircraft as having a section with couches adjacent to which a sliding glass door leading to another compartment. There was a bed. Are you familiar with the layout of this aircraft that you traveled on?
I'm familiar with the fact that there was a bench that turned into a bed at the end of the passenger seats.
And no other bed you are familiar with? Did you ever go into any part of the aircraft with a bed that you perhaps lied on or utilized?
I'm familiar with the bench.
Yes.
It turned into the bed.
Yes.
I do not believe I ever went into the back section.
At any time while traveling on such aircraft, do you remember utilizing either the bench that laid? I'll keep it as one option for now. Do you remember utilizing the bench as a bed? Was it laid out as a bed?
Do you remember?
I don't remember, but that doesn't mean I didn't. I'm familiar with the note.
Yes, sir. FBI internal records relay testimony from Dr. Greg Bledsoe, who participated on the 2002 Africa trip. Did Dr. Bledsoe describe multiple millionaires? Dr. Bledsoe does describe multiple millionaires and billionaires on the plane. Do you remember any of the names of those individuals, potentially even the actor Kevin Spacey?
Yeah, Kevin was on the plane.
Did Dr. Bledsoe also describe, he also describes multiple young women were present on the flights and that Maxwell appeared to be in a position over the girls on the plane and was directing the girls. Can you describe the purpose of these women participating in this multi-country
Objection to the form of the
trip?
question. No objection to you asking the president what he saw, observed, heard, but can't possibly speak to what Maxwell was in her mind.
Did you witness, Mr. President, Ms. Maxwell appearing to be in the position over other girls on the plane and possibly directing the girls?
Well, I thought that she was Epstein's top aide and that she was basically in charge of what happened.
What did happen, Mr. President?
I don't know. I mean, I've already told you
No,
this.
it's
I'll tell
actually
again.
very genuine.
I never saw anybody do anything wrong.
Very human, very human.
I thought they were flight attendants.
Do flight attendants typically wear tank tops and jeans?
That's a hard question.
They don't all wear uniforms on private planes.
Yes, sir.
That actually is
Most
very-
are dressed probably pretty business class. But
So
moving
wait,
on.
his
Good
testimony
answer.
was, with respect to private aircraft, people are not wearing uniforms.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Wait for me.
Dr. Bledsoe described at least one of the girls serving as a masseuse. At any point, did you or other male passengers receive a massage from this young woman or any other young women who are described as a masseuse?
Well, I've seen one picture that shows that in a airport waiting area, one of the women was massaging my neck. That's all I've seen.
Have you received more than one massage from these trips with Mr. Epstein and the young girls that were present?
I don't recall them, but the problem I remember from that trip was that my neck had spasmed and I was in, and so they offered to help and I let them help. One left.
She asked whether or not you recalled any other massage
No, I
trips.
do not.
Thank you. Mr. President, moving on to my next question. Submitted to the record, we have a painting that seems to be of you, Mr. President, found in one of Jeffrey Epstein's residences wearing a, I would categorize it as a famous blue dress worn by the White House intern Monica Lewinsky. And I have this image here. This image is being passed around. If you need to go off the record while we do that, we can.
I can't not remember this.
Okay. So,
Do you have a question?
It will be
Yeah, I do.
marked as Majority Exhibit 15. Proceed.
thank you. So, Mr. President, we are looking at an image of a portrait that is looks to be you, Mr. President, in this blue dress. Can you describe this painting? And
He doesn't need to describe the painting, you just gave him a picture. What's your question?
my question is, are you familiar with this painting? Have you ever seen it in person?
I've never seen it in person.
Do you know why someone would paint this?
Are you asking him to
Objection.
speculate?
That's calls for speculation. You can ask the artist.
And if I had known Jeffrey Epstein had this painting, it would have saved me this whole day.
Did you ever introduce Epstein to Monica Lewinsky or any other young female White House staffers? Did Epstein ever request introductions to young female intern staffers of you? Did he request you to introduce them? And one regarding this exhibit, Exhibit 15, this portrait, to the right of this image, there appears to be a plain letterhead document that is framed in a gold frame. Are you familiar with
Did he testify that he's not seen this picture?
the painting we asked? Yes, and now I'm asking about the image next to it. So,
Are you asking whether or not he's familiar with what's in this small frame?
I'm the part that you have covered up.
This part?
I'm asking if he's familiar with this letterhead letter
There's no
that was
letterhead that we can
Is this
handwritten.
part of the painting?
No, sir. This is next to the painting, and it's framed on the wall in the home of Jeffrey Epstein. I guess a better way to ask, other than the birthday note that was passed around here today for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, Mr. President, did you ever handwrite Jeffrey Epstein any other notes?
Well, I wouldn't remember except that I've seen a picture recently of another note where I thank him for getting me away from the crowd on the airplane for a while so I could take a note in that.
Yes. Okay, Mr. President, I just have two more questions for you, and then I will let you go. And again, I'm so grateful for your time here today. We also have another exhibit from the committee, and it's page 49, I believe, and the, how do you want to classify this one?
It will be marked as Majority Exhibit 16.
In this is a portion of Virginia Giuffre and her testimony. And in it, she is referencing you, Mr. President, and says he, Mr. Clinton, told me long ago that everyone owes him favors. They are all in each other's pockets. She's asked, I'm sorry, maybe that wasn't you that you was referencing Clinton. I'll start over. He told me long ago that everyone owes him favors. I believe that's referring to Mr. Epstein. They're all in each other's pockets.
Sorry, could you show, what line are you starting at?
Yes, ma'am. I'm starting at the first line, and I do believe I incorrectly said that she was referencing Mr. Clinton. So to correct that.
So she's not referencing.
Correct.
She's not referencing President Clinton. She's referencing instead. Who?
I believe this is Jeffrey Epstein that she is referencing here.
Thank you, Ms. Bober.
Thank
Still
you.
talking about that group?
And then she's asked, would you say you asked him why Bill Clinton was here? And Virginia responds on the island, where he was here, on the island. And she goes on to say,
excuse me, can you clarify who JS is?
Can we look and see who JS is?
It says V and then it says JS. So
yes,
is this
I will get you that name.
But this is a
Here, I can pull
conversation
it up right
between
here.
two people, or is this a
Yes,
transcript of a deposition?
This is a transcript of a deposition, yes.
Thank you so much.
It says telecon at the top. It doesn't appear to be a deposition.
It says,
what do we
telecon.
have this as?
Reread that. It says RepCon.
I'm not objecting.
No, that's fine. And we could go off the record if you want, just to get this.
I don't have this.
So this is, go ahead.
We'll go off the
I think
record.
Man, off the record in the best part.
We can go back on the record.
Thank you very much. And this is a long dialogue between Mr. Jack Scarola and Virginia Giuffre, and I will summarize this. It is mentioned by Virginia that everyone owes him, presumably Jeffrey Epstein here, favors. Mr. President, were you ever in the position to owe Jeffrey Epstein a favor?
I didn't consider that. I thought we had an understanding about the airplanes, that he would let me use the airplane to set up my AIDS programs around the world if I agreed to talk to him for an hour about economics and politics on every long leg. I kept my word, and he seemed to honor his.
Were there any sensitive government topics ever discussed in those conversations? And also here,
just for the
Virginia.
record, did the court reporter get his response? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll try not to talk over you. Wrapping up here. Virginia Giuffre is also asked in this document.
The same one you handed us?
Yes, ma'am.
So we should be looking at?
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines down. JS is speaking. Were sexual orgies a regular occurrence on the island at Jeffrey's house? Yes. My question, Mr. President, were you ever aware or engaged in any of these sexual orgies?
Are these on the island where he's testified that he's
No,
not
ma'am,
been on the
I
island?
was never on the island.
Were you ever on any island in the Virgin Islands?
To travel for a trip with his wife, which is on the public record? I'm
With
sorry,
Jeffrey
what's your
Epstein?
question?
No.
You were never in the Virgin Islands
Islands
with
with Jeffrey Epstein, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, there's been new information that has come out regarding the autopsy of Mr. Epstein. I would just like to ask you personally and directly, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
Are you asking him to speculate on how Mr. Epstein died?
I'm asking what the President thinks of.
So you're asking his opinion?
Mr. President, was your friend Jeffrey Epstein
Are you
suicidal?
classifying him as a friend? He has testified that he was
has called
friendly.
him a friend in a letter.
He said he was friendly, but not. You've asked for his testimony.
Mr. President, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was suicidal?
You know.
Was he ever
She's asking for the
suicidal?
best of your
I
understanding.
don't know. I only know what the medical finding was. I think maybe
That's it.
he finally got caught, and I don't know. I've accepted it in my own mind. I don't know what happened.
Mr. President, what did you accept? That he killed himself or that he did not?
But he did, but I don't know.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you,
neither
Mr.
do you.
President.
We don't, none of us know. He went through it.
Mr. President, it's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to protect me from him. I'll tell you everything. Just don't let him kill me.
Mr. President, in the previous hour, you discussed your relationship with Ms. Maxwell, and I have a few general follow-up questions.
Oh, wait a minute.
And I may make you repeat yourself, but I'll try hard to not ask you questions you've already answered. First, can you characterize your relationship with Ms. Maxwell after your presidency?
The Joker's transfer was denied for insufficient funds. Well, there you are.
Well, I didn't.
No contract. No funeral.
To the best of my memory, I didn't see her very much until I started flying on Mr. Epstein's airplane.
As we were saying.
For the record, would you at any time ever consider her to be a friend?
This puzzle box, when
Oh,
correctly
yes.
put together,
I
will lead.
would.
After that,
What years
maybe
would
I
you
don't
consider her to
mind
be a
Batman
friend?
not showing after
I
all.
don't know
Tell
when
Batman.
when she started going with Ted Wade.
But he's gone rogue. That toxin is far more
I
dangerous
saw
than
him more
anything the
frequently.
Joker's used before. And
Because I saw
T.O.
him
has the
with her.
real
Then
formula.
she was around.
Now,
So I
I'm
put.
going to go hide somewhere with a
if
Joker.
you
Will
compare the
never
time I
find
spent
me.
with her to the time
Come
I
on,
spent with
girls.
Mr. Epstein, I spent more time, and I felt that we were better
As long as
friends.
Riddler wasn't on it, bro.
How did you typically communicate with Ms. Maxwell?
When she showed up at something that I was doing, or was like
So in person.
at CGI, yeah. I bet I never talked to her on the phone more than twice in my life.
And what were the nature of your communications with Ms. Maxwell?
What your call?
I don't recall anything. I don't recall what they were, but she was always, I don't know. She was very interested in CGI. I remember that. And that's it.
And for the record, Mr. President, did you ever have any communications with Ms. Maxwell related to young women or girls?
No.
At this time, I'd like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 17. And while it's being handed out, I will note for the record that this is the transcript from the two-day Ghislaine Maxwell interview with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, conducted by the Department of Justice on July 24th and 25th of 2025. And I will not be making you read the entire transcript. I will direct your attention when you've had a chance.
Okay.
Mr. President, have you seen this transcript prior to
Before?
today? Yes.
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to day 1, and we are looking specifically at the bottom of page 9.
Yep.
It's a point of honor.
And
No, we
I say
need
the
a
Joker's
copy
my
going.
serious enemy.
Do we have a second copy?
Riddler's
And a
really
third copy?
as smart as he thinks he is.
Give me 1 second.
You'll take
Thank you so
We'll
much
go
for
off
your
the record
Stay
briefly.
in for a while.
Now that we know the Joker is working with T.O. Morrow, we can start making plans to take them both.
We will go back on the
The
record.
new Joker toxin
Yep.
is far too dangerous.
During Ms. Maxwell's interview, she stated that President Clinton was her friend, not Epstein's
Thank you
friend.
for your help today.
Is that accurate?
Nightwing in the safe house.
I'd say that it was accurate to say that I felt closer to her than to him.
And for the record, why was that?
Because I had seen her more, and because she was very good friends with Evelyn Rothschild and his wife Lynn, whom I knew and was in regular touch with.
And then
And
Okay.
you're on page 9. Just want to make sure you're reading the right section.
She characterized your relationship
Alive against Deathstroke.
Yes,
with
I
her
did.
as
You're one
warmer.
tough customer.
Yes,
And
I
that's
did.
good because with T.O.
Is
Morrow,
that your
Would
question?
you,
we're
would
gonna
you
need
agree
every
with that?
hero we've got.
Warmer than with Jeffrey Epstein?
Correct.
International crime organization organization
Oh,
Intergang
yes.
has created
But it
new
was not in
religion
any way
based on
sexual.
their so-called crime Bible.
At this time, I'd like to direct your attention to day 2 of the transcript, and now we are looking at the bottom of page 12, and it is page
I see it.
258 and 259.
Seems interesting.
Wait, pardon me, sorry, I'm not with you. The bottom of page 12 says 42 to 45.
Of day 2.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Day 2, page 12,
Yes.
Page 252.
257 to 260, Mr. President.
Okay.
258 and 259.
Okay, got it.
Can you hold
No.
1 second? Can you wait?
That woman and I are working to keep tabs on Intergang's religion of crime. We can use your help, but get ready. These Intergang...
Anything I can help you with?
$258, $259.
Correct.
Got it.
I'm tracking Intergang activity now. Looks like one of their main bosses has a safe house
Are you asking us to read
nearby.
that?
Putting it up on your map.
Yes.
All of 258 and all of 259?
Correct.
Okay, is there part of this you want me to read?
No, he has a question. He wants to make sure you've read through here, and you've read through here.
It's kind of creepy these days. I'm not afraid of demons or anything like that, but I usually prefer to have a picnic without them. This could be a potential marketing opportunity. Booster Gold's Demon Begone sprays and aerosols.
He's asking about these two. You read them? This and this. No, you don't have to read the other part yet. Ready?
Yes. Got it.
Mr. President, you've had a chance to review the transcript. Here, Blanche asks Maxwell if she has ever visited your home in Chappaqua, to which Maxwell testifies that she had been invited to visit your home. For the record, did Miss Maxwell ever visit your home in Chappaqua?
It wouldn't
Excuse me,
surprise-
counsel, the transcript says, I went to the house. Does it say invited? Did I miss that?
Maxwell replies after Blanche asks,
Got it.
why
Sorry.
did you go to the house?
You're right.
Maxwell says, I was invited.
Got it.
I will repeat the question again. Did Miss Maxwell ever visit your home in Chappaqua?
I don't recall, but it's quite possible she did. Hillary was a senator. In the beginning, she had a lot of events there. And we knew her.
During the same exchange, Miss Maxwell implies that she may have been just driving past Chappaqua and stopped in if you were home. Did this ever occur?
If you don't.
Not that I remember, but I may not have been home.
But Mr. President, is it common for people to just stop by your house?
No. There
And
are
for the
more than
record-
one or two people who do that.
So for the record, you're a former president. Does your security detail allow people to show up unannounced?
Well, they'd allow them to, but they don't, your question is whether or not the security allows them in.
Yeah, they have to be cleared to be able to come and go
Thank you.
like that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask about Doug Band and what was Doug Band's relationship with you?
Well, it changed over time, but he was basically the last in a long line of young men They were my sort of body people.
No
They
one
were
interferes with
close to
Intergang
me
and
and
lives. It is
supposed
written.
to
Get
get
'em,
me where I was
boys.
trying to go on time and all of that. And then after he and another young man, Justin Cooper, wanted to come with me when I left the White House. You know, when you leave the White House, they give you, you get,
You make some talk.
I don't know,
Wait.
a certain allocation for
Prophecy
staff.
isn't true. I'll tell you.
And I think
Van High
there
says the
are
crime Bible
nine
promises infinite power once he kills the twice-named daughter of
positions you
Cain.
can
He's
put
doing it
on
tonight.
federal health
That's all I
insurance.
know.
I think that's right. But anyway, Doug and Justin were two of them.
So it's safe to say he's pretty close.
What?
You were pretty close.
We were close, and Justin wrote my book with me. I mean, he did all the, the clerical work, and Doug was our main fundraiser when we started off.
Has a lead on a nearby Intergang warehouse.
I'd like to introduce Majority Exhibit, I believe it would be 18,
We've got to get there now.
which is the EFTA 02332287.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
So this is pretty short. This is an email from Doug Band to.
Yep, I'm familiar with it.
To GMAX, which is commonly known as Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yep.
It says, for the record, the email states, "You back? Another way to get in touch with me quicker is on my BlackBerry, actually the president's, but we share it." The email that's listed there, WJC, is that your email address? Or was that your email address?
Practically, no. That is, I never sent one email on it.
But you recognize that?
I recognized it, and I think Doug thought it would increase his cachet if he had an email with WCC on it.
He's asking you, is this your email, Mr. President?
No, I didn't send emails on it.
Did you share a BlackBerry with Mr. Band?
Well, he says we did, but I think I finally got another BlackBerry.
But this was back before, okay, sorry, Mr. President, this is back in, think of the year, look at the year, so you make sure you're answering the question.
2001.
Did you have a phone in 2000? He's asking you, was this your BlackBerry, or did you share this BlackBerry with him?
Well, I'd been out of office then 9 months.
Did you have a phone, Mr. President?
I don't think I did.
Quick, turn off
I don't, anyway.
before Intergang knows you're here.
But the truth is, I don't remember. I just know that I did not email.
Okay. So you did not email. How often do you send emails? Or did you send emails?
Have you ever sent an email, Mr. President?
I sent one email to John Glenn, Senator John Glenn, when he was in space at age 77. And I sent an email to the men and women aboard a U.S. ship in the Adriatic during the Kosovo War.
Have you sent any other emails, Mr. President? He's asking.
Since then, I'm not sure I've sent one.
Okay. I'd like to introduce Majority Exhibit number 19.
Makes me a certified.
Which ends in 2335030.
Hands
Yeah.
upon her, spoke with breath hot on his neck. What ye name virtue, I call.
The trap is sprung. Rejoice, my shapeshifters. The prophecy is fulfilled. The twice-named daughter of Cain, Batwoman, will die as the crime Bible foretells.
Okay. If you're ready, I'll be happy to read it out loud. It's again, it's from GMAX, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, I read it.
We believe, while it's redacted, having seen the unredacted files, we believe that the two is to the same email. It says, "Sorry to hear about the Bellsburg stuff. Is bad news. Even worse, that it may be damaging. You know that one of my pet fears is that in London I am press toxic. So I hope that I never add to your woes in that department. If I hear anything, I will of course let you know. I could not help myself. There was one juicy little tidbit
The Book of Blood.
I did let out
Chapter 19,
the one about
verse 12.
what a super stud
To your
that you
gates
are,
I came,
and how I have
thirsty
a crush on
for
you,
water.
and how you are hung like a horse. And when you get the picture, hope you don't mind.
And this shall name the third.
Are you familiar with this email?
Are you saying at the time it was sent or in the preparation for this?
At the time that it was sent, were you familiar with it?
Oh, no.
Are you familiar with it before?
Yes, it's
Okay.
now famous.
Okay, well, what can you tell me about your knowledge of this email?
So if his knowledge is only from when he was prepared for this hearing, that would have been with his counsel, or is that what are you asking for outside of any preparation for this hearing?
Mr. President, do you believe that Mr. Band sent this or received this email?
I do.
Okay. So, and there's more. Let me go to the next one. Exhibit, which would be number 20.
And the answer is, that I
Oh,
don't
wait a
know
minute,
about
there's
this.
no question.
Okay. At the time.
I would just ask you to clarify whether or not you're asking if he knows about these emails at the time they were sent, or if you're asking whether or not he came to learn about them in the course of preparation, just so that distinction in time is clear.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
I believe this email is also very short. It's just at the top. Again, it's from the WJC email, same one. And it says, "This email is silly. I want to spank bottoms tonight."
Who's it from?
It's from the same email account, the same email that has been used before, the WJC email. What was your knowledge of Mr. Band's relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell?
I knew he was, basically, he contacted her in the same way that she represented Epstein on things. I did not know, nor did I need to know, that they had a personal relationship.
Did they have a physical relationship?
Are you asking him whether or not they had a physical relationship?
You believe they had a physical relationship?
I don't know for sure.
And just to be clear, you said it, but you did not have a physical relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell.
The president's answered that question multiple times.
Okay, and then finally, I want to move on to another question. Regarding the visits to the White House.
Nice bit of hate.
Are you familiar with Mark Middleton?
Yes.
Can you describe who Mark Middleton was?
He was a young man from Arkansas. He was really ambitious, wanted to go to work in Washington, wanted to have, and he knew Mac McClarty, my chief of staff, who was from Little Rock, and Bruce Lindsay, who was also from Little Rock. And he worked with us, and then later I think he became, I don't know, but maybe he became a lobbyist later, but there was a period of time when he was in a position to wave people in to the White House because he was, that was one of his jobs.
Okay. So he has been identified by multiple news sources to be the individual that most of the time was entering or signing in Jeffrey Epstein into the White House.
Yes.
And what role did he have specifically at that time?
He was working on logistical things in the White House, but there must have been someone else
that you might pull secrets hidden.
told him to let him in. Maybe Mark I don't know if he had the authority to let people in.
He's going to testify to let you know. He's asking who did Mark Middleton work for in the White House.
In Kane's
I
name.
don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I can find out, but
So knowing that he met with Mark Middleton, or he signed in with Mark Middleton, do you have any knowledge of the content of the meetings or the topics of the meetings that Mr. Epstein would be coming for?
no, I never. Mac never said anything to me about meeting with him.
And by Mac, do you mean Mac McClarty, the
Yeah.
chief of staff? Did he work for Mac McClarty?
Well, it might have been, but at the time, is this at the beginning of my presidency or at the end?
I promise we'll get
This
you out
would
of
have,
here.
well, this would have been during the time, during the 90s, if you really.
1993 to 1995 is what they provided before
Yeah,
the
he was
time for the visits.
he was my first chief of staff, and then he became my special envoy to Latin America. So,
And this is Mac McCarty.
I'm McCarty. So, it depends on. Well, we could tell what he was doing. If you knew,
Are you aware that Mr. Middleton committed suicide
Yes,
in
I am.
2022? He was found dead at Hefner Ranch, approximately 30 miles from his home in Little Rock. He was discovered hanging from a tree by an extension cord around his neck with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest. So he was shot and hung.
The Book of Blood,
Do you,
Chapter 3, Verse
w-
10.
well, do you have any,
Thus do I
any
warn thee,
information
that
that leads you to suspect that he did something other than commit suicide?
No.
That woman is safe, and we have the crime
Do you
lab.
have
Whatever
any
this
concerns that
prophecy may be, we
this
need to
was in
make sure
relation
it
to
never
his
comes to
knowledge
pass.
or relationship with Jeffrey Epstein,
Oracle lab.
given the date?
But the president has
Of the
already
suicide?
testified to the fact that he was unaware that Mr. Epstein was visiting the White House. So are you asking him then as to what he would have known?
I'm asking when you heard about the death, knowing about the things that have been, at this point, it's all over the news, seeing that he has committed suicide. Have you ever had any conversations with people about whether or not that there's any relationship between the two?
Thanks for your
Oh,
assistance,
no.
Intergangs.
No one's ever suggested it to me.
We're going to
Okay.
take a careful look
Thank
at
you.
this
I'll
crime
go back.
Bible. Who knows what other prophecies it might contain?
This is
It's really
Oracle.
sad.
The Atlanteans are
It is.
swarming
Wire
in from
from
the sea
Virginia.
into suicide slums and taking humans
He
prisoners.
represents
We're trying
UVA.
to contact Aquaman, but
He
we can't
represents
wait.
UVA.
Speak to Martian Manhunter at the Chinatown Safe House. He has on-the-spot information.
He represents UVA.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being here. I served in Navy Special Warfare during your presidency.
Me too.
Thank you.
In your opening statement, you talked about preventing future or more human trafficking in our country, and I agree with that. I think that's one of the big purposes of being here. Today, we hope we can get justice for the victims, have accountability and transparency. Just curious, have you read the Epstein files that have been released?
No. I've read many news stories about them, but I haven't read them all.
And how many Epstein files do you recall were released during the Biden
He misses
administration?
his wife, Queen Mira,
I don't
but he
know.
did not mention
I mean,
this war.
If you know.
Now
I don't
his
know.
mind
Zero.
blocks
And
me.
how many Epstein
All
files have been
the
released during
Atlanteans are
President
shielding
Trump's
their
second term?
thoughts as they swarm our shores.
Thanks to the
We need
Congress and the
you to
victims,
help
quite a number.
prevent a
Over 3
mighty
million.
war.
Now, as president, you're chief of executive for the U.S., and as we get to the end of this, I'm going to ask you, what could we do to prevent, because I think that's what we all care about, is what do we do to prevent more human trafficking type stuff. So let's talk about Kevin Spacey for a second. In a June 2024 interview on Piers Morgan, Kevin Spacey recounted noticing young girls on the flight and expressed he didn't want to be around this guy, Epstein, because it felt he put the president at risk on that trip to South Africa because there were these young girls. So did Mr. Spacey ever communicate these concerns to you directly?
Not that I recall, no.
Did anyone else express similar concerns about these young people?
No.
Do you agree with Mr. Spacey's characterization that these young girls on the flight were concerned?
I'm sorry, what exactly is the characterization that Mr. Spacey gave?
That these young girls would put the president at risk?
So that's Mr. Spacey's concern. And you're asking him whether or not
Would he-
Mr.
would he agree
Spacey
with-
said that, shared that with him?
Would he, yes, would he agree with that?
I had no reason to believe that at the time.
Okay. Did you ever feel uncomfortable due to the presence of young girls on any of these flights?
When you say young girls, do you mean women who are younger than 18? And so you're saying there were women younger than 18?
I'm asking.
Yeah, if you can ask that question.
Were there anybody on the flights that you can recall under age 18?
To the best of my knowledge, there was not. If there was, and I knew it, I would be uncomfortable.
That answer. All right. Did you ever speak with or otherwise engage with, well, I think you just answered, young girls on these flights, so I'll move on. Ron Burkle, do you know him?
I do.
All right. Ron Burkle commented on the Epstein is creepy. I would like to introduce Majority Exhibit. And what's number? 21, Majority Exhibit 21, page 5. The paragraph at the top of the page, the last sentence. If you would take a look at that.
Could you say what page again?
Sure, it's page 5, the paragraph at the top, the last sentence.
If you could give us a minute to read it, that'd
Sure.
be great. No, page 5.
Top paragraph.
This paragraph.
And more specifically, the last sentence of the top paragraph.
Yeah, I didn't know about this.
So the question would be this. I understand you didn't know anything about it, but let me ask the question. You have no memory of this occurring, correct?
Excuse me, are you talking about Ron Burkle saying to the president?
Well, let me read the whole thing. Let me read the whole thing.
He didn't actually say it. It doesn't say that.
Sources close to Burkle says he was invited by Clinton, assumed the rod was vetted, and flew home on a commercial jet after finding Epstein to be creepy. It appears as if he saw that and he flew home early. But that be that as may, do you have any memory of this occurring?
I don't.
Why do you think Mr. Burkle would think Epstein is creepy?
Are you asking
Objection,
for him?
speculative. He can't know what.
I don't know,
Ron Burkle's
some
thinking.
people thought I shouldn't fly with him.
Did you witness anything unusual with Epstein that would lead you to believe that Epstein was creepy?
No, I never saw him do anything that was suspicious.
And you don't recall Mr. Burkle leaving the trip early to fly home commercially?
I don't know.
Relentless taunts will raise frustration levels.
surprised I don't know
precision
that.
of starbolts by 38%.
Sure. So who else in your circle, because one of the concerns I have is how did someone who is convicted of trafficking humans, how did he infiltrate the highest level of government? If we could get to an idea or a lesson learned, we could prevent that from happening again. Who in your circle, while you were president or after in the Clinton Foundation, who else do you think we should question here?
Can I just clarify one thing? You said who had been convicted. He wasn't convicted at the time.
Absolutely.
Yes.
No, I'm talking afterwards, so people that were associated with him. Because
After he was
because
convicted.
one of the questions would be is, why do you think Epstein visited the White House so much?
So he was convicted in 2008?
At least I believe.
And he visited the White House in the 90s. So I'm just trying to make sure you're not speaking to before he was convicted. You're talking about after he was convicted?
So let me go back. So the thing is, he went to the White House many times, and he is connected to world leaders all over the place. Many people have resigned as a result of the Epstein files. So I'm just asking a neutral question, and that based on your experience as a world leader, what could we do to prevent predators like this from infiltrating the highest levels of the American government?
Well, when someone knows about it, they should report it, and there should be a system set up to act on it.
Well, I agree with that. Is it true that in 2013, Ms. Maxwell was a guest at the Clinton Global Initiative Conference?
I don't know, because when's the last year we had it?
2013 is one of the years where they're asking whether or not she was there.
I know. I'm trying to.
So you can just.
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, I understand that she also attended your daughter's wedding.
And the dark world chained to Atlantis.
And so, understand now the unspeakable evil that these people committed. Do you believe it was a mistake allowing them close to your family?
Are you asking if he knew at the time when she was at the wedding?
Looking back.
Looking back, I had no idea. If I had known what she was doing, I would have done the right thing.
I understand. Well, I think that.
But I also, keep in mind, I felt bad for Ted Wade, who was a very close friend of mine. And I never had any doubt about him, and still don't.
Roger that. Well, I think you would agree that we all want justice for the victims. We all want transparency and accountability. We want to strengthen our anti-human trafficking laws. President Trump has secured the border and gone after cartels. And we have passed legislation to help human trafficking victims. What other legislation could we do based on your
The
experience that would
Atlanteans are
help
an ancient magical
stop
civilization.
trafficking
They've always
in
sneered
America?
at us
Is not the
dry
way.
landers, but they've never
Well,
invaded
first you need to ask people who know more about how
The Atlanteans are teleporting via magical tide
people
pools
get over
further
it.
into suicide slums.
And that there's
Shut down their
already
reinforcements
been
and
a large
restore
number
their
of
kidnapped victims before the tide
dollars
takes
put
them
into
all.
settlements. But I think there must be damages to people that will take a lifetime to heal. So I think there needs to be a lot of study on that. And then I think there's the hotlines that people make reports need to be taken seriously, and you need to follow up on. And I think that the more we talk about it, the less likely it is that another big network will form.
Thank you for answering my questions.
I think you're doing a good,
Blonde
just
hair
having us
and
talk
blue
about it.
eyes.
It's important.
By these signs will you know the spawn of Kordax.
Next will be Mr. Groveland from Wisconsin.
And revolutionary.
Can I get a time check?
You have approximately 15 minutes remaining.
What?
Approximately 15 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. President. Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Was Jeffrey Epstein on? You apparently took 26 flights on planes connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Was he on every flight you were on?
Was he on every flight I was
Yeah.
on? That's a
If
good
you know-
question.
If you know.
What?
If you know, their flight manifest,
Yeah,
do you know?
There'll be a record of it, but I think he was, or certainly on most.
You think he was? Well, that's okay. Was Ghislaine Maxwell on every flight you were on, as far as you remember?
I can't get in touch with
The
Aquaman
same
at
answer. I
all.
think she
He's
was,
the
but
king of
there'll be
Atlantis.
a
He
record.
must be able to stop
Okay.
this. Sure,
When you
he
took
and
these
Queen
flights,
Mira lead
you're
a race
saying a
of
lot of
proud
them on behalf of your
Atlanteans,
foundation or your
invading
charitable,
Metropolis
correct?
seems a bit drastic.
Who did you normally bring on these flights? I assume employees of the foundation, whatever.
I brought people who work with me, especially people who would have to follow up on the fundraising, or people who were involved in my AIDS work.
John Henry, known to
I
me, Booster
bought
Gold as Steel.
It's
well,
him.
Actually known to
People
pretty
who-
much everyone else as Steel.
Just like I never go over
John Henry used his steel works to
What?
perfect
No.
and study some of
And the
most
secret,
elite
and I had
technologies on
the
the
Secret
planet.
Service with me. And then on occasion, I had people who had volunteered to help us and wanted to see what we were doing. For example, I think it was on one of these trips, I think, that I had my first trip for the man who's now the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and his wife. They helped me get started. All a matter of public record.
Okay. As far as on your normal trips, could you rattle off, say, the 4 or 5 people connected to your foundation who you remember were most frequently on these trips?
Yeah.
Could you give us the names?
Well, Doug Van, Justin Cooper, Aaron Magaziner,
Long have the Atlanteans made use
and
of
I can't remember who else. I'd be glad to look.
We'll give you a couple seconds to think. I can't remember the word from anybody else you can think
It
of?
was 24 years ago. I'll be glad to try to find out who else. But
Okay. But when you were on the plane, first of all, what did the plane look like when you got on the plane? Can you describe what it looked like?
it was at first it looked like a commercial airplane. you know, seats on both sides of the aisle. And typically, our crews kind of filled it up for a few, however many people, depending on how many people we had. We had the staff and the friends of the foundation and people who were doing the work. Then we had
So it's like a boardroom.
and then we had the Secret Service further back. And that was it.
Okay. How would you spend your time on these flights? When you were to Asia or Sub-Saharan Africa, those are quite trips. What would you do on these trips?
We would spend a fair amount of time talking about what we were going to do at the next stop. You know, we worked a lot. Then we read a lot and we slept a lot. And we always cut out some time for card games.
I was going to ask you whether you do cards, and you gave me a punch. What type of cards did you play?
Oh, hell and hearts.
Hearts, that was a good horse. You said, was the Secret Service with you every time you did this trip?
Every time.
Every time.
I have never signed off Secret Service fiction.
Then the Secret Service, they screen all the other passengers.
They say Queen Mira is causing this war, and Aquaman is her
As far
devoted
as you know.
slave.
They what?
Screening.
Anyone else find that
Yeah,
suspicious?
they have everybody's name and background and all that.
Okay. Now, I asked you about people who were connected to the foundation that you brought along. But I take it if they gave you an airplane and Jeffrey was on it, there were his staff too, correct?
Yeah, he had some staff on it.
Any of those people you remember, men, women?
Well, I remember Glenn was there, and there were always the other people that staffed the airplane ride.
Right. I think one of the reasons you're successful is you do deal with the average guy, right? You like to talk to the average guy. Did you remember the names of any of the Epstein staffers that were, you know, serving you or that you engaged with banter about?
Elder on the case.
Well, the one we've just been talking about.
Shante Davis.
Yeah, Shanta. I remember her. Shanta Davis.
Okay. Anybody else you talked about? Where you're from?
Oh, I talked to a lot of them. One of them was from Hawaii and was a military wife.
Okay.
I remember, but I don't remember their names after 20
Hawaiian
years.
gal? Was she Asian?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Beware always the seal men of the bitter lands beneath the south.
Were there ever new people that you remember joining in the? This is kind of what spread out over what 4 or 5 years, or two or 3 years, I guess. On the 2 years on the plane. Did you ever get to the Virgin Islands other than on these planes? Have you ever been in the U.S. Virgin Islands in your life?
Oh yes, I worked. My foundation did a lot of work in the Virgin Islands.
And you also vacationed as president?
Well, yeah, and when I was president, Hillary and I vacationed there, and we liked it very much.
Okay.
But when they had the hurricane in 2017,
this way. There is
we went to the islands and tried to help. My foundation did.
Okay.
And we did a lot of work there.
Okay. We have another question. You know, when you read about this, and obviously these files have received a lot of public attention, recently a columnist pointed out that one of the reasons this human trafficking was allowed to exist is there were lawyers, sometimes high-priced lawyers, who were able to bring, I guess particularly from Eastern Europe, Eastern European girls through here, you know, negotiate the immigration laws and such. And particularly some very high-priced famous lawyers were hired in Carolina, they couldn't find anything better to do in Washington, were engaged in helping, I guess, girls that some people are being prostitutes get here from Eastern Europe. Can you comment on lawyers who make money bringing girls from Eastern Europe? Finish that question. Do you think if lawyers help legally or illegally people come into this country for the purpose of prostitution, that they should be disbarred?
Not unless it's illegal to do it. If you pass a law which said it was illegal to provide representation, notwithstanding the constitutional right to
You
get
think they're sleazy lawyers if they do it? Can we
Yeah.
get you to say that? Sleazy lawyers? They say they're sleazy.
For the record, we think lawyers are fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
And
I gave them a little
lastly
bit
is
more soul.
Representative
to be honest.
Langworthy from Buffalo.
Follow me through the doors. That's right. We say Buffalo, not New York.
Oh.
Oh, I love Buffalo.
You were there the day after you were acquitted, I remember.
Yeah, it said 20,000 people feel the,
Big
I'll
crowd.
never forget it.
Big news. Thank you very much, President.
Never forget it.
Question, man. I'm whispering, bro. Speak up.
You are widely regarded across party lines as one of the most politically perceptive leaders of modern time. Yeah, your political instincts are very well documented, and your successes of your political career are well documented. How would you describe the substance of your conversations with Jeffrey Epstein during the many hours that you spent together on the aircraft?
Well, at first, he really seemed to be like a vacuum cleaner, like he really wanted information. And there was no, to go back to the business with what he called the passport, the false one. There was nothing overtly manipulative about it. He wanted to know, you know, what did I think of derivatives trading? Did I think that the stock market was properly regulated, or did it need more? What, you know, how did we have the most broadly shared prosperity in 50 years? Was it just an accident? Was it just technology? Or do we have specific policies? He wanted to know stuff like that. And it was great for the first, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 conversations. But I could tell that it was like, I mean, you guys are in politics. Don't you ever feel like sometimes somebody's talking to you and then they're just checking the box and they got to go do something else and be somebody else? That's the way I felt.
What has happened? Where is Mara?
The international travel you took with Mr. Epstein, it represented a significant investment of time and money on his behalf.
Yeah.
And I did miss the first portion of this, so if any of this is repetitive, I apologize. Your arrangement was that you would spend an hour of conversation with him on topics of his choosing, and that
So he testified, just so that
I'm
you
sorry, I
know,
wasn't.
on economics and politics.
On economics and politics.
Thank you.
And that was the arrangement, and the rest was in combination, you know, with
For
flights.
all the long haul flights, yeah. If we were gone 4 hours or more, I'd give them
Okay. Did you ever ask him directly why he was willing to finance these trips and provide you with access to the plane?
I did.
So much. And what was his reaction to that question?
He said, I think you did a good job as president and you managed to get re-elected and you're the first Democrat in 60 years that got re-elected. I want to know what happened. And I want to understand it.
Were it not for you, trying to know what would have come.
That was it. And he never was,
We must return
no,
to
it
Atlantis.
was never like he was trying to suck up to me or anything. He just was, it was very straightforward. And but after a while, it was obvious that he had done what he intended to do, and he was kind of going through the motions, and he didn't really care about I really cared about this AIDS thing. I thought we had a chance to build something that would revolutionize the treatment of all mass illnesses. Same thing with tuberculosis and malaria, and sure enough, we did. But I thought we were on the verge of something big, and he didn't much care about it, and I had a bunch of people that did. So went our different ways.
And as you pointed out, I mean, we're all in the political process, certainly not playing at the levels that you have in your career, but do you believe that this was, in essence, Epstein being a political junkie and looking for that association?
Yes, and I didn't know what else. All I knew was that but after we started, when I got this thing going and people could see it like a chugging engine, you know, then we had more and more people interested in helping. And I wanted to have people there that I knew were genuinely caring. I know it sounds funny, but it matters, because when you start something like this, you're going to have rough spots, things are not going to go right, you're going to have to solve new problems. Far better to have people who are passionate about this.
So on these overseas visits, did Mr. Epstein accompany you to any of the meetings or the private dinners or the official engagements? And if he did, what capacity was he introduced?
He went to some of the meetings, and some of the dinners. The big public dinner we did in South Africa, he did, for example. But some he didn't when it wasn't appropriate. When I had to talk to somebody about whether I thought they were following a proper legal path and trying to let us sell generic drugs and how we're going to get them. There were a lot of complicated things.
Can I get a time check?
We have like a minute left.
Did he ever seek introductions to foreign dignitaries or leaders from you?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did he ever ask you to make phone calls on his behalf?
No, he never did. I remember that. He didn't. I mean, I would remember.
You said he was not a friend, but with that amount of travel and proximity, why wasn't he a friend and he was just an acquaintance?
Well, no, it wasn't just an acquaintance either. I felt friendly toward him, but he was, as I said in my book, odd. There was always something a little holding back, and and I could tell. It was pretty strange the way it happened. You know, Larry Summers, the president of Harvard, calls you out of the blue, says this guy wants to do it, you do it. And then I like to spend as much time as I can with people I know that I can count on. And I didn't have, honestly, I never saw anything that I knew was illegal, but I just felt I should move on. We did.
Did you ever have any arguments or disagreements with Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell in the course of your travels?
Not to my knowledge.
And is there anything that you saw that he was looking to monetize the relationship that he had with you? Okay. And
can I check the time?
I believe 5 seconds.
And my lawyers are going to kill me on this, but I have to say, I want to be honest. I'm not trying to be, goody two-shoes here. I did feel closer to Ghislaine Maxwell because of Ted Wade. So I wasn't against the whole deal until I knew what they were doing. But then it was too late for me to do anything.
I think your response is to this, was he trying to ever monetize the relation to your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, he never did.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We will go off the record.
We can go back on the record. Mr. President, I just have a few more questions. I'll try to be as efficient as possible as we move through them. One is moving back in time just a little bit. In 1996, Maria Farmer, who was a confirmed Epstein victim, submitted information to the FBI that Jeffrey Epstein was sexually abusing minors. During your presidency, were you ever made aware of the information that Maria Farmer provided to the FBI in 1996?
No.
Join me, Booster Gold, and other locations throughout the city for more exciting exploration adventures.
I'm going to move back ahead to the year 2003. There's just one international trip that I don't think we've specifically discussed yet. And that was in November of 2003, a trip to, I think, Russia and China on Mr. Epstein's plane.
That's the last one I took.
Great. So I'm going to give you, I think for us, the last piece of paper for the day, which is the flight log for that trip. And we'll mark that as Minority Exhibit L. And I'll give you a moment to receive that.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
I've forgotten I went through that.
Welcome to Exploration Adventures with Booster Gold. I'm Booster Gold. This adventure will take you to metropolises to
And for your council, that's a total of 5 trips distributed between the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th.
So to them in the Diamond District Police Station, so we can put these souls to rest.
Can you refresh my memory about what stops were actually taken?
Yeah, the countries in question are Russia and China. I think the final stop was Beijing. I do not, off the top of my head, recall what each of these airport codes
We must
are.
save Faust's
It was
victims.
Brussels to Oslo to Tomakacho, Russia,
He believes Felix
Hong
Faust
Kong,
can raise his
Chengdu,
wife, Isis,
Beijing.
from the dead.
Well, thank you.
But
I
evil
appreciate
acts
that.
have evil
Okay.
results. We
Do
must
it
stop
again.
this ritual.
Wonder Woman here. My greetings.
Brussels to Oslo,
The foul
to the middle of
necromancer
Russia,
Felix Faust is
Tormachevo,
targeting
to Hong
innocents
Kong,
to
to
steal their
Chengdu,
souls.
to Beijing.
Empower a ritual to bring Black Adam's wife Isis back from the grave.
We stopped in Europe,
We must save these people
And-
and stop Faust.
as I remember, that we did something with it. Brussels is the parliamentary capital of Europe. And I think we did something with the EU. And then Oslo was important because the Norwegians had funded a project that we did for them, for the Clinton Foundation, for Russia. And they asked us to try to develop a plan for Leningrad. And we did.
What kind of plan, Mr.
An
President?
AIDS plan, because Leningrad had a very high AIDS rate because it was near the ocean and people were coming in and out. And I think that's what happened then. And then we went to China, and I had been doing a lot of work on China, and it was very interesting because the Chinese were eager to get into this and yet scared. It was very interesting. We could have been, if you were in Russia and China, you could have been in rural America on AIDS at the time. They were very reluctant to discuss this, and all hung up about it. And the Chinese, with whom I had good relations, were at the time. The national government asked me. They said they like you out in the country here. But I had been there in 1998 and had a big trip, and he said, "We want you to go out there and be photographed on state television playing with children and talking to their families about AIDS." So that's what this whole trip was about. So I was doing that. And it was, I think, I'm almost sure that's it, because, and then we stopped in Hong Kong on the way out, right?
Yep, Hong Kong and Beijing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that context. Is it correct that while on that trip, you did not witness or become aware of sexual abuse of any kind?
No, we were all busy as crazy, and I never saw anything like that.
Thank you. We have a few events for which we don't have exact dates. I'll ask about them one at a time. CNN has reported that in July of 2003, Ms. Maxwell co-hosted a fundraiser for your presidential library, and Mr. Epstein may have attended. We don't know whether or not you attended that event. Do you have any recollection of attending that event?
I don't. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember anything about it.
Thank you. An investigative journalist named Vicky Ward has claimed that Miss Maxwell accompanied you on a trip to India sometime in 2003, including to the Taj Mahal, and that you traveled for that trip on a private jet owned by billionaire Ron Burkle. Do you have any recollection of the trip I just described?
No. But I want to be forthright here. I was, the first thing I did in the way of public service after I left office was to try to help India deal with the aftermath of the Gujarat earthquake, which happened literally 4 days after I gave up the White House. And so I called the Prime Minister of India, who was a friend of mine, and he said, I need help. I've got to build schools and hospitals, and I can't do anything in the small towns and the middle-sized towns and the rural areas. I only have the money to do something in the big cities. So I'm not saying I did or didn't do this. I have no memory. But I also I don't want to mislead anybody. We were doing tons of stuff. And we needed to finance it. So I can't say that I didn't do it.
Thank you. In your 2024 memoir, you said that by the time Epstein was arrested in 2005, that you had stopped contact with him. When do you recall being the last time that you had any kind of communication with Mr. Epstein?
The last time I remember was with him was sometime in 2003.
Attorney Brad Edwards, that's an attorney who's represented many of Mr. Epstein's survivors.
Excuse me, counsel, I believe there was a misstatement there. The book says who in 2008 had been convicted in jail in Florida, not 2005.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Attorney Brad Edwards has represented many of Mr. Epstein's survivors. He claimed in a 2011 filing that he believed the Justice Department possessed some kind of correspondence from you from 2007 or 2008 on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein. At any of the various points when Mr. Epstein was under investigation, did you or any of your representatives ever submit any correspondence to the Department of Justice on his behalf?
I have no memory of that.
To your recollection or knowledge, did you or your representatives ever have any other communication with the Department of Justice regarding Jeffrey Epstein? CNN has reported that in 2007, Ms. Maxwell co-hosted a fundraiser for Secretary Clinton's presidential campaign in New York City. We believe that Christina Aguilera may have performed at that event. Do you have any knowledge or recollection of attending that event?
Faust is obsessed with gaining the flame of life. There's no way he'd resurrect ISIS.
There was an email released as part of the DOJ files recently that suggested you may have attended a party at Ghislaine Maxwell's home in October of 2009, and that publicist Peggy Siegel, as well as Jeff Bezos, may have attended. My only question to you is whether you have any recollection of attending a party that I just described.
Is this her home in New York City?
It would be at Ms. Maxwell's home in New York City.
I have no memory of that at all.
Thank you. It's been widely reported that in July of 2010, Ms. Maxwell attended your daughter Chelsea's wedding in Rhinebeck, New York, and that she accompanied billionaire Ted Waite, who was, at least at the time, a family friend of yours, and you've described a little bit today. You, of course, were at that wedding as well. Do you have any specific recollection of interacting with Miss Maxwell at that wedding?
No, I was an emotional wreck. I was just trying not to fall off the little, what do you call the pallets?
The dais?
No, the wooden that we walked on the grass with. I knew she was there, and she and Ted were there.
And what was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Wade after?
Well, I thought they were together, and I think Chelsea and Mark did too. There.
It's also been reported that in 2011, your advisor, Doug Band, instructed an aide to remove Ms. Maxwell from all attendance-related lists for Clinton-related events. This was reportedly in the wake of Virginia Roberts Dufresne and allegations that she made at the time against many people, including Ms. Maxwell. Do you have any memory or knowledge of Mr. Band's instructions that this respect?
I don't.
Thank you. That takes us through most of the known timeline of your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There's just one more topic I would like to cover. That is the Clinton Global Initiative. In 2007, Mr. Epstein's lawyers claimed that he was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative. Would you agree with that characterization?
No.
Can you elaborate a little bit on why you would not agree with that?
I wouldn't agree with that because the first time I ever discussed what became the Clinton Global Initiative was with Doug Band and the rest of our small group on the way back from Davos. And Doug said he wanted we should have a meeting like this in New York at the opening of the year. And we can make a lot of money because you don't have to go to Davos to meet all these people over here. And I said, I want to do it for an entirely different reason. It's fine if we make money, but the most important thing is that we give serious people a chance to go to meetings and actually make commitments to make positive change. I'm tired of going to meetings where everybody just bloviates and doesn't ever do a damn thing. So if we can figure out how to do that, I'm interested. And then we got, a team. There was, to operationalize it, it was Doug Band, Mary Morrison, who had worked for me in the inner office at the White House, and a man named Ed Hughes, who was a wonderful young guy who stayed with us the whole 12 years. And they were working on how to stand up and do the mechanics of this. And my job was to try to get some people who would come that people would want to hear and see, and try to, make it exciting and make people actually want to make commitments. And so I think it was at that point that Ghislaine may have gotten involved. I don't know. You can ask them about it, but I'm just telling you how it began. It began with Doug said, let's do this and make money, and me saying, let's do this and make commitments.
I think the question, Mr. President, which you answered was Jeffrey Epstein involved in the
At the time, no, not at all.
Thank you.
But I do not know what happened afterward.
It has been publicly reported that in 2006, Mr. Epstein made a $25,000 donation to the Clinton Foundation. Do you have any specific knowledge or recollection of that donation?
No, I saw it I saw that it was reported. I don't know.
Thank you. With respect to Ms. Maxwell, and you just touched on it briefly, she told DOJ
part of this.
If I could ask you to limit your answer to your knowledge at the time.
At the time, I did not know it.
Thank you. The New York Times recently reported that in 2004, Ms. Maxwell arranged a $1 million payment to an events company called Publicis Group, and that the payment may have had some connection with the first Clinton Global Initiative conference in 2005. The reporting suggests that Mr. Epstein may have been involved with the payment or somehow aware of the payment. Do you have any specific memory or knowledge or recollection of the $1 million payment I just described?
No.
I don't want to leave people.
It's also been reported that in September of 2013, at a Clinton Global Initiative conference, Ms. Maxwell was recognized as a Commitment to Action partner for her work on behalf of the Terramar Project, which was an ocean conservation nonprofit that she founded in 2012. Do you have any memory or knowledge of that conference?
I do.
Great. Could you describe a little bit what you recall?
Yeah, because this shows you how the CGI work, not for Ghislaine, for everybody.
Separating you from your soul
First,
is the
she was
only
still
way
with
to
Ted
take
Lake,
out the
and he
deadly
was still
bombs
heavily
Faust is using to protect his
involved in
portal.
ocean work.
Hey,
So
look on the bright side.
that was sort of
You
an
don't have one,
incentive, but
Faust
she had
can't steal
organized
it,
this
right?
group. His objective was to, in effect, take two massive islands made of metal and junk out of the Atlantic. And they were floating around. One of them had gotten to the Caribbean. They were floating around and all this metal. So that was what she was trying to do. That was a good idea, and she was recognized for that. The fact that she was recognized was not particularly remarkable. Everybody who makes a commitment goes through a photo line and gets recognized.
The consent of Anubis
Did
is
you have
required
any
for
personal
travel
role
from beyond the
in Ms.
afterlife.
Maxwell's recognition at that event? Or would that have
No, I
been?
might have been in her room by the time she got it, but it was, no, they put the recognition in that room. I remember this specifically because it was where all the ocean freaks were, all the people that cared about this, that wanted to be. So that's why they wanted those things announced
By
there.
ocean freaks, you mean people who are passionate about the ocean.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean that. People who were passionate about doing this, it was great. And so I didn't think a thing about it.
Do you have any additional knowledge or recollection related to Ms. Maxwell's role at that event?
No.
Reportedly, in February of 2014, you had dinner with Ms. Maxwell and others in Los Angeles at a vegan restaurant called Crossroads Kitchen. That dinner may have been organized by your then Deputy Chief of Staff, John Davidson, perhaps around 20 guests. Do you have any recollection of the dinner I just described?
I had a lot of dinners like that in Los Angeles, so I don't remember that specific one, but whenever I went to Los Angeles, I tended to have a dinner someplace in public with a lot of my friends, just to keep in touch with them, keep doing it.
As far as you can recall, when was the last time you had any form of communication with Ms. Maxwell?
I think it must be a decade ago, maybe even longer, I don't know, but it was a long time.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure
Wow, don't you
to
look
be here and
totally
quickly,
decomposed.
on
You'll blend
a
right
lighter
in.
note,
Faust to raise ISIS,
point of personal privilege.
surrounded by
My
soulless,
birthday is
powering
November 5th,
flame of light.
1974, which shouldn't mean anything to you. But what it means is that I turned 18 2 days after the election. And I couldn't vote, and I'm still upset about that. So on behalf of my mom, I apologize. She was a little slow. President Clinton, as counsel noted at the beginning of this deposition, Donald Trump posted on social media that he wanted Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate you and other prominent Democrats in order to distract from his own close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. That post was previously marked as Minority Exhibit B, which you already have.
Yep.
President Trump's post refers to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes against young girls and women as the Epstein hoax. His post also completely ignores several other high-profile individuals, including Republicans and allies of President Trump, who were known to have had relationships with Epstein. In fact, the Epstein files contain numerous officials in the current and previous Trump administrations who have connections to Jeffrey Epstein, including Howard Lutnick, RFK Jr., Steve Bannon, Tom Barrett, Kevin Warsh, and Mehmet Oz, to name a few. President Clinton, to your knowledge, has the Trump administration done anything at all to investigate these other individuals with ties to Epstein?
Well, I wouldn't be in a position to know that. That's the truth. As I said earlier,
The jackal headed god of the east.
the only conversation I had with President Trump about this was in the early 2000s. And I have no information that he did anything wrong. I just want it all out there. I want everybody to get it all out there and let everybody see where we are.
And had you had any conversations with him since the early 2000s about this subject matter?
No.
And then my last question is, Howard Lutnick recently went so far as to lie about his close connections with Jeffrey Epstein, but the truth came out with the release of the files. President Clinton, is Howard Lutnick still employed as Secretary of Commerce in the Trump administration, to your knowledge?
I think he is.
And in your opinion, why has Donald Trump ignored these other prominent figures who've had close ties with Epstein?
He's asking your opinion, Mr. President.
Lutnick runs a big company and has made a lot of money and has supported them strongly. I don't think he believes that he's done anything bad enough to. Maybe I think he thinks he took his family to the island and he couldn't have done anything wrong. That's what I think he thinks. But I'm speculating. I'm doing what I have no business doing. But other than that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being here, for your service. I'll be brief. I think most of the pertinent questions have been asked today. I want to talk about transparency. You and Secretary Clinton were both very clear about your desire to testify publicly before this committee. In fact, on February 6, 2026, you posted on social media, quote, "I will not sit idly as they use me as a prop in a closed-door kangaroo court by a Republican party running scared. If they want answers, let's stop the games and do this the right way in a public hearing where the American people can see for themselves what this is really about." President Clinton, why do you feel it is important for you to testify before this committee in a public setting?
Because I think that first what happened with Jeffrey Epstein was horrible. What he did and what Glenn Maxwell was convicted of, it was horrible. We can't tolerate it in America and shouldn't. We ought to keep doing as Hillary talked about yesterday, trying our part to get rid of that kind of trafficking around the world. Secondly, I was on the plane. It may be that I've said something today that gave you some indication that it would help change policies or something. So I thought it was important. But I also think people know that there's been a little bit of zig and zag and ambivalence about, how we should, how hard this thing should be put out there. And I'm not pointing a finger at anybody or anything. I'm just saying we know that. And so I think it's important that we get it all out.
So to be clear, this committee issued a subpoena to the Department of Justice to release the full and unredacted files last summer. There's also now the Epstein Files Transparency Act that asked for the same that President Donald Trump signed into law. But still, the Department of Justice under this administration has not released all of the files, and there's been many illegal redactions. Do you think that we, of course, as Congress and the American public should get the full and unredacted files immediately?
I think unless there is some serious danger of physical harm to one of the victims. There's some national security interest involving intelligence. As you know, you've heard this, and some of you think that there's some intelligence issues in national security. I think the rest of it ought to be done now, and I think we just need to get to a point where we can put this behind us.
You are lucky that I do
And
not
then
kill
I
you
think
here and now.
you, I hope you can and will,
Pay for what you have done.
help build us a system that works in America the way our international system works best in trying to identify and stop human trafficking and trying to make people whole once they've been damaged.
And not a question, but just in response, the law is very clear about the identities of the victims.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Department of Justice has wrongfully released some of that information, including personally identifiable information, while illegally redacting names of potential co-conspirators, so.
They're gonna kill me for saying this, but I think it's important.
They're not gonna kill you, Mike.
I think it is entirely possible that people in the Justice Department, I don't agree with on nearly anything, right? But when it's possible that they didn't intentionally cover some of this stuff up. But it's hard to accept that when you look at the other problems in dealing with the information. So you guys gotta clear that up, clean it up, decide how you think it should be handled.
Thank you.
So before we go off the record, just one clarification, it's more just for counsel. The quote from the 2024 memoir, I think was accurately quoted in the first instance. The full sentence is, quote, "He," meaning Mr. Epstein, "hurt a lot of people, but I knew nothing about it, and by the time he was first arrested in 2005, I had stopped contacting him." That's what it said. Case 372, so that's just counsel and...
My apology.
No, not at all. And with that, we can end this round and go off the record.
Crush him. And you will read my pleasure.
You came just in time. They're stealing our souls.
We'll go back on the record. Mr. President, during the last hour, there was a discussion related to your book with Minority Counsel, and I just want to read the excerpt into the record. And just a quick question for clarification. You said, "I had always thought Epstein was odd, but had no inkling of the crimes he was committing. He hurt a lot of people, but I knew nothing about it, and by the time he was first arrested in 2005, I had stopped contact with him."
Thanks.
We understand that Mr. Epstein was arrested in July of 2006. Can you explain the discrepancy?
You're asking him to fact check his own book?
Correct.
Okay, I mean.
No,
Can you explain it?
I can't. I'm sorry, you made a mistake.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, Congresswoman Nancy Mace from South Carolina, thank you for being here with us for hours today. I know it's been a long day, and I know that we're going to wrap up soon for you. Did you know one of the witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, "like them young"? Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say
Correct.
something about him?
Why would Epstein say that
So
about
she's
the
asking you
president?
to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
It's pretty easy for Clinton too, but I understand if it's not the case.
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage, I said young.
But it's still not true.
Like,
Is
I
it
mean, you
interim
didn't have
young?
to clarify there. I feel like that was like kind of obvious.
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I am
Did you
is
know
young.
Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to Zorro Ranch?
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown on anyone else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
How many other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
I don't know. I did with Steve Bing, who's now deceased, and probably with 4 or 5 others.
Okay, so maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So, how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Okay, did you ever discuss sexual misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who made sexual misconduct allegations against you?
No.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer financial support directly or indirectly to legal defense funds related to impeachment proceedings or civil actions against you?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
Well, he
You're
was
asking his
massaged by
opinion?
a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world, that
So
it's
I'm sorry,
unusual
are
a
you
young woman
speaking
would
to,
be.
are you talking to the instance of
Yes, is it unusual that
the
a
back
young woman would be
massage
massaging?
that occurred while he was not president? I'm just trying to understand, you said a president of the United States?
He's a president.
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the time frame. No, I don't need
Okay.
to, I'm actually trying to make
I
sure
think
that as
that's pretty
you.
clear. He said he
You
was
said he was a sitting president.
Fire in the East End police station.
You said a sitting president, I want you to be clear so that when he answers you, the record is clear.
Is it unusual?
Already on the alert. Talk to fire and she'll
I have no idea if it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured. Do you ever, did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was there.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants in tank tops and jeans, right?
No.
Do you believe you were a victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation? Do you think that you might have been like caught up in some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Excuse me, Congressman, which question are you
Let
asking?
him answer the good
Intel
question.
operation.
First of all, I
Were
don't.
you involved
Some
in
type of
a-
intel operation. I'm just
That's
curious because it's
basically
been
it.
speculated on
Yes.
today, and
Yes,
yet
no.
Just
that
say
he
yes
may
or
have
no.
been an intel
Come on.
asset. Do you think, perhaps knowing what we know now, the proclivity of it all, that he may have been targeting you as part of an intel operation?
I doubt it.
In 2019, you stated, after he was arrested, I guess this would be the second time, you stated you knew nothing of Epstein's, quote, terrible crimes since you only met, quote, briefly on only, quote, 2 occasions. Was this statement false?
Excuse me, Congressman.
That's not an accurate statement. Can you
That
please
statement-
share us with us?
Yes, in 2019, as reported by the media.
Which media?
This says this is the.
Could you share a copy of it, please?
Okay, Daily Beast. It says, the title of this is Bill Clinton failed to mention his intimate 1995 dinner with Epstein.
We can give counsel and the witness a moment to review the exhibit.
Well, we'd like the statement. I mean, he put
Yeah,
out
I
a
don't know
statement
anything about
in 2019, full statement.
And it will be marked Exhibit 22.
So to be clear, the basis of your question is a news article with respect to the Daily Beast as to a dinner. Is that accurate?
Nope, it's a question in the first paragraph, which reads, hours after Jeffrey Epstein was arraigned Monday on several sex trafficking charges, former President Bill Clinton publicly downplayed his relationship with the pedophile financier, saying he knew nothing of his terrible crimes since they only met briefly on 2 occasions.
And that's in the Daily Beast.
Correct,
Is that
which
not
is in
correct?
your hand right now.
Great, that's what I just said.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Don't get all mean
Well, what
about
would
it.
you like to know?
So my question is, you stated you'd only met Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, you stated you only met him on 2 occasions. Was this statement false when you made
To
it?
be clear, this is a news reporting that is saying that that's what he
Did you
said.
make this statement in 2019?
Congressman, would you put in the statement that he made? This is a news report.
Okay.
Double hearsay.
Did
So-
did you make this statement in 2019 as reported by the media?
So you're asking whether or not he made a statement to the Daily Beast?
Nope, it says, quote, it's quoting him or his office, etc. Are you denying you made this statement?
It's quoting a sentence. If you put in the entire statement, that's all we ask. To be fair, give him the statement, not somebody's report. I have no idea what the Daily Beast stake is.
There was a statement that was released that was broader than this, and they relied on only a portion of it. They relied on only a portion of his full
And
statement.
that's the portion I'm focusing on.
Well,
He said
then,
only except Jeffrey
so
Epstein on
it's
two
actually a
occasions.
misrepresentation of his entire statement.
Can you let your client answer the question?
Well, can you ask it in a way that would make it clear that what you are
I'm being
actually
very
asking
clear. His statement said
is
he
the
met with
broader
Jeffrey
question
Epstein.
of what did he say?
He said he briefly met with him only
No,
on two
the
occasions.
Daily Beast selected that piece
So are
out.
you denying that the president made this statement?
What I'm saying is that there is an entire statement, that's the statement on which the president spoke to.
Would you like to provide it to this committee?
We'll happily provide that committee.
Okay, I would like to ask the president this question. Was that a false statement that you made in 2019, that you only met with Jeffrey Epstein briefly on two occasions?
Object to the basis of this question.
Wait.
This is, you're asking him about a news article, not the statement he
It's quoting
made.
him. It's quoting the president of the United States. Are you denying the president made this statement?
I'm telling
Are you denying he
No,
made
I'm
this statement?
telling
I
you-
want to know.
No, I'm telling you that
Are
the
you
president
making a
made a
false
full
statement
statement. You are selecting a piece of it. Let's put in the
My
entire
source-
statement he made.
I wasn't in federal
Show the
office
guy
in
who's
2019. I was
talking.
not a part of this committee. I was a state house rep from Goose Creek, South Carolina, and I'm quoting open sources that I have. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not rich with a bunch of attorneys, okay? I'm doing the best that I can to get the information I can, and I'm asking if the president was telling a lie in 2019 when he stated to the public he'd only met with Jeffrey Epstein on two occasions.
He did not say to the public. You misrepresented. Congresswoman Mays. Let me be clear. Not asking about your right to ask him any question, but don't do it on the basis of a news article. The news article is quoting his statement.
So is the news
It's quite-
article lying?
But that
Is the
isn't.
news article
Can the
false?
news be trusted as a valuable
It's
resource?
false if you take it to be what you're saying, which the statement did not.
Like to hear
Do you understand?
the president actually had a
Seriously.
real life
I'm
experience.
not from South Carolina, but I think it did.
Did you make a statement, Mr. President, in 2019 that you only met with Jeffrey Epstein twice? I'm asking the question a different way.
I have no idea, but I think that when I answer that, I don't believe I remembered anything about meeting him in 1995.
So when making a statement about Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, would you have checked with your staff on maybe White House logs about the 17 times he visited, dinners you had with him, fundraising that you did with him, fundraising dinners he was on, you were on his flights 26 times. Would you have checked with your staff before making such a statement, or would you just...
Congresswoman Mays, what statement are you talking about? Are you talking about the entire statement that you made in 2019?
Ms. Mays, can I just ask you for the Ms. Mays, can I ask you for the record? Ms. Mays, can I ask you for the record? Can you read the article into the record, please?
I'm not going to read the article into the record.
Well, Ms. Mays, you are indicating that this article
I'm
misrepresents a
quoting
piece.
from,
Could
you
you
have
read
not
the
asked
article
anybody
into
to
the
read an
record?
article into the record. I'm not going to do that. You've
Well,
not
this
done
is the
that yet.
basis
I'm not
on which
going
you
to.
rely.
You're not in charge of me. I am quoting
I'm
from
not
this
seeking to be in
article.
charge of you, believe me, that is something I would not at all
Don't even try.
seek to be, so I want to be respectful. But I am asking, if you're asking him to speak to this, can you please put the entire article in the record?
The entire article is in the record as an exhibit. What exhibit number is this?
22.
22.
And yet,
Counselor,
It's already in the
question
record,
has been
Counselor.
clarified to reflect only the small portion of the larger statement, to whatever extent the witness is able to answer to his recollection of that portion of the statement and any preparation that occurred
See how it
to
is.
make
Come in
that
here
statement.
and one shot the icon.
so in other words,
Can't pick me up.
what you have just
Top 10
articulated,
yes.
that the question's been clarified by Ms. Mace or by you, that what is intended is to actually only be speaking to the selected piece out of the entire statement that was released by the president's office. Is that what you're clarifying?
That's what I'm focused on, yes.
Okay. So if you read this, you really want to know is if I was at a dinner
No, I don't. My question was
that
about
Ron
your statement.
Perlman
No, sir.
gave.
No, sir. I'm not asking about
Perlman?
that dinner. I'm asking about the statement at the beginning of the article. I would like to ask another question. Your statement in 2019 about only meeting with Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions briefly.
That is not a
that-
correct, I'm going to object to that characterization.
I believe-
That is not what the statement said.
Okay, so the
I know
third
details
paragraph
you shouldn't be
down-
talking about.
So
I
to be
want
clear-
you
left
to
is
belittle your
rag,
opinion
by the
and
way.
make you
And on the
angry
third
on camera.
paragraph down,
You
it
seem
says, in
stupid.
his Monday statement, Clinton said he had only, quote, one meeting with Epstein in his Harlem office in 2002, and around the same time made one brief visit to Epstein's New York apartment with a staff member and his security detail. Those are the two
That
meetings
is in
that were
addition to
referenced.
this.
So the Daily
trips,
Beast, Bill
statement
Clinton failed to
described.
mention his intimate dinner,
Statement
1995 dinner
described
with
trips.
Epstein. That's by Pilar Melendez on the 11th of July, 2019.
All right, Mr.
What?
President, your statement saying you only met with Epstein briefly twice, was that part of an effort to cover up the close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, correct?
Object to the form of the question. It misstates the record.
She's asking if you were trying to mislead the public.
No.
Okay. How many times did Ghislaine Maxwell visit your home in Chappaqua?
I have no idea.
Who invited her?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how. She may have been.
Mr. President, that's it.
Okay.
Hillary had political events there.
Okay. So is it is it to your knowledge, was she at your home in Chappaqua likely because your wife had her over for Senate events? That's what you testified earlier today, correct?
That's not what he testified, but please ask the
I would
question
like
as
him
to
to
what he would
clarify.
actually, thank you, I appreciate that.
I did not know. But if you are implying the reverse, I will volunteer something. She was never at my house in Chappaqua for any personal reasons.
I didn't
OMAC Directive 2.
I didn't say anything for anything
No,
personal.
you didn't, but you had a great tone in your voice, and you're very good at it.
That's just.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I
It is a compliment.
Thank you. I did not get a yell loss or any loss for that matter. So yesterday your wife testified that Ghislaine Maxwell was never at her home.
Really good at
You
sentence
said it
mixing.
earlier today.
Double
You
speak,
thought if
you
she
know.
was
Congratulations. I mean, being complimented by
Over there
the
would be for
fucking president and double speak is actually pretty crazy. Like,
Senate events.
I mean,
So
specifically this one.
was
Specifically
your
this
wife
one,
falsely
yeah,
testifying
Objection.
yesterday?
This
before this committee,
mischaracterizes-
or are
So he
you-
doesn't have the benefit of his
Mischaracterizes
wife's testimony yesterday,
Secretary's
so unless you all are gonna provide the transcript, or you're gonna actually provide that information, he's not in a position where he could address
I
that.
believe all I said was that I didn't know
Okay.
that she had done.
You said you postured that maybe it was for her Senate.
Postured. Oh, bad tell that you're looking for physical references and read. Like, yeah, you're not good at it. You're not as good at it as me. I'm better at it.
I have one last question, Mr. Chairman, and then you'll take over. I believe you stated today on around. I know it's been a number of years, on around 2008, you ended, or before that, ended any communication with Jeffrey Epstein, correct? But
That's
around the time
correct.
he got arrested or right beforehand.
Going to die.
And he was arrested for child sexual prostitution or
I wonder why that happened.
hiring girls for sex or one girl for sex, right? Roughly,
almost
child
like my
sexual
game just chat
exploitation.
itself.
If you were aware in 2008 that Jeffrey Epstein was having sex with kids, and you knew of his close association with Ghislaine Maxwell, who you dubbed essentially like your Doug Band. She was the body man to Epstein, Doug Band was the body man to you. And why would you allow Ghislaine Maxwell to associate with your daughter up until, I don't know, 2004, 2015? You knew he was a bad guy. Why would you allow your
So,
daughter
excuse
to...
me, what's the period in which you're saying he would have known that Jeffrey Epstein was
After
a bad guy?
2008, so up until
Bad
Ghislaine
rhetoric.
Maxwell was
You're not
involved with
supposed to
CGI
try
until what,
expose him and say something
2015, and we confirmed today that he had a dinner with Ghislaine Maxwell in LA in 2014, so he's still hanging out with a close associate, the closest associate to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
But
Excuse me.
And I guess my question is
Congressman,
why?
Yes, the question, excuse me, is the question why Ghislaine Maxwell?
Whoa. This level of lag must be studied. Can't let me catch up with the list and play DC Universe Online. That would be too easy. Is the game frozen? Did the game crash? Is the game going to tell me what it did before I get mad? It's a miracle. Never mind. Firefox completely shit.
Oh my goodness. Ba 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 ba.
Unholy lag spikes. Look at my team, they're practically already done with the mission. They're like, where did bro go? Or maybe they don't care at all.
I'm sending Gotham PD a connection to the survivors' locations. Wayne Tech may have something to aid.
We have no choice.
We must
take out Brother Eye. From an old data link to the satellite, it seems that part of it's hidden in Gotham sewers, using the tunnels to send Omax out into the city. It's resisting all my efforts to shut it down. You'll need to go in and use multiple EMPs to break its enhanced shielding.
Data 1019. Lord Maxwell. Ally of and advocate for. And Brother Eye. Deceased. Data 1226. Blake. Buddy. One of the creators of the Brother Eye. Former Wayne Tech employee. And sister. Engaging synapses. Loading new combat file. Frost subsystem online. Lethal cold generated. Uploading proprietary multiplication. Have a nice day. Data 1024. Batman. The authorized creation of the Brother Eye Project out of concern that he could not adequately control the meta-powered members of the superhero community.
I've been watching you. Keep up the good work.
With Brother Eye out of commission, we can take out the remaining OMACs and stop the spread of their virus. Funny, the OMAC virus was actually derived from a different future brainiac. I wonder... No, I can't think about it. It would really be the end.
I is the hero who blinded Brother Eye. I'm glad you survived. And
Me too.
so will others now, thanks to you.
Anything in particular you're interested in purchasing today? Anything in particular you're interested in purchasing today?
I'm here with an offering from Argus. We've optimized gear that'll help you take on even bigger threats when you're on duty.
Could boost this guy's CR 460. Or I could leave him to be level 30 because he's already high at CR by itself.
The portal will take you where you want
But I
to
don't
go.
want to take the portal. I'm thinking, like, look at this trajectory. I could get Shepherd of Adara. Oh no. Should probably see. And this is why I need to do it, because I keep getting challenged. Like, you see, getting one tapped immediately is a good something to do so. Shouldn't have insulted me like that. I take so much offense to it.
The math behind this is complicated.
So now that I'm officially a Blue Lantern, I should probably start dressing like it.
Usually, Argus isn't too keen on free agents.
Should go help my assistants.
I, the monitor, am
The Spectre has gone mad and is raising spirits of the angry dead in Midtown. You must speak to Dr. Fate immediately. He's waiting for you at the Midtown Metropolis Police Station.
I, the monitor,
Shut
am
up,
gathering
Monitor.
the multiverse to face its greatest threat yet. We will need every ally we can get, even unexpected ones. Meet me aboard the House of the Legends.
These guys are probably like way ahead already.
We need all the aid we can gather. The Spectre.
Welcome to the Booster Gold Exploration Adventure Series. I'm Booster Gold. This adventure takes place in Metropolis's skyscraper-filled downtown district. This is where the skyline of Metropolis comes to life.
Welcome to the battle. We need warriors of your caliber for this threat. The Spectre has the power of God's vengeance to judge guilty souls, but here he has lost all mercy. I fear Circe's foul touch has turned the Spectre completely mad. Bring peace to these spirits.
Just thinking, was it worth giving this specific tune the Shepherd of Adara? Is freaking Kai that cool of a name? No. But hopefully they'll roll out another thingy out of here.
We need your help.
Souls
The Spectre has raised these ghouls to judge.
This is Wrath. A life too soon. A pilot with a sense of redemption. A police officer caught in the fires of corruption. All these and more the Spectre has been.
feel like myself again.
Spectre is supposed to judge individual souls. For him to be assigning spirits to pass sentence for him means something is badly wrong.
No matter how many of these spirits we banish, the Reapers are creating more. The Sentinels believe we can use the spectral cores of these raging spirits to...
Listen to hubris, mortal. It is the sound of dozens of mages lifting their voices to cast spells, and then screaming as their lives are ended.
No matter how many of these spirits we banish, the Reapers are creating more. The Sentinels believe we can use the spectral cores of these raging spirits to banish them. Lightkeeper Lee can tell you what they need.
We need you to help track the
Literally one-shotting them too far.
spectral analysis, no pun intended, on these manifestations, they're weirdly shadowed. I wonder, with Eclipse so free... I'll get back to you.
Now is the true test of the Sentinel's plan. The Reapers were created by the Spectre to raise up souls to judge the living, and they must be destroyed. But to do so, you must come halfway to soul death yourself. Do not let death defeat you. See Lightkeeper Chandi Gupta and Emmons' misguided punishment.
One such as me. Close your eyes and see redemption. An enormous winged yellow beast rises up before you and cows to a booming voice.
Now you must do the impossible. Return the spirit of God's vengeance to his link with humanity. Green Lantern and Green Owl will join you to face him in the Metropolis courthouse he has taken for his own. Perhaps they can appeal to the Spectre's memories. Or, failing that, help you bring him down.
Do not expect to see compassion, immortal. There is none left.
Don't expect to see compassion. There's none left.
Wisdom mortal, I will die. Sympathy committed guilty as well, and has drowned many.
Job.
To find satisfaction in a just sentence, one must be certain. mercy. Without understanding, it is merely an excuse for the weak to escape judgment. Listen to vengeance, mortal. I reject resolution. Sins and transgressions committed by everyday people. The Spectre's work is never done.
Line him up.
Without my humanity, I am lost. I must have a human host.
Bro's lost on his humanity. With you, I shall not miss my mark.
Sorry, Ollie, you already judged people enough.
And obtain the power of vengeance. Eclipso shall not deprive me of my humanity. The time
If I get Spectre's hood, this game is a cheat. So there's no way I can come in here and just one tap everything. Be like, yeah, guys, we did it. I was kind of hoping that.
Human host, and you volunteer. I will remove him from your humanity and corrupt him now and forever!
Eclipso has always wanted the Spectre's power since he had it himself and lost it. Well, he didn't get it today, thanks to you.
The Spectre has been rejoined to humanity.
Yeah! Is there audio? I'll actually play it if there is. I am the Spectre. No audio. Yes, they don't want to join the league.
You have rejoined Spectre to his humanity and restored the balance. It seems you are fated for greatness.
I get it, because your name is Dr. Fate.
Urgent. We need your help immediately. Brainiac has bottled the Daily Planet, with both Superman and Lex Luthor inside. We're trying to get a teleport link, but something's gone wrong. Since you broke out of Brainiac's ship, I'm betting you can penetrate that bottle before Brainiac goes into full lockdown. Supergirl is in the Watchtower. She'll give you the device that will allow me to communicate.
Communication is key.
Urgent. We need your help immediately. Brainiac has bottled the Daily Planet, with both Superman and Lex Luthor inside. We're trying to get a teleport link, but something's gone wrong. Since you broke out of Brainiac's ship, I'm betting you can penetrate that bottle before Brainiac goes into full lockdown. Supergirl is...
This armor packs a lot of power.
That holo token shows the emblem of the Meta Wing.
And you'll earn a
Metahumans gain their powers from their unique genetic heritage. These heroes are mentored by Superman. Urgent. We need your help.
Oh, thank goodness. It's you. I know you can save my cousin.
Yeah, but do I want
The
to?
moment the Daily Planet was bottled, he went to save Lois, and now no one knows where he is. Use this comm link to Oracle. It's the one we use when we go into deep space, and it should work anywhere. Please hurry. I'm so worried.
Urgent. We need your help immediately. Brainiac has bottled the Daily Planet, with both Superman and Lex Luthor inside. We're trying to get a teleport link, but something's gone wrong. Since you broke out of Brainiac's ship, I'm betting you can penetrate that bottle before Brainiac goes into full lockdown. Supergirl is in the Watchtower. She'll give you the device that will allow me to communicate with you once you're inside the bottle. What just happened? Okay, good news, we can get a teleporter working out of here. The bad news, where did Lex Luthor teleport Superman? Get to the teleport site so I can find out where he's gone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Brainiac is everywhere! If you're here to help, you need to save Superman.
Good thing I'm not here
Luthor
to help.
dragged him into a teleporter and then...
Teleport signal block. Command complete. Next process. Scan for enemy units.
All right, portal up with Superman's teleport location. Some kind of crazy security encoding on here. Get to Superman and get both of you safe.
Calculated up. What's the hurry, hero? You're just gonna die here anyway.
I am in a hurry.
I got my motor revving, and I'm ready to rumble! You don't have to be critical.
Lois Lane dictating.
Let's see. The ages are rapping, and it's
The
time
rivalry of the century.
Say goodbye!
Lois Lane at Daily Planet Live with breaking news. The entire Daily Planet staff is trapped here inside the Daily Planet building, which is being bottled for digitization by Brainiac. I'll continue transmission.
Metallo is down. Repeat. Metallo is down. Station alert.
Oracle here. That reinforced break.
Right. Savannah, you and I will have a word about your freaking useless security bots. Cheetah, the intruder is heading towards the meta wing. Take them out. There goes Cheetah. More security bots coming in. Will someone please get to the meta wing and stop this fool?
I am Jack Ryder, and you are wrong. Why? Because Brainiac isn't just bottling up our cities. He isn't just trying to get the exobyte powers.
Oh man, I've read about you online. Let's see if your powers can beat what the exobytes gave me.
Oracle. That gene scanner is currently calibrated to detect exobytes in living subjects. Figures.
Luther, this is Agent Serenity. The link inside is distorted. The teleportation out is not reliable. The digitization sheet...
Comfortable in your kryptonite cage, Superman? No? Good. I'd hate to think you were enjoying hearing that I, Lex Luthor, will now take my rightful place as the ultimate savior of this planet. Once I crack the secrets of the exobytes, I will defeat Brainiac, and then no one will stand in my way. Oh, look, the cavalry has arrived, such as it is. This will be quick.
It's Oracle. That shield generator is broken beyond repair. The damage seems recent, too.
Daily Planet Archive.
A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lane. I'm quite an admirer of your work. And of course I welcome any opportunity to clear up all this misleading press about LexCorp.
Mr. Luther, the Daily Planet has documents proving LexCorp's illegal genetic trafficking, attempted bribery...
Simple misunderstanding.
Too much for me.
LexCorp is a large company. Perhaps certain branches escape to my strict oversight. But surely I can't be held responsible for the misinformed actions of a few. LexCorp was founded to advance human potential. Sometimes we must push ahead of the law.
Somehow I expected you'd be the one to take down Luthor. He's been trying to crack the Kryptonian DNA code, but in the end, he always falls back on kryptonite, the one thing I just can't fight. You're a true hero, and a true friend.
Yes! Take that, calculator! I'm back online for the moment. Oh no, get Superman out of that kryptonite cage. I'll teleport you both to the watchtower.
Can you hear this audio? Can we please hear the I am Superman. I was born on the planet Krypton and sent here to Earth to save my life. I use my powers to protect this planet and all who live here. To challenge selfishness, cruelty, greed. I share my gift and my burden with others who choose this right. It's good to know that I do not stand alone. For every hero, or for every villain, there's a hero, and every man can choose to be a Superman. I didn't mess that up at all.
It's Oracle. Before it was torn in two, it looks like that band was configured to access the dungeon jail cells.
I'm not sure I should forgive you, Superman. I'm the one who broke the story about you in the Daily Planet. I even gave you your name. And you give your first interview to that schlub, Clark Kent?
My apologies, Miss Lane. I'm here now. What would you like to ask me about?
All right then. But I'm warning you, I don't pull any punches. So, your powers. How do they work? And is there a Mrs. Superman?
One question at a time, Miss Lane. May I call you Lois? My powers come from Earth's yellow sun. Its
I wonder if I have enough brain
giving me super strength, flight, speed, and other powers like heat vision.
Speed and I have speed and flight and strength.
I assure you,
these are the qualities that make a
I'm a
good voice
man,
actor.
just not from Earth. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep this planet
It's not from
safe.
Earth.
I can't believe how evil Lex Luthor is. I should be used to it by now, but I just can't. Superman will need some time to recover from that kryptonite. Thank you so much. I knew you could do it.
Thank you for believing.
I had a feeling the moment you first trashed that Brainiac ship that you'd be a power for good. The Justice League wants to say thanks. In fact, your mentor wants to thank you personally.
I do not like that you need to go to Watch or the House of Legends to do the quest. Stupid. Is bro at Tio Morrows or at Star Labs is what I was going to say before I thought about something. Mandatory fit check. Stop me in my tracks.
Mission grant complete. Thank you for your assistance. The Steelworks infiltration team requires your help to recover the stone.
Skill to infiltration team. I've located the tachyon signature for my stolen prototypes. The signal's point of origin is at Ace Chemicals plant in Gotham City. I can't say that I'm surprised Morrow would hide in there. That hack deserves a toxic cesspool for a lab.
Oh, you're live on Twitch? Wait a minute. I'm only live on YouTube. So I can do things like this.
This spot has the perfect sideline.
Let me earn my Champion of Earth title right now. I'll go for the senior villain, and then I'll go for the, you know, the up and coming. No! Saved by the bell. Somebody pick me up, bro. Somebody pick me up. Somebody pick me up. Somebody pick me up. Please. Please.
Please hurry to my central core. I am under attack by Larfleeze's orange lanterns. My efforts to repel them have failed, and other Green Lanterns have fared no better. Please rescue our corpsman. Lantern Jordan may know more about what is happening. Be prepared. I detect another attack is imminent.
now and you won't get hurt. Birds. Anyway, some of Larfleeze's constructs are still here. Get rid of them and help out anyone you find. I'll check in with Mogo and figure out our next move.
This is why I joined.
Nothing I do has any effect on those wood constructs.
When did Larfleeze's constructs get so tough?
LexCorp R&D log 68. None of the LexCorp
68,
executives have heard from Mr. Luther in days. Even his special agents seem anxious about his disappearance. That being the case, we're going to continue to follow Luther's last known orders to collect, study, and weaponize the citrine mist.
Why? Why is that a good idea? Let's collect the orange dust that kills people. Not just kills people, it makes people really greedy until they do something stupid and then do that. Suddenly craving orange sugar. Oh my goodness! Knocked all the way back, bro. Disagree. No, it's Lex Luthor. He won it in the second round, bro. He thought he was tough. But how is he? It's a CR. I like the now. Bro's not even gonna kill me. Dexter,
Free these lantern engineers. You'll need their help to purify the central power battery.
We will need their help. That's all I heard.
Okay, that was ridiculous. So was that. And that.
Finally, I know that there's another entity, but I haven't heard or seen much of it in this war. Perhaps it's escaped whatever happened to the rest of the emotional entities. I guess we'll find out eventually, huh?
Introduced an orange impurity through the citrine mist. Our legend engineers have created a device that will help. One of you needs to enter the battery with it to collect and neutralize the mist.
Stay away! This power battery will be mine! Nothing you do matters!
What? It's kind of crazy line.
Why won't you give it to me? Stop fighting!
Device is ready. Hurry!
You're upsetting me! Give it to me! No! Stop doing that! Why won't you give it to me? You're upsetting me!
is active. Use it
The Green Lantern power battery will be mine! And the blue one as well! And you will be mine! You will activate my Orange Lantern core!
Nice try, Larfleeze. But now you're going back to Okara and you.
Larfleeze is kind of mean. Guardians low.
You're through, buddy!
Finna die. Never mind.
It must all be mine!
We did it.
Larfleeze will never give up, but it's good to know that I can count on you guys to help out when he gets hangry.
Is there investigations here? You think there'd be one like right here? There. Should I go to Mogo? I'd probably look better as a Green Lantern.
Information is vital in war. To that end,
information is vital in war. To do that, we need their latest command code.
the battlefield is littered with parts of defeated manhunters. That way, the enemy can't repair them. These Owen repair facilities are a lifesaver.
Generating additional hard munitions.
fit. It's all messed up now.
Well, Zod's taken over the top floor, and he's prepared to use the Science Spire's weapon on Metropolis.
Why?
Zod and his forces have become more dangerous since their escape from the Phantom Zone. His latest efforts are no exception. Lois has the coordinates to the Brainiac bottle ship, and Zod has threatened to use the Science Spire's laser technology on Metropolis if she doesn't hand them over. Supergirl is on the way to lend a hand. Find Zod and put an end to this nonsense.
Yes, we will find Zod.
Sorry I'm late. The line at Hitter's coffee shop is ridiculous.
See, that's why I don't really care about leveling up this razors, is because everybody already has it. Do we need more healing? I mean, we kind of do, to be honest. But it looks just like that Superman shield that I don't have. Should probably be looking at my scope. Definitely not pulling 1,000,000 damage with this art set up. Probably should run COG. Why not? Get everybody buff.
Artifacts hit a wall, mate. It needs the proper motivation to go on. What you need is a very special sort of item to help it break on through to the other side.
Zod, let it go. This has gone on long enough.
If it isn't the Maid of Might, is Kal-El too cowardly to face me?
Maid, you feeling okay, Zod? Phantom Zone jet lag dragging you down?
Give me the coordinates to Brainiac's ship
I was getting right
if you want to save Metropolis. Tremble! Attend to your duty and charge the laser! Kneel before Zod! I will not be defeated! Should want to free what remains of Krypton's legacy from Brainiac.
I do want to free Kandor, but it has to be done carefully and not at the expense of others.
Then let me help you. I can help you infiltrate the Brainiac ship.
You help me? How could I trust you?
When it comes to saving Kandor, you can.
You better not be trying to play us.
Zod does not play.
Uh-huh.
Nobody taking this conversation.
We go straight to the Brainiac ship and straight back. Kandor will leave with me.
Motion detected in the hallways.
over lasers now, bro. Like, what we don't even really need. You don't even need superpowers anymore. Come on, we got over lasers. Yeah, they're fighting the Brood Guardian. I'm fighting Brainiac Constructor. That's the guys who they got me up against. Thanks, General Zod. Thank you, Kara. Because I would almost have lost that. So you, wow, she can teleport in there, but I can't. All right, whatever. Just overrated. Are you gonna teleport in there too, or what? Okay, bruh. That's a crazy flex. When did I get bug goggles, bruh? It's crazy. They want you to dress like the guy. Dressed like a Gulp Shido. Nobody know about freaking guy Gulp Shido. Whoa. I need to sell, but not like DPS wise, just like regular selling.
I don't even have the artifact and it's working. Like, that's how cool the new one is. I'm glad that they made it, like, so universal. Not everybody has to have one artifact.
When I get called out to other sectors, night
Candor, at long last, Krypton will become great once more.
Hand it over, Zod. You gave us your word.
I cannot trust that you will restore her. It's too important. You must stand aside. Krypton will rise again, and all of humanity will kneel before Zod.
Nobody in this cutscene cares that bro got
I
away.
could say I was surprised.
Not even super. He's not even
Candor is
here.
out of Brainiac's hand.
We will have to deal with Zod and his plans for Candor soon, but at least Candor is free from Brainiac. I think I know what he's up to. I just need to check something at the fortress. I'll contact you soon.
Mogo has been receiving reports of Earth's supervillains being controlled by the Mists, as if they weren't dangerous enough. Head out there and stop them from devastating.
Good work. Hey, you look ready to go. Open up that on-duty menu to either jump in quick with others, or customize to search for specific runs. Try it now. Oh, and when you're teaming up with others, keep in mind that runs go way better when everyone's cooperative, encouraging, and engaged. Now that you've got the items you need, you can really give your artifact a boost. It's only impossible if you don't try it.
That's a neat toy. Good thing I'm clever.
I'm just a small hero trying to make a big difference. If it's not based in science, I don't trust it.
It's not based in poggers. I don't trust it.
The best thing about artifacts is that they want to grow in power. They yearn for it, and they're always hungry. If you feed them the right things, it will make them stronger. The best fuel for these little beasts, things like sunstones from Krypton, and ingots of nth metal from Thanagar.
what hooked me up with this league, because like, holy crap, way better design color-wise from Intolerance base. No offense. Oh, bro, and they already got people in here. See, like, I'm not even. Oh, wait. And they're focusing on bank. I'm not gonna be doing anything naughty. That's why I'm recording, so you guys can make sure. But I mean, you know, style mixing. Not even Letterman number 3? Fool.
Attack protocol initiated.
It's Batman. My makeshift antidote is working, but slowly. I'll guide you through the satellite. You need to hack 3 separate terminals to gain access to and destroy the mainframe. I'm bypassing the door to the inverse gravitational latch. Restore the gravity to gain access.
Log entry. This vocabulator will enable cybernetic life forms to communicate via speech. Courtesy of T.O. Morrow.
Good. I'm opening the door to Docking Bay Alpha. I suggest you clear the landing bay of Brainiac forces before you go any further. Now, onto life support systems. The satellite has marked your presence as hostile, so expect incoming. Close to Docking Bay Beta. The area is fully converted to Brainiac, so be prepared. Full system defenses are active. Get those turrets fired. I'll see if I can shut the alert down from here.
Log entry. It's about time for T.O. Morrow to revolutionize chronotechnology.
Keep using those turrets until I'm through. initiate the shutdown sequence.
Core data wiped in progress. Initializing prototype of key information parameters. Creating.
New objective. Terminate flawed organic prototype of this unit. Searching. Location found. New objective. Terminate flawed organic prototype of this unit. Searching. Location found.
The Core's data purge created a robot using my information, and it seems it knows where to find me. Quickly, follow it. We must destroy it as quickly as possible.
That insane android of Brainiacs is trying to destroy the source of its data. It knows how to breach the Batcave defenses.
Batcave item catalog number 44329-I will never touch the Batmobile again. Cracked Scarface doll. Let's see. Used by Arnold Wesker, aka the ventriloquist, in his criminal empire. Wesker's dissociative disorder allowed him to create and maintain the alternate persona.
Data package digitized. Data now expanded.
That insane android of Brainiacs is trying to destroy the source of its data. It knows how to breach the Batcave defenses. You have to shut that thing down.
Now that Brainiac has to shut it down. The computer, now!
Concern for humanity. Discarding data. Data deleted.
These bonds are linked to my body chemistry. Nothing in my belt will undo them. I have to ask you to help.
You saved my life, and the secrets of the Batcave. Now I need to send out an electronic pulse to wipe out any remaining Brainiac link that would allow him to find this place. Oracle will teleport you out.
It went that well.
My city. Field of corruption, vice, cruelty, and evil. A place of darkness crying out for a dark night to save the innocent and strike fear into the hearts of criminals. This is why I prowl the night. Why I became Batman. And now an army joins me in the shadows, each dedicated to my cause of making evil fear the night. Criminals consider yourself born and be afraid. I'm terrified.
Source data package digitized. Data now expendable.
Without discipline, all is chaos. Criminals are cowardly, superstitious, weak. I will disguise my terror and strike it into their hearts instead. I will never kill. I will never take away the possibility of a better future. But I will embrace the night. I will make it mine. I will become a bat.
A bat.
Whoa, you got here quick. Color me impressed. Mara filled me in. Looks like it's you and me, brave and the bold style. Arrow and Lantern can eat their heart.
We've got to hurry. Starro is headed for the metahuman containment wing. Hey, partner, check it out. I don't think that sushi you're delivering looks like Mara had reason to be paranoid. Can you deal with these hatcheries? Starro feeds on power. I've got 4 of them.
Aquaman would have both his homes, above and below the water, live in unity. But the Atlanteans have lived for centuries in isolation for a reason. And all too often, Atlantis is at odds with the surface. Spindrift Station, an embassy intended to foster relations between both worlds, is his crowning achievement. But who does it serve? Atlantis?
Starro feeds on power. I've got 4 of the rogues locked up back there behind $500. Those guys are moody enough without the stars. I need to make sure the rogues are still tucked safe in their beds. Meet me in the detention wing.
I'll reduce... Ye rocket! Catch him in the teeth! Feed him to the crabs!
Oh, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve for you. Come on, guys, give me a break. Aquaman is a close personal friend of mine.
I hope these bargain fishmen feed your manky hide to their dogfish. Just murder that scarlet screwhead.
Easy there, guys. I don't think they speak Scottish. Or slimeball.
Enough theatrics. Hold him still.
Watch the face.
It's done. Now ensure that the rest of these insufferable land dwellers tell no tales of who was responsible.
Fastest man alive.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Get the rogues out and they'll even the odds.
What you waiting for? Ah! No! No! Give us our middle cube, you damn self!
Care of them before they get bigger.
There's a sucker born every minute!
And the brilliant and devious prevails.
I'm no angel, but I'm not ungrateful. Time to repay my debt.
I've got a storm brewing just for you. Suck on some lightning, widow. Uh-oh. I guess Starro likes lightning.
Stay frosty. Just this once. I've got your back.
About time! You found my cold guns! Oh, shit! That'll keep him on ice for a while. Out cold!
Thanks for getting that thing off me. I'll get Mara and see if she can make sense of all this.
Thank you, Flash. I knew you would not forsake us in this hour of need.
No problem, Mara. You know any queen of Arthur's is a queen of mine. Out of all the fish in the sea, Arthur's darn lucky you weren't the one that got away.
Oh, joyous day. Fish humor. A trip to the surface is never complete without it. Pardon me, Flash. I have some serious matters to discuss with your partner.
Oh, sure thing. I'll be over here, soaking in the awkwardness.
Shame.
The drift has tracked rogue Atlantean troops to an ancient temple in the Ninth Tribe. We must... Wait, were these the Atlanteans responsible for the attack here? I know this armor. It belongs to Ocean Master's forces. Orm's insane jealousy for Arthur has always fed his lust for the throne, but he has always been...
Iris Allen here with an important update. Central City's Scarlet Speedster, the Flash, was seen foiling a combined attack by Starro and Atlantean insurgents on the CCPD's 1st Precinct house with another unidentified super. The Flash, a longtime friend and teammate to the Atlantean royal family, was quoted as saying, "Mira and Arthur are sparing no effort in their personal investigation into who is behind the Starro attacks. They have assured me that the Atlantean Empire is in no way responsible."
Let me know if you need another lift. I could use another dry lander to pal around with at the embassy.
This place is unfamiliar.
For that. A little pain won't stop me.
This place aches.
That makes sense. How am I streaming if Firefox isn't open? How am I streaming if Firefox isn't open?
First remember meeting.
Beginning to our country. I want to start from the beginning. When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, I will try
beginning
in this
to our
testimony,
country.
and I
want to start
out when I'm aware
from the
there's
beginning.
A picture or something.
When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
There's a picture which shows him shaking hands in the White House Historical Association reception. That was in 1993, but I will try
beginning
in this meeting
to our
testimony,
country.
and I
want to start
out when I'm aware
from the
there's
beginning.
A picture or something.
When did you first meet Jeffrey
I got on
Epstein?
an airplane to take the first trip with my foundation and I think 2002, whatever it was. But
Okay.
2,
Now,
1.
That's Historical Association.
We can continue with the stream. Sorry, Mira.
Ocean Master, surrender.
Master.
It's over.
Why did you say that?
Indeed, for you, traitor.
Traitor? Have you lost your senses?
Is she a
Do
traitor?
not allow your ambition to be the ruin of all of Atlantis.
Quaint, Mera. Clearly your skills for deception have not diminished. Zebel, you
Fool! I will teach you to insult the Queen of Atlantis.
You are not a queen. You are a Zebel conspirator, and I will take pleasure in watching Arthur suffer the ruin you have brought upon him.
Give up, Orm. Your plot is revealed. Have you not a shred of love for your own brother? You will be stopped.
I can't believe it. This battle's crazy.
I will need your help to tip the tide. Ocean Master calls minions from the sea. You will never unseat Arthur from the throne. Ocean Master has brought reinforcements. We must deny them access. Restrict his access to the moon pools. His minions flank us from the moon pools. You play your part well, traitor. Orm must be insane to accuse me of his own crimes. His insults will not be forgotten when he stands trial for this treachery. I wonder what dark magic he sought to find in this place.
I wonder what kind of dark magic
they do in this place. And then there's just a statue of who? Morgulmar. I'm just thinking, like, that was really subtle there. Really. Astral weapons box. Spider blade. Not as cool as what I have. Actually, it looks pretty cool. There you go. Gotta go with Slade's sword.
I will bring this news to Arthur at the Embassy Gala and inform the press of Ocean Master's deception. On behalf of Atlantis, please grace us with your presence at Spinger Station as our guest of honor.
Gross.
Atlantis became my home and Arthur my king and husband. We were happy then, and together we had an heir, a beautiful boy who I could find no fault in. Then that all ended when Arthur's enemy, Black Manta, took him from us.
Black Manta. I wonder where bro's at.
Like Kasu?
No. I already did this on another tune, bro. But I'm not sad about it. This guy's name is literally the same as this guy's name.
I'm glad you've come. I need your help with taking the spark of ion to the central power battery. But there's an army of orange lanterns between here and there. We cannot allow the spark's light to fade. Oh, and don't worry about Sinestro. This time he's on our side.
If you're finished, Jordan, we should move on. Or have you already forgotten how quickly the spark siphons your ring's power?
I can tell this is coming.
Is that Sinestro?
10 minutes, Sinestro, you missed the old.
Even if I did, reminiscing is pointless. Still superior.
Yeah.
Superior pain in the butt.
Stop digging Sinestro. You should say we Glomulus. Don't.
Beware, another fool driven by greed.
That's...
And I'm craving orange sugar.
I will make you a nightmare.
Let's keep moving.
That guy knows how to alpha back up. Dr. Psychotic Pack. Dr. Psychotic Pack. Alright.
So Jordan can be charged with rape.
In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light.
Another orange lackey. Prepare yourselves. They're coming through.
Looks like the cat's out of the bag. Citron mist Barcini.
We shall put that down.
That's not
Strike you!
We're almost there. Let's go.
Alright, bro, stop looking. Oh my god. Agents.
Wait, before we go in there, we need a plan.
Sinestro. What's the plan?
If we're going to stand a chance in there, I can't let the spark hold me back. That's why I'm giving it to you temporarily.
Are you sure that's wise?
You know who to give it to, right? Not me.
We don't have time for wise. Besides, I trust our friend. The spark will stay lit.
Just hurry up.
Play favorites, bro.
You're going to feel a
Nepotism.
surge of energy, but don't worry. They will be
I don't
wearing
want
your
it.
power.
Thank you. I got a prec boost and then very good. Let me check my stat. Early in game buff. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm green.
It's clear.
All right, here it goes. Ion is back. We did it. Romulus? He's been spying on us.
My range charge is low.
Mine too. I won't recharge from the simple power battle. Ion needs all the willpower we can get.
I didn't realize that he blew a kiss. I kind of just went in my
Thanks,
next
Chris. Ion will be restored, and now we have the will to move forward.
Sinestro says thanks too.
No, I didn't. Sinestro says thanks too. Disappears. Thank you.
Chalk up another win.
Listen, you don't want to be my mate. My mates end up either worm food or worse. Phantom Stranger's a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. I think he predates humor, though. Bloody heroes. Bloody villains. I think Brainiac is doing us all a favor by thinning her. Bollocks! Do I look like your mum? What are you going on about?
Crazy you are right here from the Starfire. That's honestly better than the real game, bro. Yeah.
Phantom Stranger's a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. I think he predates humor, though.
Basically can't go anywhere without being recognized.
Hey, I need to do the allies thing because you need DC allies to play the DC Universe online, the game. So where are the ally tutorials at? What does bro have that I
It
care
went
about?
that well, huh? I guess if you ever have bad luck, you can always blame the gear.
Oh, actually.
And don't forget to keep it prepared. Of course you know that. Oh, when you outpace Argus, give that guy Tempest Fusion a shout. He's a big, friendly guy. Just, I guess, don't forget us, okay?
Looks kind of corny in it, the preview. Let's see how cornier he looks with it on. Oh, it's a full mask. Oh, I don't like that. Well, actually, never mind. It shows the. I thought, like. Yeah, I was about to say. But.
Nobody should fall behind.
What's the mask that they give you for it? Archer, bro. I need to still that. It looks corny with the Archer on, in my opinion. Maybe somebody can make it work. Good. It just has this weird little. There you go. Now it looks like a chin wag. Chin wag.
These missions are all worthy causes and important learning opportunities. Prioritize them as you see fit.
Citizens of Earth, I am here to tell you that this will not be humanity's end. We will launch the counter-attack that will topple, set you up, and reclaim our planet. Meet my allies in the hellscape.
This is the cataclysm the Monitor was preparing us for. We must defend Earth or Perpetua will gather enough doom to rewrite the entire multiverse. Meet me at the Hall of Justice.
The situation is dire. I've been coordinating with Star Labs to maximize response times. I'll keep tabs on their progress if you can be my eyes on the ground. Go talk to their lead researcher at Ground Zero. It's Oracle. Literally everyone heard that message. Luther, his LexCorp tower offices just exploded. Apparently he evacuated his employees before making that broadcast. Get to Metropolis and see what you can learn. I don't trust
So you should have been V Domino. It looks way cooler. We're gonna go Crest Advisor because why not? Crest Advisor would be cool too. Maybe. Does that just look cool? Nah. The aura. It's liminal.
Listen, you don't want to be my mate. My mates end up either worm food or worse.
Lame.
If it's the portal you need, step on through. If it's gear, I have quite the collection.
We serve the edicts of great beings. Your presence is rewarding.
The Piccolo effect. Oh, actually, hold on. What am I doing using Death for storage, bro? I got quite lightning bolts. I think that's pretty cool. But I need to do this new content. I'm actually kind of afraid to do that. It's like I'm afraid to talk to Superman.
I had a feeling
Like,
the
oh,
moment
no.
you first trashed that Brainiac ship that you'd be a power for good. The Justice League wants to say thanks. In fact, your mentor wants to thank you personally.
Bro, he looks like a hobo Piccolo, man. I can't talk to Superman like this.
Not everyone has what it takes to take a beating from the villains of this world and just keep fighting. But you do. And you've brought the fight right back to them. From all of us in the Justice League, congratulations and thanks. You are now an official member of the JLA.
I don't know how to feel.
You're a full-fledged member of the Justice League. Congratulations.
Well, let me talk to Miss America.
I'm Mr. Miller. I may may be the world's greatest escape artist, I'm stuck in short help. My old friends on a
Hey there, handsome. Come here often.
Dark side.
Thanks for getting here so quickly. Something weird's going on out there. The Sentinels of Magic are reporting that demonic cults are grabbing citizens off the streets and sending them to who knows where. Get out there and stop their
Mr. Miracle and his wife, Big Barda, are good people. When they called needing help, I knew you'd be the one to give them a hand. So, down to business. My police scanner said they're picking up a rise in intergang
I've heard this be
criminal
called
activity.
a lunar
It
game.
makes sense. They
Is this
are
a lunar
notoriously
game?
connected to Apocalypse.
Is this true?
Check in on them
Or do
and
they just
see
talk
if it's related to
to
Dark
each other
Side's venture.
in this interaction because of a crucial episode related thing? Like, look how many episodes there are, right? We're on the Hope kind of episode, apparently. They don't even call it episode anymore. Like, let me show you. No, wait a minute. Classic game. General. Story arcs. Hope burns bright. Oh, see. Oh my god. No more episodes. I liked episodes, man. They were cool. That's why I'm in the worst episode ever. So I'm trying to understand why. Like, all of these, like, random characters are just talking to each other. Like, Brother Worth is cool.
My fate is tied to the blue light.
For real, man. And then bro, you got bro over here just sitting trying to influence the trigonic energy over here, basically, right? You know, they got Mr. Miracle in opposition to talk to the new gods and stuff. So like, this is the Justice League, right? They got Darkseid on steep speed dial because they have the absolute universe, and then they have future Lex Luthor talking to like both of their evil versions. It's kind of crazy how they're right over there. Y'all can just go talk to yourselves, but they choose to talk to bro. I don't understand why. And then you got Lady Shiva. I need
Heroes, villains, these words mean nothing to me. All that matters is the battle.
The battle?
Ra's al Ghul is the demon's head, leader of the League of Assassins. His obsession with cleansing the earth has turned him away from honorable combat. He must be forced to reevaluate his priorities. Talia has a personal interest. She will tell you more when you arrive.
Do we go for the full homeless thing? It actually is hard. Hold on. I like that. Wait a minute. It looks like. Okay, I might have to go for. Dang it. Wait, because I know I could buy it with PvP, but nobody's queuing up, you know? I just don't got any queues. Fine. I have to do it myself. Oh no, I'm scared.
Those of us
I'm actually surprised that Legends popped first.
Combat. Thank you.
Those of us in the league who value the art of combat. I don't think I should be like seen talking to you right now. Like conduct. Worst episode ever. There's a reason they put Ursa in here instead of none, so I'm gonna figure that out by fighting Batman. damage to the Batman. I need to be better with my combos.
You're finished!
I detected you. Is that what bro just said? Step on that. Yep. Thank you. I feel a little like scolded right now by Batman. Like, ouch. He jumped. Batman jumped. DCUO would stay available for a few more years to cover. Yeah.
Try harder.
How is Batman like reaching after image speed right now?
Earthlings are pathetic!
Like, why are you Earthlings are pathetic? Like, come on, bro. You're not really proving amount of damage I can do in a second. Wow. Like, bro, I don't, he's not even wearing Kevlar at this point. Like, when he said he was coming for Luthor, he meant, like, for real. Like, where?
This fight bores me!
It does bore me. Just getting beat up. Can't tell if it's skill or not.
Mercy is weak!
Probably should start using a barrel. We're just going for punches. Dang. Of course he's atomic, so I wouldn't win even if I fought him in regular PvP. Oh.
You think you learn?
You will yield to me!
The Batman.
You will kneel before General Zod! You will kneel before General Zod! Mercy is weak!
Bollocks! Do I look like your mum? What are you going on about? Bloody heroes. Bloody villains. Bloody heroes. Bloody villains. I think Brainiac is doing us all a favor by thinning the herd.
Need to run like very specific raids. I hate that they do that to make you get the, like, it's cool that they offer that so you don't have to just buy all of the source marks, but it's still like pretty goofy that you need to like find which raid you're gonna have to go to. Like, oh wait a minute, you have to talk to them first. You don't even, it doesn't even show you which artifacts.
Hey, it's Cyborg. I've got a big announcement to make and a huge opportunity for you. I've been in touch with a lot of...
It's Oracle. Literally everyone heard that message. Luther, his LexCorp tower offices just exploded. Apparently he evacuated his employees before making that broadcast. Get to Metropolis and see what you can learn. I don't trust Luther for a second.
Should probably get Orb. It's actually pretty cool. Like if it wasn't raid based and you can just get them like in a cache that like Birds of Prey did. I don't know why they don't do that now. Because I guess they just give them to you like in the menu. So, sorry.
I'm getting reports of a robot rampaging through town. I'll give you one guess. Who stole my tech to make his own avatar? Track it down and disable it before it causes more harm. I've dropped some...
Things here are bad. Can I count on you?
Lex is a madman, but he...
I've dropped some supplies nearby to help you out. They're in a crate keyed to your biometric signature. It's a combination of my tech and some helpful items Luther just made available. Use them well.
All of these are useless besides one. And at least to this character. I'm pretty sure this, I might get Mercy then. I didn't want to do that because I wanted to get to the cards, and I think that kind of makes the run a little weirder. Like, look, if I don't level Source Sharp, which I probably should, my supercharge character build. I don't even really use the animals, so it's kind of on standby. why I gave you guys the aura farm. Just had to rethink about my outfit. Just had everything there, everybody see it.
So, Harley Quinn got recruited by some insane grandma from another planet into a girl band called the Furies. Cool name, right? It was all fun and games for Harl, who took to calling herself Hammer Harleen to fit in, I guess. Things went pear-shaped when old Granny made her fetch this thing called the Splinter of Destiny. And here we are now. Ew.
Friend, please help. Gods raid the Mascara, and I am joined by Amazons from other worlds. I have been... Friend, please help. Gods raid the Mascara, and I am joined by Amazons from other worlds. I have been trying to reach their Wonder Woman, but the chaos is too thick. I need someone who can help bring even the gods to task. It's not the same, the Mascara.
Booster Gold approved and endorsed.
The bombardments, the raids, all the chaos traces back to the breaking of the Source Wall. Clearly we must repair the Source Wall, and that will mean besting the gods themselves. An impossible task, not for people like you. You are someone I trust, and I need you in a time when even Athena herself has betrayed me. If you come across other Wonder Women, invite them to
nuts idea for... I'll probably do that on another channel. Collecting my hearts. And I think Gemini would kind of round this out, but I don't have enough skill points to compensate for transformation cards, so...
Let no selfish god, new god, or bloodthirsty mortal see the victory.
This height will test the mettle of every warrior. Imperial Atlanteans clamor for queen. Every attempt to harry our weakest front with magical creatures.
Agents of Apocalypse must pay for their trespasses. The gods would prey on us to bolster themselves.
Tartarus, you're right. There actually is a lot of people here already. It just feels just cool. I don't know why they haven't merged LFG chat with that. Feels like they're waiting for some reason.
I will muster the Piper's jaw. He just like you know what? We just go this thing out. Save me, somebody. Super Steel Man.
We have tamed the beast, at least for the time being.
After a match, instant or mission, you can express your appreciation with good game, GG, or simply use the emote. Whoa. It's Morpheus Matrix. From the Matrix. Matrix.
This underground cave may allow us to pass beneath the crown of thorns and gain access to the palace.
I will believe it when I see it, Mera. Now lead on.
I'm just really proud of this bit. I know it's Piccolo, but I feel like I did enough to make it a little bit more like unique. He knows because of the king shark. This guy's name is ManFlash99. He's actually what does he have Skittleogs?
What do you think you're going with that pitch for?
Actually locked. I'm gonna like.
Don't be foolish, King Shark. Cormorant's reign of terror must end by any means necessary.
He accepted the League invitation.
The king's man that killed him is sitting on the throne, while you and all
He's atomic.
Enough, you sea-cursed sociopath. It is my birthright to rule the people of Atlantis.
The people of the night don't want you. They want someone like them in charge. That's why I'm taking that trident and bringing down Wrath myself.
Blah, blah, blah.
It's time Atlantis had a true king of the deep.
Stop this, Shark. Can't you see we're not like Cormorant or the Elder Council? My husband was a hero, a man of action who protected not just Atlantis, but the entire world. If we take the throne from Wrath, I swear on Arthur's soul, the next king will follow in my husband's footsteps.
Mary is right. My brother had good intentions, despite his impetulant need to be loved.
For a couple of highborn, you two know how to throw down. I swear, as king of the Night Tribe, I'll aid you in removing Wrath from the throne, no matter the cost. Or Poseidon help me.
I'd say like the game is in a good spot without. I think they would do better with less like kind of like AI kind of circulation going through it. But I think the game is like kind of unrewarding for people who are returning or already on play the game. It's like there's just so many steps you have to repeat just to figure out where you actually need to go. Like I'm barely like figuring it out just because of like which things I want to do first, and like there's just too many opportunities for anybody coming in and anybody leaving. So it's like how they're supposed to be really talking about it in LFP when you know politics is important and allies and artifacts are what people care about when they say real mechanics. So it's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard.
Neptune's balls. The ground blocks us even below the sea floor. This plan is pure folly. There is no way past it.
The crystal is charged with the same magic as the crown.
Of course. We can use the trident to impart and topple.
Foreign constructs. If I am right, the constructs may get us past the crown. I will use my aquamancy to split the crystal. While I empower them, dig into the sea floor and gather roots from the crown itself.
Quickly! We have been discovered! Defend yourselves!
Should I actually be talking in the chat? I feel like they don't need my rewarding presence. I need to kill these guys right now.
You fancy yourself a champion of good, yeah? Gotham's got itself right bollocks, and the rest of the world's not far behind. Meet me in Gotham under that rift in the sky, and I'll tell you how you can be a big, damned hero.
Defeated, I was robbed of the 6 crystals I possessed. I was sent into exile, a broken man. The crystals were again separated and hidden, where even my skills could not sear. The other 6 remain lost to the ages until now.
Look, I think a lot of the decisions in this game make them lose money, but like they don't really use the money all the time. Most of the time, they kind of reuse certain assets that we build, new things, which is cool because I like, you know, it's like the problem with it, I think, is like keeping this game up and running. It's like they need a way to make money that isn't supposed to be like horribly transactional. And I think if like for instance, if they took like all like wolf pack tokens, like just make artifacts less easy to like get for everybody. Nobody likes having to buy more artifacts. Like I don't think that's a thing that most people want to do, at least. And then they could probably add like either more catalysts on the welcoming page, because they already do that, like with the paradox energy, or do like reset power tokens and like maybe not league names, maybe just power tokens and movement mode things, so people can get those other feats without having to spend money to switch their movement mode or role. It would make a lot of sense. Like I remember being on a tune that had like he was leveled up like all. I switched his power, but like he only had heal power, so I never got like the feats for tanking or the feats for controlling, just because you need like the switch. And people with high skill points definitely do that, at least on at least one character. So it's like all the little ways you can cheese out skill points in this game are good and perfect the way that they are, with artifacts and everything else. That's why so many people get feats immediately after reaching a certain level, because they basically phased out like crafting anything anymore. I mean, like they're still crafting, like nothing is like, no tool is gonna be like, it's never gonna be like Hands of Fate, which is good, but it's basically not as essential. And now you can only really craft exobytes.
The current is too strong. Move forward, for those fights will impale us. At last, the construct has reached the ground. Quick, through the opening. Excellent. We have gained access to the armory. Everything is going according to plan.
Only a fool would plan to die in a place like this. But Arthur never said you were very bright.
Murderer! Betrayer! How could you turn on Arthur? He was your friend,
She seems
your
mad
king.
about that.
And for what? To serve a mad tyrant?
I am the king's guard, my lady. I am loyal to the king and to the throne of Atlantis. I warned Arthur that his love of the surface would cost him the throne. Now I'm warning you.
Leave the way you came, or I'll lay your waterlogged bodies at the feet of King Coram Wrath.
Whoa. I'm silent, but I agree, is what that guy said.
Attack!
War Magus, Choromancer. See, part of the problem with these newer artifacts and like the augments that make you do crazy laser beam damage is that you can't see the actual enemy what they're supposed to be doing, which makes it hard. Like imagine Survivor mode like that, like where like at least everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing by that point. But imagine like newer players trying to get into Survivor and actually get to those higher ranking, but then they're like you can't even see what the specific enemy skull will do. It's like covered in ads of your own making and allies and there's a lot of effects. Like look at everything is going on. They don't need all the points. Gamma lowered, right? We're gonna have effects quality, right? Same as the gamma, really. Like see now, look. This is how a DC setting should look. It's gritty, it's dark. You know, but it's also fun and goofy, right? See, there's enough color for to make it, you know. It's just, I don't understand. Like, just higher.
Finish it!
You deserve 1,000 deaths!
You deserve 1,000.
My entire being aches for vengeance, Merc. You betrayed and murdered your king and stole my beloved husband from me.
Who's that over there?
Betrayed, yes, my lady, but murdered. I did not. Couldn't.
What? What are you saying?
He lives, my lady. King Orin lives.
Brother?
Mira.
Rest, my love. We have a fight ahead of us.
It's Oracle. Central City needs you. It's Oracle. Central City needs your help. Strange weather patterns are disrupting the city, and criminals are taking advantage of the chaos. The
The speedsters have their hands full, Flash is missing, and I'm trying to piece it all together. Once you get there, I'll send you where you're most needed.
I think the foyer in the House of Legend is cooler for if you don't have like a teleporter in your lair, but like I'd say Watchtower is still good for like half of the episode stuff because they still play it here. Mogo's Command Center. It's not where I need to go.
Best way to stop that dimensional party crasher in the sky.
Supergirl here, talking to you from 1,000 years in the future. My good friend Brainy, Querl Docs, Brainiac 5, has requested you join the Legion of Superheroes. Dreamgirl had a vision of you, the Teen Titans, and the Legion of Superheroes fighting the Sorcerer Mordru. So take a time bubble and meet me here. And bring some sturdy old-fashioned pens. A lot of the Legionnaires have requested autographs.
It's Oracle.
You fancy yourself a champion of good, yeah? Gotham's got itself right bollocks, and the rest of the world's not far behind. Meet me in Gotham under that rift in the sky, and I'll tell you how you can be a big damned hero.
time deal going down at the Oblivion Ball. You want to know all about it, right? Life and death, the universe and the balance and all that. Just let me conjure an image to show you everything you need to know.
Little blighter portaled back to hell, did he? No for no trousers, that one. No matter, he gave you a location. Meet me and Z at the Oblivion Bar for a party race, and we'll find what we need to do to stop this whole debacle.
Neutralize anything that comes out.
Maybe they can make them play all,
Our
not
world is
all.
under attack, and all those with power must rise
I don't
up
want to wait
to
like a
stop
bunch of
the
time
invasion.
just to hear all of them.
I can't fire this cannon without a magic lantern. Get some from around the city.
Sorry. Whoa. Look like the Green Goblin. And surprisingly amount of purple. Shadow looks cooler, but like Pulse you could do way more with. No, everybody ignored me. I'm gonna start inviting people. Ninja.
We'll prevail.
You fancy yourself a champion of good, yeah? Gotham's got itself right bollocks, and the rest of the world's not far behind. Meet me in Gotham under that rift in the sky. You fancy yourself a champion of good, yeah? Gotham's got itself right bollocks, and the rest of the world's not far behind. Meet me in Gotham under that rift in the sky, and I'll tell you how you can be a big, damned hero.
Phantom Stranger's a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. I think he predates humor, though. Bollocks! Do I look like your mum? What are you going on about?
Pictures, autographs, dashing smiles, I do it all.
Yeah.
You should totally be rocking the absolute best. Lucky for you, I got it right here.
Reception. That was in 1993, but I will try
beginning
in this member meeting
to our
testimony,
country.
and I will
I want to start
when I'm aware
from
of
the
his,
beginning.
a picture or something.
When did you first meet Jeffrey
I got on his
Epstein?
airplane to take the first trip with my foundation, and I think 2002, whatever it was. But
Okay.
2,
Now,
1.
it's Historical Association.
we can continue with the stream. Sorry, Mira.
Ocean Master, surrender.
Massa.
It's over.
Why did he say that?
Indeed, for you, traitor.
Traitor, have you lost your senses?
Is she a
Do
traitor?
not allow your ambition to be the ruin of all of Atlantis.
Quaint Mera. Clearly your skills for deception have not diminished. Zebel, you
Fool! I will teach you to insult the Queen of Atlantis.
You are not a queen. You are a Zebel conspirator, and I will take pleasure in watching Arthur suffer the ruin you have brought upon him.
Give up, Orm. Your plot is revealed. Have you not a shred of love for your own brother? You will be stopped.
I can't believe this battle is crazy.
I will need your help to tip the tide. Ocean Master calls minions from the sea. You will never unseat Arthur from the throne. Ocean Master has brought reinforcements. We must deny them access.
restrict his access to the moon pools. His minions flank us from the moon pools. You play your part well, traitor. Or must be insane to accuse me of his own crimes. His insults will not be forgotten when he stands trial for this treachery. I wonder what dark magic he sought to find in this place.
I wonder what kind of dark magic they do in this place. And then there's just a statue of who? Morglar. I'm just thinking, like, that was really subtle there. Really. Astral weapons box. Spider blade. Not as cool as what I have. Actually, it looks pretty cool. Gotta go with Slade's sword.
I will bring this news to Arthur at the Embassy Gala and inform the press of Ocean Master's deception. On behalf of Atlantis, please grace us with your presence at Spindrift Station as our guest of honor.
Gross.
Atlantis became my home and Arthur my king and husband. We were happy then, and together we had an heir, a beautiful boy who I could find no fault in. Then that all ended when Arthur's enemy, Black Manta, took him from us.
Black Manta. I wonder where bro's at.
Like Kasu?
No. I already did this on another tune, bro. But I'm not sad about it. This guy's name is literally the same as this guy's name.
I'm glad you've come. I need your help with taking the spark of ion to Central Power Battery. But there's an army of orange lanterns between here and there. We cannot allow the spark's light to fade. Oh, and don't worry about Sinestro. This time he's on our side.
If you're finished, Jordan, we should move on. Or have you already forgotten how quickly the spark siphons your ring's power?
I can tell this is good.
Is that Sinestro?
10 minutes, Sinestro, you missed the old.
Even if I did, reminiscing is pointless. Still your superior.
Yeah, superior pain in the butt.
Stop digging Sinestro. We should say we glomulus. Don't.
Beware, another fool driven by greed.
And I'm craving orange sugar.
I will make you a nightmare.
Let's keep moving.
Backup. Now for backup. Dr. Psychotic Pack. Dr. Psychotic Pack. Alright.
Heroes and villains, you must prepare for the trials to come. I am needed elsewhere. Arbiter, introduce darkness to Campus Future and show them around my house of legends.
In brightest day, in blackest day,
Guardian of the Orb.
Another orange lackey. Prepare yourselves. They're coming through.
Looks like the cat's out of the bag. Considering we missed our achievement.
We shall put that down.
That's not
Terror, strike you!
Invader. I didn't take him seriously enough. This guy does a lot of damage for a level 23. Dang, I got beat up. Is Prek dead? Is Prek truly dead? Is what I keep thinking. It's going through my mind. I'm thinking, is Prek truly dead? Is hitting this combo over and over bad now? This used to be the meta. Slowest. There's another Flurry Master user, but I'm thinking, are we the last of our kind? Like, is Breck really dead? I'm exaggerating, but I need to know if Breck is dead, bro, because he's the one who keeps falling. He's not ready for the Preck grind I'm about to go on. You know, this is my character to prove nature. Preck is like the best worst Preck. Okay. Yes, riveted ventilator. I like this style a lot. That looks cooler. 20%. Superhero landing. Somebody please talk to the Supreme Justice. You didn't see that. From the scene alone, you can consider this a Gunner game, but the plot is so important. Look, we're trying to get evidence and information on how to confront dealing with an eldritch horror. So, I think it's pretty seriously. Look at him, bruh. Thinking that he's about to cause chaos. And he did cause chaos because of the Lords of Chaos. We have to stop them because why not? Because they oppose, or they don't oppose actually, the opposite. They endorse the Eldritch threat, which is bad, in my opinion. Sometimes. Phew. Stealing from this guy, wizard guy. I don't really like this duo a lot, mechanic wise. I like the Tico fight. I like Shazam is kind of lame. I don't like having to kill him or fight him in intervals. So it's like, I was thinking of Injustice. Boom. OMAC virus. That's what that was. Oh, Oracle got you inside. Good. I'm not even in there, bro. What are you talking about? Argus, bro, please be a good freaking artifact. I don't remember which one you get from this one. Artifact cache, but they don't even give you anything, or they don't give you anything for the 455 CR thing skip for artifacts. Give everybody a ring, they forget how to use their fingers. That's how I feel about the Green Lantern situation. Or the excessive lantern situation. Like, look, Mad Society using cool, little flashy stuff. I should have joined that league too, on like another tune. Unfortunate. Get it up. Crime Bible. Location to Bat Ryman's. Wow. Okay, the sniper has melee. looks so small. You should be in survival mode at least once. Vampire Lord got in, but he didn't. It's crazy. If this was like a raid boss, people would be sweating, bruh. If they scaled up the damage a little bit. Make the orbs one shot. Make the fire one shot. Boom. Survival mode. Terrifying. If they really wanted to go crazy with the next survival mode, they would do the pairing stuff that I missed. I actually am not that much of an OG, but like when they used to like put like Happiness Home, like two like bosses together at the same time. They don't do that anymore from the ones that I have played. Nazi furries. if they put some Prek achievements, then I swear, bro, people will like start liking Prek. I think people have gotten into the might a little too much just because of the metas. But like, if they gave you like if they gave you more of a hit count, like that would make so much incentivization just to do Prek. Just please do Prek. Prek is just good. I miss that skill tree. DC kind of faded out of the skill tree. Now you just have invisible stuff that's all the way over here. I can't even access. I'm a free player. Not even a free player, but I forget guys. So this is my like. I mean, is it free to have this many? Have a premium gameplay actually. There you go. It's more accurate. This guy's in my league. I didn't even realize that. glad. See, the good thing about playing on PC is that there's just people in every single like area that you need to kind of do, even if it's random. I feel like on other consoles it's not the same. I'm neglecting the ally thing so hard, bro. I just want to prove how much my damage comes from myself. Next video will be called DC Allies Press. If I do make another one before Fallout, I'll do another stream of DC. I feel like it needs it. Some chill gameplay instead of that kind of loadout specific stuff. Play the game how you want to play the dang, bruh. A whole nuclear bombardment and they didn't even kill it. It's crazy. Loki thought I could heal out of that. Good to see you. Superman, bro, what are you doing? Come on. Jeez. Thank you for scanning that at super speed that time. Doesn't take extra vision to know they're up to no good. Is the fit tough or no? I can't. I gotta keep checking. Let's get shots from another angle, Scoops. They need to put him in a raid. So I'm thinking. Lobo's a raid character. I don't know why you fight him in a solo. It's cool that you introduce, like the cool introduction. But you don't even see him like any other time but this episode. But he's like foreshadowed in like the New Metropolis. I hope this wasn't no School of Hard Knocks, because I'm gonna hurry up this process of beating him. Never mind. It is School of Hard Knocks. I'm in a Cyberds competition with bro right now. He's taking it so seriously. I don't need this crap. I hate coming to Earth. Okay, I should actually be doing more damage now. Let's go try. Nice Batman just watching me right now. What is bro observing?